In a remote valley on Earth, Sun Wukong stood bare-chested, his powerful torso exposed, bronzed skin glinting beneath the sunlight. He held a deep horse stance, fists clenched tight, his gaze firm and unwavering. Each punch he threw sliced the air with a fierce whistle as though it could tear the very atmosphere apart. Ha! Sun Wukong roared, his figure flashing like lightning as intersecting shadows of his fists filled the air, the golden aura of his Super Saiyan third stage blazing fiercely around him. His muscles were taut, veins bulging with every exertion, displaying an incomparable might. Suddenly a mysterious fluctuation of energy flickered across his heart. Sun Wukong snapped his eyes open, the brightness within them was now clouded with doubt and vigilance. He straightened up at once and tilted his head toward the sky as if trying to pierce the endless firmament and trace the source of this mysterious energy. This energy. I have never felt anything like it. Could a new crisis be approaching again? Sun Wukong muttered to himself, his brows tightly knitted as a strong sense of unease surged within his heart. After a brief moment of thought, Sun Wukong decided to return home first and discuss the matter with his companions. He kicked off the ground, transforming into a streak of golden light that vanished from the valley in an instant. Back home, before Sun Wukong could even catch his breath, he hurriedly shared his discovery with Vegeta, Bulma and the others. "Hoof Kakarot, are you being too sensitive? It might just be an ordinary energy disturbance," Vegeta said with his arms crossed, a look of utter disdain on his face. Arrogance flickered in his eyes, yet within them lurked a faint trace of worry that was hard to detect. "But my instincts tell me this is no simple matter." Sun Wukong's expression grew solemn, his fists clenched tight, his body leaning slightly forward, his gaze filled with unwavering resolve. Bulma frowned and said, "Whatever the case, we must be prepared. I'll check the dragon radar as soon as possible and see whether there's anything unusual with the Dragon Balls." The worry in her eyes quickly gave way to firm determination. While they were discussing, every corner of Earth felt the pulse of that mysterious energy. Certain evil forces hidden in the shadows began to stir restlessly. In a dark castle, a cloaked figure draped in black sat upon a throne. His face was concealed in shadow, only a pair of eyes glowing red emerging from the darkness. This energy may well be our perfect chance to rule the world. The shadowy figure let out a ghastly laugh that echoed through the empty castle, chilling to the bone. Elsewhere, Sun Wukong and Vegeta decided to push their training even further to face the potential crisis. They went to the hyperbolic time chamber, where time flowed far more slowly than outside, a perfect place to train. "Vegeta, this time we cannot afford to let our guard down. We must break through to an even higher realm of power." Sun Wukong fixed his bright eyes on Vegeta, his tone brimming with resolve. "Humph, I don't need you to tell me that. I will definitely surpass you, Kakarot." Vegeta snarled through gritted teeth. His eyes burned with a raging fighting spirit, as though ready to incinerate every obstacle in his path. The two of them quickly entered a training state, the energy within their bodies surging without end. Sun Wukong shut his eyes tightly, palms pressed together as he focused all his attention on sensing every strand of energy flowing within him. His breathing was steady and deep, each inhalation like drawing in the very spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Vegeta meanwhile unleashed an unending barrage of punches and kicks, each movement swift as lightning, whipping up roaring gusts of wind. Sweat beaded across his forehead, yet he showed no intention of stopping. Instead, he grew only more ferocious as he trained. In the midst of training, Sun Wukong repeatedly strove to break through the bottleneck of the Super Saiyan third stage. His body trembled slightly, muscles drawn tight, every inch of skin enduring tremendous pressure. "Break for me!" Sun Wukong roared, and the energy within him erupted in an instant, his golden aura growing even denser and more violent. Vegeta, on the other hand, focused on honing his combat techniques and refining his control over energy. Vegeta's movements became ever more precise, each attack landed at the perfect angle, drawing out the full extent of his power. As the days slipped by, the situation outside grew increasingly tense. Small bands of evil forces began attacking cities on Earth. Though the planet's warriors repelled them, it was merely the calm before a greater storm. At last, within the hyperbolic time chamber, Sun Wukong broke through, successfully ascending to the Super Saiyan fourth stage. Red fur covered his body, his muscles even more compact and solid, radiating an overwhelming aura of power. "Haha, I did it!" Sun Wukong shouted in excitement, his voice filled with joy and pride. He spread his arms wide, savoring this newfound power as though the entire world now lay within his grasp. Seeing this, Vegeta's fighting spirit burned even hotter. He redoubled his efforts and gradually felt himself brushing against the threshold of his own breakthrough. Just then a message came from Bulma. The dragon radar had detected an anomaly. Someone seemed to be gathering the Dragon Balls. Sun Wukong and Vegeta immediately ended their training and rushed out of the hyperbolic time chamber. "Whoever it is, anyone who dares set their sights on the Dragon Balls will pay the price," Vegeta said through gritted teeth, his eyes blazing with anger and killing intent. They joined up with the other warriors and began tracking the whereabouts of the Dragon Balls. In a desolate desert, they discovered a group of mysterious figures. These people wore peculiar armor and carried various weapons exuding a sinister aura. "Who are you to dare covet the Dragon Balls?" Sun Wukong shouted, stepping forward as a powerful pressure surged forth from him. "Sun Wukong, Vegeta, today will be your doom," the leading mysterious figure declared, raising a longsword and pointing it at Sun Wukong and Vegeta. A fierce battle was on the verge of erupting. Sun Wukong's eyes narrowed and in an instant he became a streak of crimson lightning charging straight at the enemy. His fists rained down like a violent storm, every blow carrying world-shattering power. Vegeta refused to be outdone. His figure flickered, appearing behind an enemy and lashing out with a kick that sent the foe hurtling tens of meters away. An endless desert baked beneath the blazing sun, heat waves rolling as golden grains of sand shimmered with a piercing brilliance. Sun Wukong lunged at the group of mysterious figures like a berserk beast. His soul slammed into the sand, kicking up a storm of dust. With every step the ground sank several inches beneath his feet. Yah! One of the mysterious men swung a long blade down at Sun Wukong, the weapon casting a cold razor-sharp gleam beneath the sunlight. Sun Wukong twisted his body and slipped aside, effortlessly evading the ferocious strike. Seizing the opening, he drove his fist into the man's abdomen. With a dull boom, the figure was blasted away like a cannonball, crashing into the sand and gouging out a crater as a cloud of dust erupted skyward. Vegeta also displayed his ferocity, his speed ghost-like and uncanny. Every movement he made whipped up a gust of wind, sending the surrounding sand grains swirling madly. Resolve and ruthlessness burned in his eyes. "You small fry are no match for me at all." In the blink of an eye he vanished, reappearing behind another mysterious fighter. Before the man could react, Vegeta chopped down with the edge of his hand. With a sound like rending metal, the man's helmet shattered instantly and blood gushed from the top of his head. "Damn it, just what are these guys?" Vegeta roared as he fought on, his voice echoing across the empty desert, laden with fury and bewilderment. On the battlefield, waves of sand surged while shouts and clashes shook the ears. Gohan, Krillin, Tien Shinhan and the other warriors also threw themselves into the fray, engaging the mysterious foes in desperate life-and-death combat. Sun Wukong fixed his gaze on the leading figure among the mysterious men. He could sense an unusual energy emanating from him. That power was dark and unfathomable, stirring a trace of wariness in his heart. "Take this." Sun Wukong's figure shot forward, his fist tearing through the air with a howling gale. His punch streaked out like a meteor, slicing the sky with a shrill sonic crack. The leader remained unruffled, crossing his arms. He actually took Sun Wukong's punch heeding. At the instant their fists met, a powerful wave of energy burst outward from them as the center. The surrounding sand was blasted skyward, rising into a towering curtain of dust. "Not bad," Sun Wukong murmured, surprise flashing in his eyes, then launched another assault without pause. He moved as fast as lightning, every punch tearing through the air with a rushing roar. The atmosphere around them throbbed with the overwhelming aura pouring off him, that crushing presence unique to Super Saiyan 4. In an instant the two were locked in a ferocious exchange, fists and feet flying. Golden radiance collided with black miasma, again and again crackling and snapping as they clashed. The surrounding desert floor buckled under the impact of their power, sinking into one massive pit after another. On Vegeta's side, he fought three opponents at once, yet showed no sign of being forced back. Every one of his attacks was accompanied by a furious roar. "You fools who don't know your own limits." With a spinning kick he smashed his heel into a mysterious man's chest. The man groaned, blood spraying from his mouth as he was flung backward. Yet the mysterious fighters were numerous and fought in perfect coordination. Before long the warriors found themselves mired in a grueling struggle. Krillin was caught off guard by a sneak attack and slammed to the ground. Seizing the chance, the assailant raised his weapon, intent on delivering a killing blow to Krillin. "Krillin!" Tien Shinhan's eyes went wide, his shout brimming with panic and rage. A ki blast burst from Tien Shinhan's hands in an instant, blazing with dazzling light as it slammed into the ambusher and drove him back. Gohan meanwhile unleashed his latent power. The aura of a Super Saiyan surged higher and higher around him. His hair gleamed with golden light and each strike carried tremendous force, easing much of the pressure on his companions. "Everyone give it your all, we can't let them succeed." Gohan shouted, his voice filled with resolve and encouragement. Sun Wukong's clash with the leader grew ever more intense, their colliding energies making the entire desert tremble. Each impact unleashed a violent shockwave that sent distant dunes collapsing in an instant. "Who are you really, and why are you trying to seize the Dragon Balls?" Sun Wukong shouted between blows. His breathing was ragged, yet his gaze remained sharp as an eagle's. "Poof. Once you're defeated at my hands, you'll naturally come to know the answer." The leader let out a cold laugh, his voice like something crawling up from the depths of hell, chill and merciless. Suddenly he brought his hands together in a strange seal, murmuring an incantation under his breath. In an instant a surge of darkness erupted from within him, condensing into a massive black sphere. It radiated a suffocatingly evil aura, as though freezing the very air around it. Sensing the overwhelming might of that energy, Sun Wukong dared not be careless. Bringing his hands together, he gathered his power and unleashed a golden ki blast. It shone with a blazing radiance, scorching like a miniature sun. Boom! A deafening explosion split the sky, sand billowing everywhere. The glare was so intense that no one could keep their eyes open, and the shockwave that followed made the whole desert quake as if struck by an earthquake. Dunes were raised, flat sand and stone whirling through the air. Shrouded by the swirling dust, the mysterious fighters began to withdraw in an orderly retreat. "You're not getting away." Vegeta moved to pursue, only to be stopped by Sun Wukong. "Don't chase them yet." They came prepared. We need to plan this carefully, Sun Wukong said, his voice hoarse in the howling one. They returned to the city whose bustle and splendor stood in stark contrast to the heaviness in their hearts. The strength of those mysterious people is not to be underestimated, and their goal is obvious, the Dragon Balls. Bulma frowned as she analyzed the situation. Worry filled her eyes as she fiddled incessantly with the dragon radar in her hands. Whatever happens, we have to protect the Dragon Balls. We can't let their scheme succeed, she said, face full of concern. Her hands were clasped tightly together, yet her gaze remained resolute. Don't worry, Shishi. We won't let Earth fall into danger, Sun Wukong reassured her, patting her shoulder lightly, his eyes warm and filled with quiet confidence. Meanwhile, at the base of the mysterious group, a damp, shadowy cavern flickered with faint light. Leader, this operation failed. What should we do next? A subordinate's voice trembled with fear and unease. The leader sat in his chair, his expression so dark it seemed ready to drip ink. I didn't expect Sun Wukong and the others to have grown so strong, but we still have a final card to play. Prepare to activate that plan. Elsewhere, Sun Wukong and Vegeta entered the hyperbolic time chamber once more to train. Within the chamber, the air was thick with concentrated energy. Sun Wukong tirelessly sought to fully command the power of Super Saiyan, for every strike carrying a world-shattering momentum. Sweat streamed down his forehead, dripping to the floor only to evaporate in an instant. Vegeta meanwhile was deep in thought, devising new combat strategies and ways to better exploit his own strengths. His gaze was focused and profound, as if it could see through everything. Minute by minute their strength continued to climb. On Earth the other fighters were not idle either, they trained relentlessly, honing their combat skills and raising their energy levels. At that moment strange phenomena began to appear in every corner of the planet. Gale force winds howled, bending trees until they nearly snapped, making them groan and creak. Torrential rain poured from the sky, pounding the ground and splashing up sheets of water. Earthquakes, tsunamis and other disasters erupted one after another, plunging cities into chaos. Screams of terror and the roar of collapsing buildings intertwined, painting a scene like the end of the world. What on earth is happening? People fell into panic, fleeing in all directions in search of safety. Sun Wukong and Vegeta emerged from the hyperbolic time chamber, immediately sensing the abnormal fluctuations of energy. Could this be connected to those mysterious people? Vegeta muttered, brows knitted, his heart laden with doubt. Sun Wukong frowned. Very likely. We have to find the cause as quickly as possible. They began investigating all around and gradually uncovered traces left behind by the mysterious group. Like strands of a spider's web, those clues were hidden among ruins and wastelands. Following the trail, they arrived at an ancient ruin. A strange aura permeated the place and the walls were covered in bizarre runes. The runes shimmered with a faint light, as if whispering ancient secrets. A rotten stench hung in the air, stirring a wave of nausea. Stay alert. This place could be dangerous, Sun Wukong warned, his voice low and grave. Suddenly a shadow streaked past behind them. The figure moved with terrifying speed, leaving only a chill gust in its wake. Who's there? Vegeta barked, his shout echoing through the empty ruin. But the shadow vanished in an instant, as if it had never appeared at all. Pressing on, they delved deeper into the ruins and discovered a vast hidden chamber. At its center stood a gigantic crystal sphere flickering with an uncanny light. Red one moment, green the next, then purple, it shifted in unpredictable hues. What is this? Sun Wukong stepped up to the crystal, eager to see its secrets. The moment his hand touched its surface, a tremendous force surged out and enveloped them both. Sun Wukong and Vegeta struggled with all their might, but the force was too strong, steadily driving them into a desperate situation. Are we really going to be defeated like this? Vegeta roared in unwilling fury, his voice filled with despair and rage. No, we will find a way out of this. Sun Wukong's eyes shone with determination as his power erupted once more. Golden light flooded out of him, clashing heat with the mysterious force surrounding them. Sun Wukong and Vegeta struggled against the powerful force released by the mysterious crystal ball. That force felt like countless invisible and icy hands tightly binding them, rendering them nearly immobile. The air around them seemed to freeze under this force, cold and oppressive. Damn it, what kind of power is this? Vegeta gritted his teeth, veins bulging on his forehead. His roar echoed in the chamber, yet it sounded so powerless. He desperately tried to break free, only to find that the more he resisted, the tighter the binding became, as if he were sinking into a viscous swamp. Sun Wukong tightly closed his eyes, striving to calm himself and searching for a flaw in this force. Vegeta, don't act rashly, let's think of a solution calmly. His voice was steady and firm, attempting to soothe Vegeta's agitation. Just then the brilliance of the crystal ball intensified, shining so brightly that it was blinding, illuminating the entire chamber as if it were daylight. A powerful suction emerged from the crystal ball, accompanied by an eerie howling sound, as if it sought to draw on their very souls. Not good. If this continues, well, be consumed by this thing. Sun Wukong shouted, his voice filled with urgency and fear. A glint of determination flashed in Vegeta's eyes. I can't care about that anymore, Kakarot, let's fight back. As he spoke, he gathered all his energy into his hands and pushed forward with all his might. He emanated a purple aura, his muscles taut, every vein visible. Sun Wukong, not to be outdone, unleashed the full power of Super Saiyan level 4 golden light erupting from his body as he joined Vegeta to resist this mysterious force. However, the power of the crystal ball was overwhelmingly strong, rendering their resistance insignificant. That force surged like a tidal wave, crashing over them and causing their bodies to tremble uncontrollably. Just when the two were about to collapse, Sun Wukong suddenly sensed a familiar aura. That aura was warm and peaceful, carrying a comforting power. It's Whis. Sun Wukong felt a surge of joy within, as if he had seen a glimmer of hope in the darkness. A flash of light appeared and Whis materialized in the chamber. His arrival felt like a spring breeze, bringing with it a breath of hope. Whis gently waved his hands and the oppressive binding force instantly lessened significantly. A refreshing scent filled the air, reminiscent of a rain-soaked meadow. "Lord Whis, what brings you here?" Sun Wukong asked with delight, his voice brimming with gratitude. Whis smiled slightly. "I sensed you were in danger, so I came to see. The power of this crystal ball is formidable, do not act recklessly." His voice was soft and gentle, yet carried an undeniable authority. As he spoke, Whis carefully examined the crystal ball, a serious expression flickering in his eyes. The light on the crystal ball flickered erratically, reflecting his contemplative face. "This seems to be an ancient dark magic sealed here." Whis murmured, his brow slightly furrowing, revealing deep concern in his gaze. Vegeta impatiently interjected, "Then what do we do? Are we just going to be trapped here?" His voice carried anger and urgency, causing the ground beneath his feet to tremble slightly. Whis pondered for a moment and then said, "Let me try to break the seal." His voice was calm and confident, as if everything were under his control. Whis clasped his hands together, murmuring incantations, radiating a holy light. That light was like warm sunlight, illuminating the entire chamber. As he recited his spell, the brilliance of the crystal ball began to tremble and the powerful suction gradually weakened. A buzzing sound filled the air, as if ancient incantations were whispering. "Quick now!" Whis shouted, his voice breaking the silence. Sun Wukong and Vegeta took the opportunity to break free from their bindings and retreated. Their footsteps left deep imprints on the ground, their breaths echoing in the chamber. Just then the crystal ball suddenly let out a thunderous sound boom. That sound was deafening, as if it would tear apart one's eardrums. In the instant of the explosion, a powerful shockwave shook the entire ruin. Debris fell, raising a cloud of dust. "Run!" Whis led Sun Wukong and Vegeta, vanishing from the spot in an instant. When they reappeared, they were back on the ground. The fresh air rushed in, carrying the scents of earth and grass. "Thank you, Lord Whis," Sun Wukong said gratefully, his eyes full of respect. Whis waved his hand, "No need for thanks. However, the appearance of this crystal ball is no coincidence. You must be wary of the conspiracy behind it." With that, Whis disappeared, leaving only a gentle breeze in his wake. Sun Wukong and Vegeta exchanged glances, then decided to return to the city and discuss countermeasures with others. Upon returning to the city, they found that chaos still reigned. The earthquake had cracked the earth, producing a dull crack sound, the ground resembling a shattered puzzle. The giant waves raised by the tsunami crashed against the coast, creating a deafening roar, and the salty sea air filled the atmosphere. The disaster caused immense destruction. Buildings collapsed, flames shot into the sky, and the cries and pleas for help from people intertwined. "We must resolve these issues quickly and restore peace to Earth." Sun Wukong said, his gaze resolute as he looked at the ruins before him, filled with a sense of responsibility. Vegeta nodded. "Those mysterious individuals will surely have further actions. We cannot sit idly by." His expression was serious, fists clenched tightly. At that moment, Bulma rushed over. Her footsteps sounded especially hurried in the noisy environment. "I've found some important clues," Bulma said excitedly, her voice tinged with urgency. It turned out that Bulma had analyzed the clues left by the mysterious individuals and discovered that they seemed to be searching for a powerful weapon closely related to the Dragon Balls. Could they be trying to use the power of the Dragon Balls to activate that weapon? Sun Wukong furrowed his brow, concern evident in his gaze. "It's very possible. We must stop them," Vegeta said, his tone resolute, a glimmer of determination flashing in his eyes. Thus the group decided to take separate actions. Sun Wukong and Vegeta continued searching for the mysterious individuals' whereabouts, while Gohan, Krillin and others helped rebuild the city and comfort the populace. Sun Wukong and Vegeta scoured the world. They traversed dense forests, the rustling of leaves and the chirping of birds accompanying their steps. Crossing towering mountains, the biting wind howled in their ears and the thin air made their breathing labored. At last they discovered the base of the mysterious individuals on a remote island. "Finally found it." A spark of excitement flashed in Sun Wukong's eyes, his voice filled with anticipation. The two quietly infiltrated the base and found it heavily guarded. The pungent smell of chemical agents permeated the air and the roar of machines echoed incessantly. "It seems we need to be cautious," Vegeta whispered, his eyes vigilant, every step taken with care. They cautiously avoided patrolling guards and delved deeper into the base. In a laboratory, they saw a massive device embedded with various gems and runes. The gems flickered with an eerie light and the runes exuded a mysterious aura. "This must be the weapon they mentioned," Sun Wukong said, his voice low, his gaze fixed intently on the device. Just then a group of mysterious individuals burst in, surrounding them. You've walked right into our trap," the leader of the mysterious individuals sneered, his voice dripping with mockery. A fierce battle erupted once again. Sun Wukong and Vegeta unleashed all their might, engaging in a life-and-death struggle against the mysterious individuals. The wind from their punches howled, stirring up a whirlwind, energy surging light illuminating the entire laboratory. In the heat of the battle, Sun Wukong suddenly spotted a weakness in the device. "Vegeta, cover me!" Sun Wukong shouted, his voice brimming with determination. Vegeta understood and launched a full-scale attack on the mysterious individuals, creating an opportunity for Sun Wukong. His attacks rained down like a torrential storm, preventing the mysterious individuals from diverting their attention. Seizing the moment, Sun Wukong charged toward the device, injecting his energy into it. Boom! The device exploded, the thunderous sound deafening, flames shooting into the sky, smoke billowing. The mysterious individuals' plans fell apart once again. However, just as they were about to leave, an even more terrifying enemy appeared. The smoke from the explosion had yet to dissipate when a colossal figure slowly emerged from within it. The acrid smell of gunpowder filled the air, irritating the nostrils of Sun Wukong and Vegeta. The heavy footsteps of the figure rumbled like distant thunder, causing the ground beneath to tremble slightly. As the smoke gradually cleared, the true visage of the enemy was revealed. It was a gigantic monster with a massive physique, its skin a bizarre shade of purple covered in sharp bone spines that seemed capable of piercing through anything with ease. A pair of blood-red eyes glowed with a cruel light akin to raging flames that sent shivers down one's spine. Sun Wukong, Vegeta, do you really think that destroying that device can thwart our plans? The monster let out a maniacal laugh, its voice booming like thunder, shaking the entire base. The sound seemed to penetrate the eardrums of Sun Wukong and Vegeta, causing their heads to ring. Sun Wukong furrowed his brow and said, "Who are you? Why do you want to destroy the piece of earth?" His gaze was fixed firmly on Doma, filled with determination and rage. The monster sneered, "I am Doma, the Dark Lord. You insignificant insects cannot possibly comprehend my grand ambitions." His words dripped with disdain and arrogance. Vegeta shouted angrily, "Enough talk. If you have the guts, come at me." He crossed his arms and a purple aura erupted around him, the powerful energy causing the surrounding air to grow heated. Doma flickered and suddenly appeared before Vegeta, swinging his massive fist down. The punch was accompanied by a fierce wind as if it could tear through space. Vegeta hurriedly tried to block but was still pushed back several steps by the overwhelming force. His feet carved deep grooves into the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. What tremendous power! Vegeta thought to himself, feeling a sharp pain in his arm as if his bones were about to break. Seeing this, Sun Wukong immediately joined the battle, attacking Doma alongside Vegeta. Yet Doma remained unfazed, effortlessly facing off against the two. His movements were as swift as lightning, each attack carrying a lethal threat. Super Saiyan Level 4. Sun Wukong and Vegeta unleashed their strongest forms simultaneously, their golden and purple auras blazing fiercely. The dazzling light illuminated the entire base, rendering everything around them dull and lifeless. The two unleashed a barrage of powerful techniques, their fists clashing and energy waves shooting in every direction. The air was filled with cracking sounds of energy colliding, as if countless firecrackers had gone off at once. However, Doma effortlessly dodged their attacks, occasionally counterattacking and forcing Sun Wukong and Vegeta into a tight spot. In the midst of the fierce battle, Doma suddenly opened his mouth and unleashed a wave of black energy. The wave emitted a nauseating stench like a black torrent rushing towards Sun Wukong and Vegeta. Caught off guard, Sun Wukong and Vegeta were hit and fell to the ground. Damn it! Sun Wukong got up, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. He could taste the metallic flavor of blood in his mouth, fueling the fire of anger within him. Vegeta gritted his teeth and said, "This guy is too strong. We have to find a way to exploit his weakness. We can't let this go on." His voice carried a hint of urgency and helplessness. Just then Doma launched another attack. He waved his hands, releasing powerful energy chains that sparkled with an eerie glow accompanied by a sizzling sound. They attempted to bind Sun Wukong and Vegeta. The two fought with all their might, but the chains multiplied, gradually constricting their space to move. The chains were cold and unyielding, as if they sought to imprison their very souls. This isn't going to work. Sun Wukong thought anxiously, beads of sweat dripping down as they evaporated upon hitting the ground. Suddenly a thought flashed through Sun Wukong's mind, "Vegeta, let's fuse." Vegeta hesitated for a moment, then nodded, "All right, we have to try." His eyes revealed a hint of determination. The two began their fusion technique, and as the light shone brightly, a brand new warrior was born, Vegito. Vegito emanated an unparalleled powerful aura like a hurricane sweeping through the entire base. Doma couldn't help but reveal a look of surprise. "Let me show you our true power." Vegito shouted, charging towards Doma. His voice was filled with confidence and authority, as if it could shatter anything. Doma sensed Vegito's strength and did not dare to be careless, putting forth all his effort to respond. His moves became more frantic, each strike fueled by all his might. Vegito's attacks were sharp and rapid, each blow containing immense power. His fists fell like meteors, carrying the momentum to obliterate everything. Doma gradually began to falter, unable to keep up. How is this possible? Doma roared, his voice filled with rage and disbelief. Taking advantage of Doma's moment of vulnerability, Vegito unleashed a series of attacks, forcing Doma to retreat step by step. His figure moved like a phantom, making him hard to grasp. In the instant Doma exposed a flaw, Vegito concentrated all his energy and unleashed a powerful energy wave. The wave was dazzling, shining like the sun. Boom! A tremendous explosion erupted, deafening in its intensity. Doma was struck by the energy wave, his body hurled away, crashing violently against the wall. The wall collapsed instantly, debris flying everywhere. However, Doma did not fall. He struggled to stand, his aura turning even more sinister. A surge of dark energy erupted from him, causing the air around to grow heavy. Don't celebrate too early, Doma declared, his body beginning to change, growing larger and more grotesque. More bone spines sprouted from his body, each glistening with a chilling light. Vegito stood ready, preparing to face Doma's next onslaught. His eyes were resolute, showing no hint of fear. Outside the base, Gohan, Krillin and others felt the powerful energy fluctuations emanating from within. The howling wind whipped through, tousling their hair and clothing. The battle inside must be extremely fierce. We must help Son Wukong and Vegeta, Gohan said, worry evident in his voice. The others nodded in agreement and rushed towards the base. Upon entering, they caught sight of Vegito and Doma in a fierce clash. Let's attack together, Gohan shouted, his golden aura igniting. Everyone unleashed their ultimate techniques, launching an assault on Doma. Multicolored energy waves intertwined in the air, creating a dazzling spectacle. Doma found himself in a flurry of attacks from everyone, becoming somewhat flustered, and Vegito seized the opportunity to strike again. With the combined efforts of all, Doma finally collapsed to the ground. His body emitted a series of crackling sounds as if it were on the verge of collapse. We finally defeated him, everyone sighed in relief, joy radiating from their faces. However, at that moment, Doma's body suddenly transformed into a mass of black smoke, disappearing without a trace. The smoke carried a pungent odor that evoked nausea. What's happening? Krillin exclaimed, his voice filled with confusion. Vegito frowned and said, he may not have been truly eliminated, we must be cautious. His gaze scanned the surroundings warily. The group began searching the base for Doma's whereabouts. Suddenly Bulma discovered a hidden passage. The door to the passage exuded an ancient aura, as if it had not been opened in a long time. Everyone come quick. There's a passage here, Bulma shouted, her voice echoing in the vast base. They followed the passage down, arriving at a massive laboratory. The laboratory was filled with a pungent chemical odor that made one cough involuntarily. Various strange instruments emitted ticking sounds, flashing with eerie lights. In the center of the laboratory stood a gigantic energy sphere, shimmering with bizarre hues. The light shifted between red, green and purple, unpredictable in its brilliance. What is this thing? Gohan asked curiously, cautiously approaching the energy sphere. Just then the sphere suddenly exploded, a powerful shockwave sending everyone flying. The impact surged like a tidal wave, crashing against the shore, impossible to resist. As the smoke cleared, an even more terrifying figure appeared before them. As the smoke from the explosion of the energy sphere gradually dissipated, a more terrifying figure appeared before everyone. Its massive form seemed capable of blocking out the sun, entirely covered in a heavy black armor that shimmered with a cold light, exuding an atmosphere that instilled fear. What kind of monster is this? Lin stammered, his voice trembling as he instinctively took a few steps back. Sun Wukong gritted his teeth, his gaze fixed on the newly emerged enemy. No matter what it is, we cannot back down. The monster let out a deep roar, its voice echoing as if it came from hell. You arrogant fools, today is your doomsday, Vegeta shouted angrily. Stop being so arrogant, come and take this. With that, he charged forward, his fist gathering immense energy. However, the monster merely waved its arm lightly, sending Vegeta flying against the wall. Vegeta, Bulma shouted in concern. Gohan, feeling anxious, yelled, everyone attack together. We can't let it take us out one by one. Everyone unleashed their strongest moves, the colorful energy illuminating the entire laboratory. Yet these attacks struck the monster as if they were stones sinking in the ocean, having no effect whatsoever. The monster laughed mockingly. You think you can defeat me with that? Too naive. At that moment, a strong smell of gunpowder filled the laboratory, making it hard to breathe. The instruments on the walls crackled from the energy impact, and the flickering sparks stung everyone's eyes. Sun Wukong wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. It seems we need to think of another way. He launched another attack, but Vegito was pushed back time and again despite his best efforts. Just as Vegito was about to collapse, a mysterious light descended from the sky, enveloping Doma. Doma's movements instantly froze and he roared in anger, trying to break free from the grip of the light. What else can we do? This guy is too strong. Tianjin Fan gasped for breath. Just when everyone felt despair, Sun Wukong suddenly sensed a familiar aura. It's Whis. Whis appeared before everyone, reigniting hope in their hearts. Lord Whis, you must help us, Gohan said urgently. Whis looked serious. This is a demon from the depths of darkness, extremely powerful. But it is not without weaknesses. The monster, seeing Whis, showed a hint of caution in its eyes. Angel Whis, you wish to interfere too? Whis smiled slightly. It is my duty to maintain the peace of the universe. With that he waved his hands and a sacred power emanated from him. The monster felt this power and began to attack Whis frantically. Sun Wukong and the others seized the opportunity to join Whis in their assault on the monster. The battle intensified, the entire laboratory shaking violently as if it were about to collapse at any moment. The sounds of twisting metal and the rumble of energy collisions intertwined, causing a buzzing in everyone's ears. Now's the time. Whis shouted. Sun Wukong and Vegeta understood, and together they poured all their strength into a powerful energy blast aimed at the monster's weak point. Ah! The monster let out a wail as the dark aura surrounding it began to dissipate. Everyone finally breathed a sigh of relief, collapsing to the ground. Thank you, Lord Whis, Sun Wukong said gratefully. Whis smiled and nodded. Remember, the path to guard peace is still long. With that, Whis vanished from sight. Everyone helped each other up and left the ruins. The sunlight outside bathed them warmly and gently as if welcoming their victorious return. After a grueling battle, the group returned to the city utterly exhausted. Colorful flags fluttered in the streets as people cheered to welcome the hero's return. The clamor filled every corner with children's excited screams and adults' enthusiastic shouts. However, Sun Wukong and his companions had no time to relish this glory. Though they had defeated the demon this time, Sun Wukong furrowed his brows, gazing at the sky as if deep in thought. I can't shake the feeling that this isn't over. A hint of worry glimmered in his eyes as a gentle breeze tousled his hair. Vegeta scoffed him. No matter what awaits us, as long as we grow stronger, there's nothing to fear. He crossed his arms, exuding pride and determination. Bulma, while checking the instruments, remarked, according to the data I've gathered, this enemy seems merely a prelude and a far greater conspiracy may lie behind it. The lights on the instruments flickered incessantly, emitting beeping sounds, her expression serious and focused. Shishi looked at Sun Wukong with concern. Wukong, you must be careful. Her voice trembled slightly as she clutched the hem of her clothes tightly. Sun Wukong smiled reassuringly. Don't worry, Chi-Chi, I won't let anyone get hurt. He gently patted Shishi's shoulder, his gaze filled with tenderness. Just then, strange phenomena began to emerge from various corners of Earth. In some places, powerful energy fluctuations suddenly appeared, spreading like ripples and making the surrounding air hot and distorted. In other areas, mysterious runic marks emerged, glowing faintly as if whispering ancient secrets. Gohan asked, Dad, could this be related to the previous enemies? His eyes were filled with confusion and worry. Sun Wukong nodded. It's very likely, we need to investigate. His gaze was resolute, as if he was prepared to face the challenge. The group split into several teams to begin their investigation across Earth. Sun Wukong and Vegeta arrived at a valley where strong energy fluctuations were detected. The valley was shrouded in thick mist, making visibility extremely poor as the white fog enveloped the entire area like a heavy veil. The air was thick with the scent of damp earth and unknown herbs, the aroma mingling into an indescribable strangeness. Be careful, Vegeta, Sun Wukong said, cautiously stepping forward with each footfall on the wet grass which creaked underfoot. Vegeta expressed his annoyance. Got it, stop nagging. His steps were heavy and hurried, splashing mud around. Suddenly a fierce wind howled past, seemingly carrying eerie whispers. The sound was sorrowful and pleading, echoing from a distant past, sending chills down their spines. What was that sound? Sun Wukong asked warily, his ears twitching as he tried to catch the source of the faint sound. Vegeta also halted, straining to listen. It seems to be coming from deeper within the valley. They pressed on and a massive cave appeared before them. The cave flickered with eerie light, its brightness fluctuating like the eyes of a ghost. A powerful force seemed to pull them inside, as if it intended to swallow them whole. This is bad, it's a trap. Sun Wukong shouted loudly, his voice echoing in the cave with a hint of panic. But it was too late, they were drawn into the cave. Inside the cave it was dark and damp, with strange vines crawling up the walls, slick and cold to the touch. Drops of water fell intermittently, creating a distinct sound in the stillness of the cave. Damn it, we need to find a way out. Vegeta cursed, his voice laced with anger. Sun Wukong closed his eyes, feeling the energy waves around him. Don't rush, let's see where we are. His breathing was steady and deep as he attempted to find clues amidst the chaotic energy. At that moment a mysterious voice echoed in the cave, Sun Wukong, Vegeta, you cannot escape. The voice seemed to come from all directions, reverberating in the cave and making it hard to discern the source. Meanwhile, Gohan and Krillin discovered an ancient book at a location marked by runes. The pages of the book were yellowed, exuding an air of antiquity as if it had endured the test of time. The text was obscure and difficult to comprehend, resembling ancient and mysterious symbols. What is this? Krillin asked, scratching his head, his eyes wide with curiosity. Gohan studied it carefully. It looks like some sort of ancient book recording mysterious powers. His fingers gently grazed the text, feeling the hidden power within. Just as they were about to delve deeper into their research, a group of mysterious figures appeared and surrounded them. The figures flickered in the shadows, radiating a dangerous aura. Hand over the book. One of the shadows demanded coldly, his voice like ice sending chills down their spines. Gohan stepped forward, not a chance. Golden light radiated from him, his gaze unwavering. An intense battle erupted in an instant. Gohan and Krillin unleashed their signature moves, engaging in a life-or-death struggle with their enemies. The air was thick with tension, the sounds of metal clashing echoed incessantly. Each attack stirred up gusts of wind, rustling the leaves around them. Meanwhile, Bulma made new discoveries in the laboratory. By analyzing the collected data, she found that these strange phenomena seemed to point towards a distant planet. Could that be the source of it all? Bulma mused, her eyes filled with curiosity and a desire to explore. In the cave, Son Wukong and Vegeta, after some exploration, finally found an exit. However, awaiting them were more enemies. Son Wukong, today is your death day. The enemies shouted as they charged forward, their footsteps echoing ominously in the vast valley. Unfazed, Son Wukong and Vegeta confronted the enemies head-on. Their figures intertwined in the light, each attack radiating immense power, shaking the ground beneath them and sending debris flying. The air was thick with the smell of gunpowder, making it difficult to breathe. The battle grew fiercer, and Son Wukong and Vegeta gradually felt their strength waning. Sweat soaked their clothes and their breathing quickened. At that moment, Son Wukong suddenly recalled insights from his previous training. Vegeta, let's use that move together. Vegeta understood immediately, and the two erupted with powerful energy, a dazzling light instantly illuminating the entire valley. The brilliance was blinding, rendering the enemies unable to open their eyes. In that light, the enemies were reduced to ashes, while Son Wukong and Vegeta collapsed to the ground in exhaustion. They gasped for breath, looking at each other with joy in their eyes. Finally, it's over. Vegeta panted, his voice tinged with fatigue. Son Wukong struggled to stand. Not yet, we need to hurry and regroup with everyone to uncover the truth behind all this. When they reunited with Gohan, Krillin, and the others, Bulma shared her findings. We must head to that planet to find the key to solving this problem, Bulma said, her gaze resolute and filled with determination. Everyone exchanged glances, their eyes brimming with resolve. A new adventure was about to unfold. The group decided to venture to that mysterious planet in search of truth and to resolve the crisis. Bulma, utilizing her genius intellect, swiftly crafted an advanced starship. The ship's exterior gleamed with a silver light, its lines smooth and elegant. As they boarded the ship and activated the engines, a loud roar and vibration accompanied them as the vessel shot towards the vast universe like an arrow released from a bow. Inside the ship, the lights were soft and warm, and the dials on the dashboard flickered rapidly with various data. Son Wukong stood by the window, gazing at the brilliant starry sky, his heart filled with anticipation and unease. Starlight filtered through the window onto his face, and he could feel its faint warmth. I wonder what awaits us on that planet. He murmured, his eyes reflecting a blend of confusion and determination. Vegeta crossed his arms, his expression serious as he stated, whatever it is, as long as we are strong enough, there's nothing to fear. His voice echoed in the cabin, carrying his usual pride and confidence. A tense atmosphere enveloped the ship as everyone prepared for the impending unknown challenges. Gohan sat quietly in a corner, eyes closed as he adjusted his breathing, attempting to calm his inner self. Krillin continuously wiped his weapon, the sound of metal rubbing against metal resonating clearly in the quiet environment. After a long interstellar journey, the mysterious planet finally appeared before them. It looked desolate and lifeless, its surface riddled with massive craters and rugged mountains. The planet's atmosphere displayed an eerie dark red hue as if soaked in blood. This place doesn't seem friendly. Krillin swallowed hard, his voice trembling and his eyes filled with fear. The ship slowly descended onto the planet's surface, and as the hatch opened, a pungent smell of sulfur hit them. The smell was strong and searing, causing a prickling sensation in their nostrils. Be careful, everyone, Gohan reminded them. His voice was steady and strong, providing a sense of security. As they stepped out of the ship, the ground beneath them was hard and dry, kicking up clouds of dust with each step. The dust filled the air, making them cough involuntarily. Suddenly, a group of oddly shaped creatures charged towards them from the distance. These creatures had sharp claws and teeth, their eyes shining with a fierce light. They ran with heavy footsteps, causing the ground to tremble slightly. Prepare for battle. Son Wukong shouted. His voice was filled with fighting spirit, instantly igniting everyone's combat resolve. They immediately entered a battle stance, energy surging around them. Light flickered, illuminating the surrounding darkness. Ha! Vegeta was the first to launch an attack, firing an energy wave at the group of creatures. The energy wave sliced through the air, emitting a sharp whistling sound as it struck several creatures, who fell to the ground screaming. The battle erupted instantly, with the creatures attacking ferociously. Their claws swiped through the air, creating a powerful wind that stung their faces. However, under the combined resistance of the group, they began to be pushed back. What on earth are those things? Tianjin Fan asked, panting. Sweat covered his forehead, dripping down his cheeks and disappearing into the dry ground. At that moment, a mysterious voice echoed in their minds, you should not have come here, this is your burial ground. The voice seemed to come from the abyss, cold and eerie, sending chills down their spines. Who is speaking? Son Wukong cautiously looked around. His eyes darted around quickly trying to find the source of the voice. At that moment the ground began to shake violently and a massive monster emerged from the earth. Its body was as huge as a mountain, exuding a terrifying aura. The scales on its body flickered with a strange light, each scale as hard as a shield. This is too big. Bulma exclaimed, her face pale with fright. Her voice trembled and she instinctively took a step back. The monster opened its massive jaws, unleashing a torrent of scorching flames. The heat of the flames was intense and the surrounding air instantly became unbearably hot, making them feel as if they were in an oven. Quick, get out of the way. Gohan pulled Bulma aside. His movements were swift and agile, showcasing his excellent reflexes. Everyone unleashed their powerful techniques to attack the monster, but its skin was as tough as iron and their attacks seemed to have little effect. The attacks hit the monster, producing a muffled sound like hitting solid rock. This won't work. Vegeta roared, his voice filled with anger and urgency. Sun Wukong closed his eyes, sensing the monster's energy flow. I've found its weakness. His voice carried a hint of excitement and confidence. Under Sun Wukong's guidance, everyone concentrated their strength to attack the monster's weak point. At last the monster roared in pain and fell to the ground. Its roar was deafening, shaking the very ground beneath them. However, before they could catch their breath, more dangers approached. Suddenly countless flying creatures appeared in the sky, flapping their enormous wings and emitting piercing cries. The gusts generated by their wing beats rustled the hair and clothes of the group. Damn it, this is never ending. Tianjin Fan cursed while fending off the attacks. His voice was filled with helplessness and fatigue. In the heat of battle, Sun Wukong discovered a cave hidden in the valley, its entrance shimmering with mysterious light. The light flickered like a call beckoning them. Maybe there are answers we seek inside there, Sun Wukong said. His voice was firm and decisive, bringing a glimmer of hope to the group. The group fought fiercely to carve a path through the bloodshed, rushing towards the cave. Their footsteps echoed in the valley, intertwined with the cries of the flying creatures. Entering the cave, they were enveloped by a mysterious aura. The walls were etched with strange patterns and symbols, as if narrating ancient tales. The patterns were smooth in line and vibrant in color, yet perplexing. What is this? Krillin curiously reached out to touch. Don't touch that. Bulma quickly stopped him, her voice urgent and tense. Just then a deep growl echoed from the depths of the cave. The sound seemed to originate from an ancient beast, sending chills down their spines. It seems there are even more powerful enemies waiting for us, Vegeta said. His voice held no trace of fear, but rather a desire for challenge. They cautiously moved deeper and a massive figure gradually materialized. The figure was tall and imposing, exuding a suffocating aura. It was a mysterious creature of great power, surrounded by dark energy. The energy swirled like smoke, occasionally flashing with eerie light. You have trespassed into a forbidden land, you must pay the price, the mysterious creature declared. Its voice was deep and resonant, seemingly imbued with endless rage. A thrilling battle was about to unfold once more. Everyone faced the mysterious creature, exuding a powerful aura filled with vigilance in their hearts. The creature was towering, casting a shadow over them, bringing a heavy sense of oppression. Sun Wukong clenched his fists tightly, the aura around him burning even fiercer. No matter what you are, we will not retreat. His voice was firm and powerful, echoing in the cave, the golden light surrounding him illuminating the darkness. The mysterious creature let out a cold laugh. You ignorant fools, let me show you my might. As it spoke, its figure flickered and instantly appeared before Sun Wukong, delivering a heavy punch. The fist rushed forward with a howling wind, as if capable of shattering everything. Sun Wukong hastily defended. The powerful impact from their collision shook the entire cave, causing rocks to fall. The stones hit the ground with a muffled sound, raising dust that made people cough uncontrollably. Everyone charged together. Vegeta shouted as he rushed forward. His eyes burned with the desire for battle and purple flames erupted around him. Gohan, Tianjin Fan, Krillin and others unleashed their ultimate techniques, and for a moment various beams of energy crisscrossed within the cave. The deafening roar of energy collisions filled the air, illuminating every corner. Yet the mysterious creature remained unfazed, as a layer of black shield suddenly appeared around its body, easily blocking the attacks. That shield was like an indestructible wall, emanating a strange glow. This shield is too strong. Tianjin Fan gasped. His forehead was drenched in sweat, droplets rolling down his cheeks and evaporating the moment they hit the ground. Bulma anxiously observed from the side. Everyone be careful, its energy is continuously increasing. Her voice trembled slightly as she tightly gripped the device. Taking advantage of the gap during the attack, the mysterious creature launched a counterattack. It waved its hands, sending a wave of dark energy crashing towards everyone. As the wave passed, the air seemed to twist, emitting a sizzling sound. Quick dodge! Sun Wukong shouted urgently. His voice was filled with anxiety, and the sound of his heartbeat grew clearer in the tense atmosphere. Everyone quickly scattered to avoid it, but several were still grazed by the energy wave and were injured. The intense pain from their wounds made them involuntarily gasp. Damn it! Vegeta roared angrily, his eyes filled with resentment. His breathing became hurried, each breath carrying an aura of rage. At this moment the atmosphere in the cave grew increasingly tense, filled with a strong smell of gunpowder. The torches on the walls flickered chaotically under the impact of the battle, casting shadows that blurred their vision. "We must find its weakness," Gohan shouted. His voice carried a hint of anxiety, but more so it was resolute. Sun Wukong calmed himself, carefully sensing the energy fluctuations of the mysterious creature. "I think I've discovered some patterns." His gaze was focused and sharp, as if he could see through everything. At that moment the mysterious creature launched another attack. It opened its mouth wide, spewing forth a torrent of black flames. The flames were incredibly hot, melting the rocks into boiling magma wherever they touched. "Watch this." Krillin threw an energy sphere, colliding with the black flames and creating a massive explosion. The shockwave from the explosion shook the entire cave and debris fell like raindrops. Amidst the swirling smoke, Sun Wukong spotted a weakness in the mysterious creature's shield. "Now's our chance." He charged towards that spot with all his strength. His fist carried an unstoppable momentum, breaking through the haze. The shield of the mysterious creature cracked and it roared in anger. The roar echoed like thunder in the cave, causing people's eardrums to ache. Seeing this, everyone focused their energy to attack that weak point. With a burst of intense light, the mysterious creature's shield finally shattered. The dazzling brilliance forced everyone to shut their eyes. "Now's the time, give it the final blow," Vegeta shouted. His voice was filled with determination as energy surged around him once more. Everyone gathered their energy together, forming a massive torrent of energy charging towards the mysterious creature. That torrent carried their hopes and determination unstoppable. Under the powerful attack, the mysterious creature gradually faltered and ultimately collapsed to the ground. Its body crashed heavily onto the ground, making a dull sound, and the surface caved in. "We finally defeated it." Krillin slumped wearily to the ground. He gasped for breath, every cell in his body screaming fatigue. However, before everyone could catch their breath, a low rumble came from deep within the cave. The sound seemed to come from an ancient beast filled with endless rage and threat. "Could there be an even stronger enemy?" Bulma said worriedly. Her voice was filled with fear and her hands instinctively clenched tight. Everyone exchanged determined glances and continued deeper into the cave. With each step the rumbling grew clearer, as if urging them to quicken their pace. The further they went, the colder it became. A chilling aura rushed towards them. That aura felt like icy blades, making them shiver involuntarily. Ice crystals began to appear on the wall, shimmering with a blue glow. The crystals reflected the figures of everyone, making the cold cave seem even more eerie. "This place feels very strange," Gohan said, unable to suppress a shiver. He hugged his arms tightly, trying to fend off the cold. Suddenly a massive ice sculpture appeared before them. The ice sculpture was crystal clear, emanating a cold aura, seemingly sealing a figure within. Just as everyone was puzzled, the ice sculpture began to crack and a figure radiating coldness emerged. Its appearance instantly plunged the surrounding temperature to the extreme, and the breath it exhaled turned into a white mist. "You have awakened me, and now you must pay the price." The cold voice echoed in the cave as if it could freeze a person's soul. The air around this figure seemed to be frozen, and the breath it exhaled instantly turned into white mist. Sun Wukong frowned. "It seems we are in for another fierce battle." His voice trembled slightly in the cold, yet his gaze remained resolute. Vegeta gritted his teeth. "What are we afraid of? Let's fight." He endured the cold, and the energy around him tried to resist the biting chill. The two sides instantly engaged in a fierce clash. Every attack from the figure carried a biting cold, slowing their movements. With every contact it felt as if they were struck by ice blocks, pain instantly coursing through their bodies. "This won't do well, be frozen stiff," Tianjin Fan said. His voice trembled from the cold, his teeth chattering. Sun Wukong focused his spirit, trying to break through the cold's restraint. "Everyone, unleash your energy together and disperse this chill." His voice rang out especially loudly in the cold. Everyone obeyed, simultaneously unleashing powerful energy, and the cave instantly lit up, pushing back the chill slightly. Light and cold intertwined, creating a strange spectacle. In that brief moment, Gohan noticed the figure's weakness was on its back. "It'll attack its weak point," Gohan said, his figure flickering as he charged forward. His movements grew somewhat stiff from the cold, yet his speed remained unyielding. However, the figure sensed Gohan's intent and turned to counterattack. At the crucial moment, Sun Wukong stood in front of Gohan, taking the hit. The powerful impact sent Sun Wukong flying backward, crashing heavily into the wall. "Dad!" Gohan exclaimed, his voice filled with worry and anger. "Don't worry about me, go!" Sun Wukong shouted. His voice, though weak, remained full of encouragement. Seizing the opportunity, Gohan successfully struck the figure's weak point. With a scream, the figure shattered into a pile of ice blocks. The blocks scattered across the ground, producing crisp sounds. Everyone continued forward as strange runes and patterns began to appear in the cave, glowing with mysterious light. Those runes seemed to have life, pulsating and dazzling. These runes seemed to hold some information. Bulma stepped forward to observe closely. Her fingers gently touched the runes, and a cold sensation instantly spread throughout her body. At that moment the runes suddenly flew up, swirling around everyone. The speed of the rotation increased, forming a giant energy vortex. Be careful. Vegeta warned, watchfully scanning the surroundings. His eyes were filled with vigilance, body tense, ready to respond to any sudden situation. The runes spun faster and faster, forming a gigantic energy vortex. Everyone was pulled into it, feeling as if the world was spinning. The intense dizziness nearly made them lose consciousness. After an unknown amount of time, when they opened their eyes again, they found themselves in a strange place. As the crowd opened their eyes from the energy vortex, they found themselves in a strange and mysterious place. The sky here exhibited an unusual purple hue, resembling a vast piece of silk radiating an enigmatic atmosphere. A faint mist enveloped the surroundings, as soft as gauze, carrying a hint of coolness, obscuring distant sights as if the entire world was veiled by this thin layer. Sun Wukong cautiously observed his surroundings, his nose twitching slightly as he attempted to capture the unusual scent in the air. Everyone be careful, something feels off here. His voice was low and serious, with a glint of vigilance in his eyes. Vegeta snorted dismissively, crossing his arms with an expression of disdain. Who cares? If there's any danger, well, just fight it, Hedon. His words were filled with confidence and arrogance. The group began to cautiously explore ahead, the ground beneath their feet soft and damp, each step causing them to sink slightly, releasing a decaying odor reminiscent of rotting leaves and soil, making them frown. As they walked, they arrived at an ancient forest. The trees were tall and twisted, their branches interweaving to form a sinister sight. The branches swayed like black pythons in the wind, creaking ominously. This forest exudes an aura of malevolence. Gohan frowned as he said this, his voice trembling slightly, his eyes anxiously scanning the area. Suddenly a deep growl echoed from the woods, a sound as if it came from the depths of hell, causing leaves to fall. A massive beast burst forth from the shadows. It resembled a lion but was covered in sharp spines that glinted coldly, its eyes shining with a blood-red light like flames burning. Looks like we have another fierce battle ahead. Tianjin Han took a fighting stance, his aura instantly surging as he fixed his determined gaze on the beast. The beast opened its gaping maw, a foul wind rushing towards them. Sun Wukong teleported in front of the beast, his fist clenched, golden energy flames igniting as he struck it on the head. With a loud bang, the beast was knocked back a few steps, but it quickly lunged forward again. The group unleashed their ultimate techniques, engaging in a fierce battle with the beast. The beast's attacks were ferocious and sharp, its claws slicing through the air, creating a gust of wind that felt like a knife against their skin. This guy is tough to deal with. Krillin shouted, his forehead slick with sweat as he continuously hurled energy balls. Under the combined assault, the beast began to tire, its movements becoming sluggish. Vegeta seized the moment and unleashed a powerful energy wave that struck the beast like a purple lightning bolt. With a resounding boom, the beast was thoroughly defeated, collapsing to the ground and kicking up a cloud of dust. Finally dealt with it. Vegeta wiped the sweat from his forehead, breathing heavily. However, before they could catch their breath, the surrounding trees suddenly began to move, encircling them. The sound of twisting branches sent chills down their spines. What's happening? Bulma exclaimed in terror, her voice filled with fear as she clutched Gohan tightly. The branches reached out like tentacles, attempting to grasp them. The surface of the branches was rough, exuding a damp atmosphere. Sun Wukong shouted, "Don't be afraid, everyone, let's break through together." His voice boomed like a bell, instilling courage in the group. The group fought against the branches' attacks while desperately pushing forward. The air was filled with the sounds of snapping branches and the shouts of the crowd. With each lash of the branches, a gust of wind followed, and the sound of their footsteps echoed on the damp ground. After a strenuous effort, they finally burst out of the forest. "This place is too bizarre," Gohan said, still shaken. His heart raced and his breathing quickened. At that moment, an ancient castle appeared before them. The castle's main door was tightly shut, engraved with strange runes, surrounded by a mysterious force. That force felt like an invisible pressure weighing heavily upon them. "There might be answers we seek inside," Sun Wukong said. He gazed intently at the castle as if able to see through its secrets. Vegeta kicked open the castle's heavy door, which creaked ominously. A chilling laughter emanated from within, echoing in the empty castle, sending shivers down their spines. "Welcome to this place, brave warriors," a mysterious voice said, coming from all directions, making it impossible to discern its source. As they entered the castle, they saw a figure standing in the center of the hall. This figure was shrouded in darkness, obscuring its features except for a pair of glowing eyes. "Who are you?" Sun Wukong asked. His voice echoed in the hall, carrying a hint of authority. "I am the guardian of this place. To pass through here, you must accept my trial." The mysterious figure said, its voice deep and hoarse, filled with an aura of mystery. "What trial?" Vegeta asked impatiently. He stepped forward, his aura becoming even more imposing. The mysterious figure waved a hand and 3 enormous magic circles appeared in the hall. These 3 magic circles represent strength, wisdom, and courage. You must enter each one and pass its trial to proceed. Sun Wukong was the first to step into the circle representing strength. Within the circle, a phantom of equal strength materialized, and the two engaged in a fierce battle. Each collision produced a deafening sound, the energy fluctuations making the surrounding air unbearably hot. Vegeta entered the circle of wisdom filled with various puzzles and traps. The wall shimmered with strange lights and the runes on the ground constantly changed shape, requiring him to use his intellect to decipher. Gohan stepped into the circle of courage, facing terrifying sights of enormous beasts and eerie ghosts, needing to overcome his inner fears. Those terrifying images emitted piercing cries, sending chills down their spines. Within the magic circles they all faced arduous trials. Sun Wukong fought fiercely against the phantom, giving his all with each punch, sweat pouring down like rain, yet his aura grew ever stronger. Vegeta racked his brain during the trial of wisdom, concentrating intently on solving the puzzles. Gohan in the trial of courage encouraged himself to bravely face his fears, his voice trembling yet resolute. Finally they all successfully passed their trials. The mysterious figure appeared before them. Congratulations, you have passed the trials. But next even greater challenges await you. The group exchanged determined glances filled with resolve as they continued deeper into the castle. Everyone continued deeper into the castle, the atmosphere growing increasingly eerie and sinister. The torches on the walls flickered with a faint glow, their light dim and wavering as if they could extinguish at any moment. A musty, decayed smell hung in the air, irritating everyone's nostrils. This place really gives me the creeps. Keep it down and be careful, Klin said tightly behind the others, his voice trembling. His footsteps sounded particularly clear in the silent corridor, each step taken with utmost caution. Stop chatting and focus, Vegeta said impatiently, his brow furrowed, his gaze filled with vigilance. They entered a narrow passage lined with strange statues, their faces twisted as if enduring immense pain. The textures of the statues' skin were clearly visible, exuding a chilling quality. Sun Wukong halted, studying the statues intently. These statues seem to hide some secrets, he said, his gaze focused, trying to find clues in the subtle details of the statues. Just then the statues suddenly sprang to life, wielding weapons to attack them. The weapons sliced through the air with a sharp whistle. Watch out! Gohan shouted loudly, his voice echoing in the narrow corridor filled with tension and urgency. Everyone rushed to defend themselves, and for a moment the corridor was filled with sounds of fierce combat. The statues moved stiffly but with great force, each attack accompanied by a whistling wind that stung their faces. What on earth are these things? Tianjin Fan asked while fending off an attack. Sweat covered his forehead, dripping down his cheeks. Sun Wukong concentrated his strength and smashed one statue with a punch. Whatever they are, let's deal with them first. As his fist swung out, a surge of powerful energy erupted, shattering the statue into countless fragments that scattered around. After a fierce struggle they finally defeated all the statues. The broken pieces lay scattered on the ground, producing a crisp sound. This is such a hassle, Vegeta panted. His breath was rapid, his clothes soaked in sweat. At the end of the corridor stood a tightly closed large door, intricately carved with complex patterns. The lines of those patterns flowed smoothly, vibrant in color yet exuding an air of mystery. Bulma stepped forward, examining the designs on the door. This appears to be some sort of password lock, she said, her fingers lightly tracing the patterns, feeling the textures within. The group began to think about how to unlock this password. Could it be related to our previous experiences? Gohan pondered, his eyes focused as he tried to recall various details from before. After several attempts they finally managed to open the door. Inside was a massive room with a gigantic crystal ball at its center, emanating a mysterious glow. The light fluctuated between gentle and intense, dazzling to the eyes. Is this what we've been looking for? Sun Wukong approached the crystal ball. The moment his hand touched the crystal ball, images began to emerge within. They depicted Earth facing immense catastrophe with countless monsters rampaging. Cities turned to ruins, people fleeing in all directions, their cries and shouts intermingling. Flames ravaged buildings, thick smoke billowing, obscuring the sky. What is going on? Vegeta exclaimed in shock, his eyes wide in disbelief at the scene before him. Suddenly a voice echoed in the room. This is the future of Earth. If you cannot stop what is about to happen, Earth will descend into destruction. The voice seemed to come from all directions, ethereal and distant. Who is speaking? Sun Wukong shouted, his voice resonating in the room. I am the master of this castle as well as the prophet. Everything you have experienced is a test to see if you have the ability to save Earth, the voice replied. So what should we do? Gohan asked urgently, his voice filled with anxiety. At the lowest level of the castle there is an artifact sealing dark powers. Only by destroying it can you prevent the disaster from occurring. The voice instructed. Without hesitation everyone immediately set off towards the castle's lowest level. The path ahead was filled with various traps and mechanisms, spikes suddenly jutting from the ground, glinting coldly, slicing through the air with a whistling sound. Flames erupted from the walls, waves of heat engulfing them as if they were in a furnace. Everyone be careful. Sun Wukong blazed ahead, warning the others. His figure nimbly dodged various traps, yet his aura remained undiminished. Vegeta scoffed, saying, these little tricks won't faze me. He flashed through a dangerous area swiftly. Finally they reached the lowest level of the castle. A thick air of darkness enveloped the space, making it hard to breathe. The air felt almost tangible, pressing down heavily. In the center of the darkness sat an artifact glowing with black light. The flickering light on the artifact resembled the eyes of a demon. This is it. Tianjin Fan said, his voice laced with tension. Just as they prepared to approach the artifact, a horde of dark creatures surged forth, blocking their path. These creatures varied in form, some with sharp claws that hissed through the air. Others had massive wings, stirring up a fierce wind with each flap. Come on, let's make this quick. Sun Wukong shouted, charging ahead. A powerful aura erupted from him, golden flames igniting. The others followed suit, engaging in a fierce battle with the dark creatures. The dark creatures attacked ferociously, their roars echoing throughout the lower level, causing painful ringing in their ears. A foul stench emanated from them, making one nauseous. Sun Wukong unleashed all his strength, each punch carrying tremendous force, pushing back the dark creatures before him. The sound of his fists colliding with the creatures was a dull thud. Vegeta was equally relentless, his energy waves shining in the darkness, eliminating one enemy after another. The paths of his energy waves left trails of light. Gohan, Tianjin Fan and Klin also displayed their utmost strength, fighting desperately against the dark creatures. Sweat soaked their clothes, their breaths becoming rapid, yet their gazes remained resolute. Bulma nervously observed the situation from the side, cheering for everyone. Go everyone, her voice seemed a bit weak amidst the chaos of battle. After an intense battle, they finally eradicated all the dark creatures and stood before the artifact. Sun Wukong took a deep breath, gathering all his strength, preparing to destroy the artifact. His muscles tensed and his aura soared. Just as he was about to strike, the artifact suddenly unleashed a powerful force, knocking Sun Wukong aside. Sun Wukong crashed heavily against the wall with a loud bang. How could this happen? He exclaimed in surprise as he got back up. Confusion and reluctance filled his eyes. Looks like it's not that easy. Vegeta frowned, his gaze fixated on the artifact, contemplating strategies. At that moment, Gohan spotted a weakness on the artifact. Dat attack there, he pointed excitedly at a glimmering spot on the artifact. Sun Wukong charged again, focusing his strength to strike at the weakness. His fist surged forward with unstoppable momentum, breaking through the barriers of dark energy. With a resounding bang, the artifact shattered and the dark aura dissipated in an instant. The dark energy dissipated like smoke, bringing a sense of relief. We did it! Everyone cheered, their voices filled with joy and exhaustion. The castle began to tremble, emitting a rumbling sound. Stones fell from the ceiling and cracks appeared on the ground. This is bad, the castle is going to collapse, run! Tianjin Fan shouted urgently. Everyone swiftly ran towards the exit. Their footsteps sounded chaotic and hurried in the shaking castle. At the moment they burst out of the castle, it came crashing down, raising a cloud of dust. The dust engulfed them, forcing them to shut their eyes. It's finally over, Sun Wukong sighed in relief, looking at the collapsed castle. His body relaxed, feeling the gentle breeze. But the crisis for Earth has not yet been completely resolved. We cannot let our guard down. Vegeta said, his gaze still resolute, looking into the distance. Everyone nodded, embarking on their journey back to Earth. After successfully destroying the artifact, everyone embarked on their journey back to Earth, filled with exhaustion. On the spaceship, everyone appeared to be mentally and physically drained. Klin slumped in his seat, gasping for breath. That was truly thrilling, he said, his voice thick with fatigue, sweat soaking his clothes and emitting a salty scent. Bulma was engrossed in checking the spaceship's various data, her fingers rapidly dancing across the control panel. Fortunately, we all made it back safely and we've accomplished a daunting task. Her gaze was focused, and serious beads of sweat rolling down her cheeks and dripping onto the console. Sun Wukong looked out at the starry sky, lost in thought, the brilliant stars twinkling in his eyes, while his mind had already flown back to Earth. I wonder how Earth is doing now, he murmured, filled with anticipation and concern. Gohan smiled and said, Dad, we successfully prevented the disaster. Earth must be fine. His voice was clear and full of hope, his eyes radiating determination. After a long flight, the spaceship finally arrived at Earth. As they stepped out of the spaceship, the warm sunlight bathed them and a gentle breeze brought the fragrance of flowers and grass. What they saw was a scene of peace, with the laughter of children and the chirping of birds intertwining. Great! Earth is just as it was before, Tianjin Fan said, happily spreading his arms wide and taking a deep breath of the fresh air, savoring the essence of the land. People rushed over, cheering for the hero's return. The fragrance of flowers filled the air and the smiles of the people shone like the sun. However, this tranquility did not last long. One day, an unusually powerful energy fluctuation suddenly appeared on Earth. This energy surged like a raging tide, impacting everyone's spirit. This energy is unusual. Vegeta frowned, his expression serious. His gaze sharpened as he stared intently at the direction of the energy fluctuation, his muscles tensing involuntarily. Sun Wukong also sensed this energy. It seems there's trouble brewing again. His expression grew grave, the tension within him tightening once more. The group immediately began an investigation, discovering that the energy originated from a mysterious stranger. This stranger emanated a powerful aura that sent shivers down one's spine. His figure was tall and imposing, making the surrounding air feel heavy due to his presence. Who are you? Why have you come to Earth? Sun Wukong shouted, his voice firm and powerful, echoing in the air. The stranger let out a cold laugh, a sound as sharp as ice, piercing everyone's eardrums. I have come to destroy Earth. You insignificant ants cannot stop me. His voice was deep and hoarse, filled with menace. As he spoke, the stranger launched an attack, a powerful wave of energy rushing towards them. The energy wave carried a searing heat, distorting the air in its wake. Sun Wukong and Vegeta quickly confronted the threat, unleashing their full power to fend off the attack. With a loud bang, the collision of energies created a massive shockwave, causing everyone to stagger. Everyone attacked together. Gohan shouted, his voice filled with courage and determination. The group joined the battle, engaging in a fierce confrontation with the stranger. During the fight, the stranger showcased astonishing strength, each of his attacks wielding immense power, accompanied by a fierce wind sound, placing everyone in a predicament. This guy is too strong. Klin panted, his breath quickening, each dodge becoming increasingly strenuous. Sun Wukong gritted his teeth. We can't give up, we must protect Earth. Flames of determination burned in his eyes as his aura surged once more. Seizing the moment while everyone was fatigued, the stranger suddenly unleashed a powerful move, sending everyone flying with overwhelming energy. Their bodies fell like kites, with cut strings crashing to the ground and kicking up a cloud of dust. Damn it! Vegeta rose from the ground, a trickle of blood escaping from his mouth. He wiped the blood from his lips, his eyes filled with anger and resentment. Just as everyone felt despair, Sun Wukong suddenly sensed a familiar aura. It's Whis. Whis instantly appeared on the battlefield, his presence giving everyone hope. His figure shone like dawn, illuminating the dark battlefield. Lord Whis, please help us. Gohan urged, his voice filled with anticipation. Whis smiled slightly. Don't worry, children. His voice was gentle yet powerful, instantly bringing a sense of reassurance. Whis engaged the stranger in battle, their clash causing the surrounding space to destabilize. The collision of energies produced dazzling light, making it difficult for anyone to keep their eyes open. Is this the true strength of a warrior? Tianjin Fan exclaimed, his eyes fixed on the battlefield, awestruck by the fight before him. In the end, Whis successfully defeated the stranger. Thank you, Lord Whis, everyone said gratefully, their voices filled with admiration and appreciation. Whis shook his head. This is only a temporary calm. Stronger enemies may come in the future, and you must continuously enhance your strength. His words echoed in their ears, motivating them to press on. Everyone nodded, filled with determination. After this incident, they trained even harder. Sun Wukong and Vegeta consistently challenged their limits in the gravity chamber, sweat soaking their clothes with each breath, heavy with exhaustion. Gohan honed his skills in the room of spirit, in time each attack becoming more precise and powerful, sweat dripping onto the ground and making a rhythmic drip-drop sound. Klin and Tianjin Fan did not slack off either, they sparred with each other, improving together. The sounds of their fists colliding echoed throughout the training grounds. Bulma worked in the laboratory, developing new equipment and weapons, the sounds of machinery and her focused thoughts intertwining to provide better support for everyone. Just as they were diligently training, Earth faced a new crisis. A group of evil aliens invaded, burning, killing and plundering without mercy. The air was thick with the stench of gunpowder and blood, making one nauseous. These guys are despicable. Sun Wukong exclaimed angrily, his eyes burning with fury, fists clenched tightly. Everyone immediately jumped into battle, engaging in fierce combat with the aliens. The battlefield was filled with smoke and the thunderous sounds of battle. Sun Wukong's fists fell upon the enemies like a torrential storm, each strike containing tremendous power accompanied by loud thuds. Vegeta's energy wave swept across, instilling fear in the enemies as the waves sliced through the air with a sizzling sound. Gohan's Kamehameha precisely hit its target, causing a massive explosion. The deafening boom left everyone's ears ringing. Klin and Tianjin Fan also utilized their strengths, coordinating their attacks. With everyone's collective effort, the alien army gradually started to crumble. Victory, they cheered, their voices filled with joy and pride. But they knew the road ahead was still long and the mission to protect Earth would never end. After successfully repelling the invasion of extraterrestrial beings, Earth welcomed a brief period of tranquility. However, beneath the seemingly calm surface lay turbulent undercurrents. Sun Wukong and his companions did not let their guard down. Due to their victory, they continued to diligently cultivate, constantly enhancing their strength. Bulma worked day and night in the laboratory, the roar of machines intertwining with the clatter of parts. Beads of sweat dotted her forehead, cascading down her cheeks and dripping onto the cold metal table. She attempted to develop more advanced equipment and weapons to prepare for potentially more formidable foes. One day, Gohan suddenly sensed an extremely malevolent force approaching Earth during his training. That force surged like a roaring tsunami, carrying an overwhelming sense of oppression. He immediately informed everyone, this power is unprecedentedly strong, we must be adequately prepared. Gohan said with a serious expression. His voice trembled slightly, veins bulging on his forehead and sweat soaked his training suit. Everyone gathered together to discuss countermeasures. A tense atmosphere enveloped the air, making it hard to breathe. No matter who comes, we will not back down. Vegeta's eyes were resolute, radiating intense fighting spirit. He clenched his fists tightly, the joints cracking audibly. At that moment a massive black vortex appeared in the sky above Earth resembling a gigantic black mouth poised to swallow the entire. A mysterious figure slowly emerged from the vortex. The figure was shrouded in darkness, its features obscured, yet the malevolent aura it emanated plunged the entire Earth into fear. The aura was as cold as ice, seemingly capable of freezing one's very soul. Ha ha ha, insignificant earthlings, prepare to welcome your doom. The mysterious figure's voice thundered, shaking the souls of everyone present. The sound echoed in their ears, causing splitting headaches. Sun Wukong stepped forward. You shall not destroy Earth. His voice was firm and powerful, with golden flames blazing around him. The mysterious figure sneered and casually waved, sending a powerful energy wave toward Sun Wukong. That energy wave bore the power to annihilate everything, sizzling the air as it passed. Sun Wukong instantly entered Super Saiyan mode, fully resisting this energy wave. But the force was too overwhelming and Sun Wukong was knocked back several dozen meters. His feet carved deep grooves into the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. Wukong! Shishi called out anxiously from a distance. Her voice was tinged with tears, her hands tightly covering her mouth. Seeing this, Vegeta charged angrily at the mysterious figure. Damn it, take this. Energy surged from him, his eyes ablaze with fury. The mysterious figure effortlessly dodged Vegeta's attack and countered with a strike that sent him crashing to the ground. Vegeta hit the ground hard, producing a resounding thud that shook the earth. You think you can stop me with just you? The mysterious figure mocked. His laughter echoed in the air, sending chills down everyone's spine. They unleashed their strongest techniques, yet none could inflict substantial harm on the mysterious figure. The collisions of energy produced dazzling lights and deafening explosions. The mysterious figure seemed to grow bored. He pressed his hands together, preparing to unleash a powerful energy ball capable of destroying Earth. The energy ball flickered with eerie light, warping the surrounding space. Not good, he's going to destroy Earth. Tianjin Han exclaimed. His voice turned sharp with fear. Just at that critical moment, Whis appeared. His figure radiated a holy light resembling a savior. Stop! Whis commanded loudly. His voice boomed, instantly suppressing the mysterious figure's aura. The mysterious figure was momentarily taken aback upon seeing Whis, an angel. Even if you're an angel, you won't stop me. Whis instantly moved in front of the mysterious figure, engaging him in a fierce battle. The shockwaves from their battle caused fissures to appear in the surrounding space, revealing a dark void that seemed ready to swallow everything. Sun Wukong and the others anxiously watched from the side, feeling that the battle between Whis and the mysterious figure had surpassed their comprehension. Each clash of energy made their skin tingle and they struggled to keep their eyes open. Is this the true battle of the strong? Krillin exclaimed in astonishment. His eyes widened, filled with shock and awe. Bulma nervously operated the instruments, trying to analyze the mysterious figure's weaknesses. The instrument's indicator lights flashed incessantly, emitting beeping sounds. After a fierce exchange, Whis gradually gained the upper hand. Seeing the situation turning against him, the mysterious figure attempted to flee. Want to run? Not so easy. Sun Wukong and Vegeta simultaneously chased after him. Their figures moved like lightning, stirring up a fierce wind. Under the combined assault of the group, the mysterious figure was finally subdued. His body slumped to the ground with a heavy thud. Do you think this is the end? My master will not let you go. The mysterious figure said fiercely before being subdued. His voice brimmed with resentment and unwillingness. Everyone's hearts sank. They knew an even greater crisis lay ahead. Whis looked at the group. You must improve your strength quickly, otherwise Earth will face catastrophic disaster. His tone was serious and heavy, making everyone feel the weight of responsibility. Sun Wukong nodded. We understand, Lord Whis. His gaze was resolute, filled with determination. Back on Earth, everyone trained even harder. Sun Wukong and Vegeta continuously pushed their limits in the hyperbolic time chamber, sweat pouring down like rain and each breath was heavy with exhaustion. Gohan sought Whis for combat techniques. Every piece of guidance from Whis was like a guiding light, illuminating his path forward. Krillin and Tianjin Han were also diligently honing their fundamentals, their bodies enduring great pressure, yet their eyes remained filled with determination. Bulma intensified her efforts in developing new weapons and equipment. She vowed to provide the strongest support for everyone. The laboratory was filled with the acrid smell of chemicals, sparks flying and parts scattered everywhere. During the training, Sun Wukong suddenly had a new realization. I seem to have touched a completely new power, Sun Wukong said excitedly, his voice brimming with anticipation and curiosity. Vegeta snorted dismissively. Don't celebrate too early, wait until you truly master it before you speak. A hint of jealousy and competitiveness flickered in his eyes. However, before Sun Wukong could fully grasp this power, Earth once again faced enemies. This time a group of powerful robots arrived, their bodies made of hard metal reflecting a cold, harsh light. Their weapons were advanced with diverse means of attack. These robots are tough to deal with. Gohan frowned, his gaze fixed on the robots as he contemplated countermeasures. Sun Wukong shouted, who cares, let's just fight. His figure shot out like a bolt of lightning, stirring up a strong wind. Everyone engaged in fierce combat with the robots. The robot's laser cannons fired continuously, the beams like lightning, leaving massive craters on the ground with dirt and debris flying everywhere. Sun Wukong, using his agile movements, dodged attacks time and again, delivering powerful counterattacks to the robots. Each punch he landed on the robots sounded like thunder. Vegeta unleashed a powerful energy wave, instantly destroying several robots. The energy wave sliced through the air, generating a heat wave that felt searing. Krillin and Tianjin Han were also unwilling to fall behind. They coordinated with each other, defeating the robots one by one. Their shouts blended with the explosions of the robots, creating a chaotic battlefield. Gohan utilized the combat techniques he had recently learned, playing a vital role on the battlefield. His movements were fluid and precise, and each attack landed perfectly. Bulma nervously commanded from the rear, providing tactical support. Her voice came through the communicator clear and resolute. After a fierce battle, everyone finally eliminated all the robots. The battlefield was filled with the smell of smoke and burnt metal, a scene of devastation. But they knew this was just the beginning. Future battles would be even tougher, and they had to be fully prepared. After the battle, Sun Wukong continued to delve into that new power. He immersed himself in training, losing track of the passage of time. Everything around him grew quiet, with only his breathing and heartbeat echoing. Vegeta watched Sun Wukong's efforts, igniting a stronger fighting spirit within himself. He silently resolved to surpass Sun Wukong. Just then a mysterious voice echoed in Sun Wukong's mind. "Do you wish to gain true power? Come seek me." The voice seemed to come from a distant horizon, ethereal and elusive. Sun Wukong was startled. Where did this voice come from? He decided to follow this clue to seek answers. During his search, Sun Wukong encountered numerous obstacles. He traversed through dense forests where damp mist hung in the air and water droplets from the leaves fell on him, sending a chill down his spine. The soil beneath his feet was soft and slippery, making each step a tremendous effort. Branches and thorns occasionally scratched his skin, bringing sharp pains. He crossed a rushing river, the icy water biting through him, the force of the current nearly toppling him. Fish occasionally leapt from the water, splashing droplets everywhere. But Sun Wukong did not give up. Fueled by his unwavering belief, he pressed on. Finally, he arrived at an ancient temple. The temple radiated a mysterious light, seemingly hiding great secrets. The walls of the temple were engraved with ancient runes, exuding a mystical aura. Sun Wukong cautiously entered the temple, and deep within he saw a massive crystal ball. The crystal ball shimmered with strange light, as if beckoning him closer. Just as Sun Wukong was about to approach the crystal ball, a figure appeared before him. "You have finally arrived," the figure said. The voice seemed to transcend thousands of years. Sun Wukong watched the figure warily. "Who are you?" The figure replied, "I am the guardian of power. Only by passing my test can you obtain true strength." Sun Wukong did not hesitate. "Bring it on, I fear no test." A new challenge was about to unfold. Sun Wukong faced the mysterious figure, claiming to be the guardian of strength, feeling no fear in his heart, his eyes filled with determination and desire. "Let's begin. I am ready to accept your challenge." Sun Wukong exclaimed loudly, his voice echoing in the temple, full of resolve. The guardian smiled slightly. "Very well, the first test is speed." As soon as the words left his mouth, the guardian's form flickered and vanished in an instant. Only a gust of wind remained, causing Sun Wukong's clothes to flutter. Sun Wukong immediately focused his spirit, sensing the fluctuations of energy around him. His ears twitched slightly, catching the faintest of sounds. He began to move rapidly. Their figures darted through the temple like lightning, stirring up a gale that howled, sending dust flying everywhere, choking those nearby. Sun Wukong concentrated fully, with only the whooshing of the wind in his ears, sharp and piercing, as if it wanted to break through his eardrums. His eyes were fixed on the guardian's figure, not daring to relax for a moment. With each step he took, the ground trembled slightly, emitting a dull sound as if the earth itself was quaking from their fierce competition. The guardian suddenly accelerated, and Sun Wukong gritted his teeth, desperately chasing after him. Sweat trickled down his forehead, salty and bitter, evaporating on the ground, leaving only a faint trace. "Is this all the speed you have?" The guardian's voice came from afar, laced with provocation. The sound echoed in the vast temple, stimulating Sun Wukong's nerves. A fighting spirit ignited within Sun Wukong. "I will not lose to you." He increased his speed once more, gradually closing the distance to the guardian. His breathing grew rapid and heavy, each breath filled with a burning sensation. After a fierce struggle, Sun Wukong finally matched the guardian's pace. "Good, you have passed the first test. Next is the test of strength." The guardian stopped, pointing to a massive rock in the center of the temple, saying, "Use your utmost strength to shatter this rock." Sun Wukong approached the rock, taking a deep breath, his aura surging explosively, the golden flames around him burning even more fiercely. He shouted, throwing a full-force punch at the rock. With a loud boom, the rock remained completely unmoved, but Sun Wukong was knocked back a few steps by the recoil. His fist tingled painfully, the ache radiating up his arm. "This." Sun Wukong was somewhat surprised, but quickly adjusted his state and launched another attack. After numerous attempts, Sun Wukong's arms began to go numb. Each strike against the rock sent a jolt of severe pain through him, as if his bones were about to shatter. Yet the rock showed no signs of breaking. Strength is not merely brute force, you must learn to utilize your energy and techniques, the Guardian reminded him from the side. Sun Wukong closed his eyes, recalling his past battle experiences, adjusting his method of exerting strength. He could smell the pungent odor of his own sweat in the air. When he opened his eyes again, a glint of determination flashed within as he swung his fist once more. This time a crack finally appeared in the rock. The crack spread like a web, emitting faint crackling sounds. Seeing this, Sun Wukong's confidence surged and he relentlessly attacked the rock. Finally, with a tremendous crash, the rock shattered completely, turning into countless fragments scattered all over the ground. Excellent, the next test is one of skill. The Guardian waved his hand and several phantoms appeared in the temple, each wielding weapons and attacking Sun Wukong. The sound of wind generated by their movements along with the swooshing of the weapons intertwined, keeping one on edge. Sun Wukong immediately entered a combat state, engaging in battle with these phantoms. The phantoms' attacks were cunning and swift, and Sun Wukong was initially flustered, appearing somewhat awkward with each dodge. But he quickly calmed down, observing the patterns of the phantoms' attacks and looking for openings. In the heat of battle, Sun Wukong gradually grasped the rhythm, beginning to skillfully evade and counterattack. His movements became increasingly fluid, with each strike landing perfectly. Each collision with the phantoms produced a dull thud, and the soreness in his muscles continued to intensify, yet he persisted with gritted teeth. After a fierce struggle, Sun Wukong successfully defeated all the phantoms. His body was utterly exhausted, panting heavily, his clothes drenched in sweat. Well done, you have passed 3 tests. But the final test is one of willpower. The Guardian's voice turned serious. Sun Wukong straightened his body, declaring, no matter what it is, I can endure it. His voice was firm and powerful, his gaze unwavering. The Guardian formed seals with his hands, and an overwhelming mental pressure instantly enveloped Sun Wukong. He felt as if a great mountain was pressing down on him, making it hard to breathe. The pressure was incredibly heavy, causing his bones to creak under the strain. Painful memories, fear and despair flooded his mind, attempting to crush his will. Those memories surged like a tide, making his heart ache as if it were being sliced by a knife. Yet Sun Wukong clenched his teeth, repeatedly reminding himself, I cannot lose for the earth, for my comrades. His lips were bitten so hard they bled, the metallic taste of blood filling his mouth. In the midst of this intense pain, Sun Wukong's body began to tremble, sweat pouring down like rain, yet his gaze remained resolute. His breathing became rapid and irregular, each breath accompanied by a painful groan. Finally, the Guardian lifted the mental pressure, smiling as he said, congratulations, you have passed all the tests. You have gained true strength. Sun Wukong collapsed on the ground, breathing heavily, but his face was beaming with joy. He could feel his heartbeat like a drum, each beat bringing intense joy. Just then the temple began to shake violently, a beam of light shooting from the crystal ball enveloping Sun Wukong. The light was warm and soft like a mother's embrace. Sun Wukong felt a powerful force continuously surging into his body, his aura climbing to an unprecedented height. Every cell was cheering, every meridian expanding. When the light dissipated, Sun Wukong opened his eyes, glowing with immense power. I can feel it, this brand new power. Sun Wukong said excitedly, his voice filled with confidence and joy. However, just as he was about to leave the temple, the Guardian stopped him. Wait, although you have gained power, there is still an important mission awaiting you. The Guardian said, his expression grave and serious. Sun Wukong looked at the Guardian in confusion. What mission? The Guardian's expression turned solemn. In the depths of the distant universe, a dark force is rising with the goal of annihilating all life. You must use this power to stop them. Sun Wukong replied without hesitation, I will definitely do it. His voice was unwavering, filled with determination. With that, Sun Wukong left the temple, embarking on a new journey. His steps were firm and powerful, each stride filled with resolve and courage. When Sun Wukong returned to Earth, he found his comrades battling a group of powerful foes. These enemies emitted an evil aura, their strength formidable. The air was thick with the smell of gunpowder and blood, making one feel nauseated. Wukong, you're back. Vegeta shouted, a hint of surprise and expectation in his voice. Sun Wukong didn't say a word and directly joined the fight. His overwhelming aura shocked the enemies. Under Sun Wukong's lead, everyone's morale surged and the tide of battle began to turn. With every attack, Sun Wukong unleashed powerful energy, the wind howling and light shining. He showcased his newly acquired strength, each strike devastating, sending enemies sprawling. The explosive sounds created by the collisions of energy were deafening, making one's ears buzz. Is this Wukong's new power? It's incredible. Krillin exclaimed in astonishment, his eyes wide with shock and admiration. After a fierce battle, all the enemies were finally vanquished. The battlefield was in disarray, bodies lying strewn about. Everyone gathered around Sun Wukong, curiously inquiring about his experiences in the temple. Sun Wukong smiled as he recounted everything to them, and everyone felt glad for him. But we cannot let our guard down. More challenges await us. Sun Wukong said, his gaze directed into the distance, filled with vigilance and determination. Everyone nodded in agreement, their eyes reflecting resolve. Earth returned to peace once more, but Sun Wukong and his comrades knew that their battles were far from over. After gaining new powers, Sun Wukong and his companions continued to protect the Earth. However, unbeknownst to them, a dark force was stirring deep within the distant cosmos. This dark force was led by a powerful entity known as Emosha. Emosha possessed an evil power capable of annihilating everything, his imposing figure draped in a black cloak that billowed behind him like storm clouds in the night sky. His subordinates were ruthless villains, their eyes filled with greed and cruelty. Their goal was to conquer the entire universe, with Earth becoming their next target. In the lair of the dark force, Emosha sat upon a massive throne, the atmosphere around him ominously chilling. A dark aura permeated every corner, with walls flickering with eerie lights that emitted a pungent sulfur smell. Earth will soon be ours. Emosha's voice was deep and hoarse, brimming with evil desire. His words echoed in the vast base like a call from hell. His subordinates eagerly echoed, "Master is wise, we will surely flatten Earth." Their voices were chaotic and frantic, filled with fervor and anticipation. At that moment on Earth, Sun Wukong and the others were engaged in their daily training. Warm sunlight bathed them and a gentle breeze brought a refreshing coolness. Sun Wukong felt the powerful energy within him, constantly exploring its deeper applications. "Wukong, I can't shake this uneasy feeling." Vegeta paused, training, frowning. Sweat glistened on his forehead under the sunlight. Sun Wukong glanced at him. "Perhaps a new danger is approaching, but we are ready." Sun Wukong's gaze was resolute, his aura steady and powerful. Bulma was busy in the lab when suddenly the instruments emitted a frantic alarm. The alarm was sharp and piercing, as if it would rupture eardrums. Not good, a powerful energy signature is approaching Earth. Bulma's face changed dramatically. Her eyes were glued to the screen as her fingers flew over the keyboard. The news quickly reached Sun Wukong and the others, who gathered immediately. A tense atmosphere enveloped the air, making it feel oppressive. "It seems our intuition was right," Tianjin Fan said seriously, his hands instinctively clenching. Gohan clenched his fists. "Whatever it is we want, let them succeed." His voice was firm and powerful, filled with resolve. Just then a massive black spaceship appeared in the sky, casting a shadow over everything. The ship's exterior gleamed with a cold metallic sheen, and the roar of its gigantic engines was deafening. The spaceship slowly descended, releasing an overwhelming sense of pressure that made the ground tremble. Emosha led his subordinates out of the spaceship. His towering and terrifying figure, with eyes flickering with evil light, resembled burning black flames. "Earthlings, surrender quietly and perhaps I will spare your lives," Emosha proclaimed loudly. His voice thundered like a clap of thunder in the air. Sun Wukong stepped forward. "Not a chance. We will fight to the end." Golden flames ignited around Sun Wukong, shining brilliantly. The battle erupted instantly, with Emosha's subordinates charging forward. Their attacks were bizarre and fierce, accompanied by howling winds and sharp sounds of slicing air, leaving Sun Wukong and the others momentarily flustered. "Everyone be careful," Krillin shouted nervously. Sun Wukong unleashed his new power, knocking several enemies back with a single punch. The impact of his punch against the enemy produced a dull thud, sending their bodies flying like cannonballs. Yet more enemies continued to pour in, seeming endless. Vegeta was equally unyielding, unleashing his energy wave amidst the enemy ranks, dazzling light illuminating the sky, accompanied by tremendous explosions and the cries of the enemies. Gohan and Tianjin Fan worked together to fend off the enemy's attacks. Gohan's energy blasts streaked across like meteors, while Tianjin Fan's Kikoho displayed incredible power. However, Emosha was observing closely, searching for the group's vulnerabilities. His gaze was cold and merciless, a hint of disdain evident in his smile. Suddenly he took action. A dark energy shot towards Sun Wukong, carrying a suffocating aura of death, cutting through the sky like black lightning. Sun Wukong could not dodge in time and was struck down. "Wukong!" Everyone exclaimed in alarm, their voices filled with worry and anger. Vegeta charged angrily at Emosha. "Bastard, I'll take you on." Purple energy surged around him, his eyes ablaze with fury. Yet Emosha merely waved his hand, sending Vegeta flying. Vegeta crashed heavily to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. "You are far too weak, you are no match for me," Emosha mocked. His laughter echoed through the air, chilling to the bone. As despair settled over the group, Sun Wukong rose from the ground. Covered in dust, yet his gaze remained "I will not let you succeed." Sun Wukong's aura surged once more, the golden light shining as brilliantly as the sun. He charged at Emosha, engaging in a fierce duel. The clash of their energies warped the surrounding space. The air crackled with electrical sounds and the light was interesting. Emosha intensified his attacks. Dark energy surged towards Sun Wukong like a tidal wave, bringing immense pressure. Sun Wukong gritted his teeth, fighting back with all his might. He could feel his strength depleting rapidly, yet his will remained unwavering. Sweat poured down like rain, each breath accompanied by heavy gasps. "Wukong, we're here to help you." Gohan and the others joined the battle. Their figures intertwined in the light, the energy fluctuations destabilizing everything around them. With their concerted efforts, the tide of battle began to turn. The enemy's attacks grew chaotic, their steps becoming unsteady. Seeing the unfavorable situation, Emosha prepared to flee. Trying to run. Not so easily. Sun Wukong exerted all his strength, launching a powerful attack. The golden energy wave surged towards Mo Sha like a giant dragon. Mo Sha was hit and severely wounded. He spat out black blood, his body swaying unsteadily. "This is just the beginning, Earthlings, I will return." Mo Sha left with those harsh words, retreating with his remnants back to the spaceship. The ship ascended, rapidly disappearing into the sky, leaving a long trail behind. Everyone collapsed to the ground exhausted, yet smiles of victory spread across their faces. Their breaths were rapid, bodies aching, but their hearts were filled with joy. "We successfully repelled them," Krillin panted, dust and sweat mixing on his face. "But this is only temporary, they will surely return and we must become stronger." "We will," Sun Wukong replied, his gaze fixed on the distance filled with vigilance. Bulma looked at the damaged instruments. "I will repair these quickly to provide more support for everyone." Her eyes were determined and filled with resolve. In the days that followed, everyone trained even harder. Sun Wukong continuously honed his new powers, striving to maximize their potential. Every exertion caused violent ripples in the surrounding air, producing a whooshing sound. Vegeta meanwhile constantly broke through his limits in training, aiming to surpass Sun Wukong. His roars echoed in the valley, filled with fighting spirit. Gohan, Tianjin Fan and Krillin were all diligently enhancing their strengths. Gohan's energy blasts became more powerful, Tianjin Fan's techniques grew more intricate, and Krillin's speed improved significantly. Meanwhile, Bulma worked day and night in the lab, creating even more formidable weapons and gear. The roar of machines and the clashing of parts intertwined to form a symphony of struggle. Yet unbeknownst to them, Mo Sha had not given up after his defeat. He was secretly plotting a more terrifying scheme, preparing to launch a more intense attack on Earth. After the dark forces of Masha were driven back, Earth enjoyed a brief fragile peace. Yet Sun Wukong and his companions knew all too well this calm was merely the hush before a storm. They must seize every passing moment to cultivate their strength against the greater perils looming ahead. During that time, Sun Wukong immersed himself in ceaseless training. He dwelt within a tranquil valley surrounded by verdant peaks and sheltering trees. A gentle breeze stirred the leaves into a soft susurrus, a delicate melody that brought a coolness to the air. The scent of grass and wood perfumed the atmosphere, soothing the spirit. Sun Wukong trained bare-chested, sweat on his skin glinted under the sun like a scatter of tiny jewels. Each breath rolled through his chest like distant thunder, a muffled rumble. Every exertion made the earth beneath him tremble, sending up a small cloud of dust. "Ha!" Sun Wukong roared, gathering all his power into his fist and unleashing a sudden crushing blow. A golden wave of energy erupted, surging forward like a rampaging dragon. Where it passed, the air tore with a shrill wail that pricked the ears. Vegeta chose to undergo special training in a desolate desert. The merciless sun baked the land, the sand was scalding enough to blister the soles of the feet. Each step left a deep footprint that was instantly swallowed by shifting dunes. Resolve hardened his gaze, a violet aura flared about him in that wasteland like flames of purple fire. "I will never yield to you, Kakaluot." Vegeta bellowed, unleashing barrages of energy that blasted the dunes into whirling clouds of sand. The choking dust made breathing difficult, yet it could not quell his determination. Wufan trained tirelessly within the room of spirit and time, eyes closed as he pushed the limits of his endurance. Time within the chamber flowed unlike the world outside, every second stretched into drawn-out eternity. Stifling heat suffused the air and sweat streamed down his brow like a rivulet. Yet Wufan's resolve never wavered, each moment of perseverance was accompanied by labored breaths. Tianjin Fan and Kellen likewise spared no effort, sparring atop a high peak as their techniques intertwined and the wind howled. The gales tore at their garments, cold winds slashing their skin like blades. Burma labored incessantly in her laboratory, instruments flashing and a scatter of parts and tools around her. She concentrated wholly on refining the weaponry, beads of sweat dotting her forehead that she had no time to wipe away. The clash of metal and the whir of machines wove together into an industrious symphony. While everyone prepared with all their might, a new onslaught from Masha crept upon them. One day Earth's sky was suddenly swallowed by darkness as countless black ships swarmed like a plague of locusts. People in the cities fell into panic, cries and screams rose in frantic chorus, each sound laced with terror and despair that pierced the heart. Sun Wukong sensed the danger at once and leapt into the air, flying toward the invaders. "Prepare yourselves to fight," his voice crackled through the communicators, brimming with resolve and courage. His words shone like a beacon that cut through the sable gloom. Vegeta, Wufan and the others answered in swift response and hastened to assemble. Masha stood upon the flagship's deck, looking down at Earth with a cruel smile curving his lips. "This time I will utterly destroy the Earth." Masha waved an order and countless dark warriors poured from the ships, launching a frenzied assault upon the planet. Sun Wukong plunged into the enemy ranks, his golden radiance blazing, each punch carried cataclysmic force, felling adversaries in his wake. The heavy thud of fists meeting bodies and the crisp snap of breaking bones braided together across the battlefield. Vegeta refused to be outdone, his sweeping energy blasts painted the darkness with violet blooms like brilliant fireworks blossoming in the night. Each discharge brought a searing blast of heat that made the air feel like an oven. Wufan, Tianjin Fan and Kellen coordinated to form a sturdy defensive line, repelling wave after wave of assaults. The enemy attacks fell like rain upon their defenses, booming with thunderous impact. Yet the invaders were far too numerous and far stronger than before. Gradually Sun Wukong and the others found themselves in dire straits. This cannot continue. Wufan panted, his voice edged with fatigue and anxiety, his clothes soaked through with sweat. Sun Wukong gritted his teeth and held fast. We must not give up. His gaze was unyielding as iron wounds oozed blood that stained his garments. At that moment Burma's voice rang out, "Hold on everyone, new weapons are almost here." A small craft lifted off from Earth and sped toward the battlefield. Aboard the craft were the powerful arms Burma had engineered. Their casings glinted with cold metallic luster, betraying the formidable force contained within. Fire! Burma commanded, and countless beams of energy discharged from the ship, obliterating vast numbers of foes in an instant. As the beams carved luminous streaks across the sky and detonations thundered, Sun Wukong and the others seized the opportunity to counterattack, and the tide of battle slowly began to turn. Seeing this, Masha flew into a rage and struck out personally at Sun Wukong. Kakaluo Dai, he roared, emanating a terrifying dark aura whose oppressive force made breath difficult. That stench of malice hung like a putrid marsh, sickening and suffocating. Sun Wukong faced Masha without a hint of fear. The two clashed in a furious aerial duel. Each collision of power produced colossal explosions, their light illumining the whole heavens. Every impact unleashed violent shockwaves that howled like gales, hurling sand and rock through the air. Vegeta and the others fought desperately against other enemies, each tapping into the limits of their strength. Their cries and roars echoed across the battlefield, suffused with indomitable spirit. The conflict reached a fevered pitch. Both Sun Wukong and Masha were grievously wounded, yet their resolve blazed on. I will not let you prevail, Masha. Sun Wukong bellowed, gathering every remaining ounce of power to unleash a final strike. His voice was hoarse but resolute, carrying the fatalistic determination of one who has burned his boats. Masha mustered his full might to resist. At that crucial moment, Vegeta appeared behind Masha and delivered a decisive mortal blow. Masha shrieked as his form dissolved into a plume of smoke and dispersed into the air. With Masha's fall, the enemy's morale crumbled, the invaders scattered and fled in disarray. Sun Wukong and his allies had finally driven back the dark force, and Earth regained its peace. We are victorious, they cried, faces weary but alight with joy and pride. Their voices, hoarse yet strong, resonated through the sky. Sun Wukong gazed at the azure heavens, his heart heavy with feeling, but we must not let our guard down, greater challenges may yet await us. His tone was calm and steadfast, his eyes glinting with expectation for what the future might bring. His comrades nodded in unison. They understood that the duty to safeguard Earth would never truly end. After a grueling and heroic struggle, Earth at last welcomed a long-awaited peace. Upon the ruins of its cities, people began rebuilding their homes as the first light of hope once again bathed the scarred and suffering land. Though utterly exhausted, Sun Wukong and his companions felt deep satisfaction and quiet pride. What a fierce battle that was! Krillin sat upon a weathered stone, wiping dust and dried blood from his face. His fingers brushed a raw scrape, sharp pain flared and sweat stung the wound, drawing an involuntary hiss from his lips. But we prevailed, that is what matters most. Tien Shinhan gazed upon the city slowly stirring back to life, a faint serene smile softening his features. A gentle breeze carried the rich earthy scent of freshly turned soil, mingling with the sharp tang of construction materials. Meanwhile, Bulma busied herself allocating resources to accelerate the reconstruction efforts. Everyone pushed just a little harder, we must restore Earth's former prosperity without delay. Her voice brimmed with unwavering resolve, beads of sweat glistened on her brow beneath the sun while her communicator chimed incessantly with incoming reports. Gohan returned to school to resume his studies. Sunlight streamed through the classroom windows, casting dappled golden patterns across the desks. The soft scratch of his pen glided across paper, yet his heart remained ever vigilant, bound to the sacred duty of guarding Earth. Sun Wukong and Vegeta, however, did not ease their training. They knew while countless unknown threats still lurked across the cosmos. One day as Sun Wukong trained alone, he suddenly sensed a mysterious yet gentle energy fluctuation. It rippled softly, like water lapping at the shore, resonating deep within his spirit. What is this? Curious, he followed the subtle current of energy. His steps were light and sure, each footfall stirred a whisper of dust. He arrived at a secluded valley where blossoms blazed in radiant profusion, crimson, violet, gold, painting the landscape in vivid living hues. Fragrance filled the air, sweet, heady and intoxicating, lifting the spirit and clearing the mind. Colorful butterflies danced among the blooms, their delicate wings stirring faint breezes that brushed gently against Sun Wukong's cheeks. At the valley's heart stood an ancient temple, its walls weathered and cracked, exuding the quiet weight of centuries. Sun Wukong stepped inside, and there an elderly man with snow-white hair smiled warmly upon him. The elder's gaze was profound and kind, as if it held the depth of all-knowing. Child, you have come, he said, his voice tender yet resonant like distant temple bells echoing through hallowed halls. Who are you? Sun Wukong asked, puzzled, studying the elder with open curiosity. I am the guardian of this cosmos, waiting patiently for your arrival. The elder spoke slowly, his words imbued with an invisible gravity that commanded reverence. Sun Wukong's eyes widened. The guardian. Earth has endured countless trials, yet you have steadfastly upheld justice. Yet greater perils now gather on the horizon, you will need far greater strength. His words hung solemnly in the hushed temple air. Sun Wukong's expression hardened with resolve. Please guide me. The elder raised a hand, and a luminous radiance flowed into Sun Wukong's being. Warm and gentle as spring sunlight, the light suffused him. This is the primordial force of the cosmos, may you grasp its deepest truths. Sun Wukong felt a torrent of immense power surging within him. He seated himself at once, centering his mind in deep contemplation. Around him even the air seemed suspended, only his breath and heartbeat pulsed steady and profound. Meanwhile Vegeta too encountered a mysterious visitor. Vegeta, your potential extends far beyond what you know. The stranger's voice was low, resonant, echoing as though from the void between stars. Vegeta's brow furrowed. Who are you? His eyes narrowed with instinctive wariness, his aura flared unbidden. I am here to help you shatter your limits. With a wave of his hand the stranger enveloped Vegeta in a peculiar dimensional space, dim-lit and veiled in swirling enigmatic mist. Time itself seemed frozen within that realm. There Vegeta embarked on arduous relentless training, each exertion burning his muscles, each breath drawing forth torrents of sweat. Back on Earth Bulma's laboratory yielded a startling breakthrough. This may be technology far beyond our current understanding. Bulma spoke with exhilarated intensity, her eyes alight with discovery as her instrument emitted a rapid rhythmic beep. Everyone gathered close, studying the revelation with rapt attention. The device's metallic casing gleamed coldly, its array of buttons and blinking indicators dazzled the eye. At that very moment, deep within the cosmos, a dark force stirred, awakening in silence. It coalesced like a vortex of pure shadow, devouring all light and matter in its wake. Earth shall be our first conquest, intoned a voice steeped in malevolence, ancient, chilling, and cursed as the depths of oblivion. Sun Wukong and Vegeta, each pushing past their boundaries in isolation, emerged vastly more powerful. Yet upon returning to Earth they sensed an unsettling tension thickening the air. What's happened? Sun Wukong asked, his keen nose detecting the acrid undercurrent of dread permeating the atmosphere. Bulma's expression was grave. We've detected an unprecedented dark force approaching Earth. Her voice trembled faintly, her fingers clenched tightly around her datapad. Sun Wukong and Vegeta exchanged a single resolute glance. Prepare for battle. Their voices rang out, firm, commanding, piercing every barrier of doubt or fear. Once more the warriors assembled, standing ready. Every face bore the same stern focus in the heavy silence, each heartbeat echoed like a drum. Yet the dark force did not strike Earth directly, instead it sowed chaos across neighboring planets. Their testing as Tien Shinhan observed, his gaze clouded with quiet concern. Sun Wukong resolved to take the fight to them. Boarding Bulma's newly engineered starship, they launched toward the source of the darkness. The vessel tore through the starfield, streaking past constellations that blurred into shimmering trails of light. Though the heavens glittered with timeless splendor, their hearts weighed heavy with foreboding. At last they located the origin of the darkness. Whoever you are, you will not shatter our peace. Sun Wukong roared. His voice thundered across the silent void, fearless, unwavering, a clarion call of indomitable courage. A fierce and fateful battle was about to begin. Sun Wukong and his companions found the source of the dark power, a gigantic black planet surrounded by eerie energy fluctuations. The planet seemed shrouded in a thick layer of gloom, emanating an unsettling aura. It looks like this is their lair. Vegeta crossed his arms, his eyes filled with vigilance. He furrowed his brow, and the purple aura surrounding him flickered, ready to explode at any moment. The group approached cautiously, only to find the planet's surface covered in strange devices and buildings. Those devices flickered with ominous lights, some even periodically emitting acrid smoke that made them cough. The buildings were twisted and grotesque, as if monsters had emerged from a nightmare. What in the world is this place? Krillin asked somewhat nervously. His voice trembled slightly, beads of sweat forming on his forehead, his palms clammy. Just then a horde of dark creatures rushed out from the buildings, launching an attack. These dark creatures varied in shape, some had sharp fangs, others were covered in hard scales, and some had eyes that glimmered with a sinister light. They emitted deep growls, the sounds reminiscent of hell, causing pain to resonate in the ears. Sun Wukong and the others immediately engaged, and in an instant energy beams intertwined, making the battle exceptionally fierce. With each of Sun Wukong's attacks came the sound of rushing wind, his fists made a dull thud upon colliding with the dark creatures. Vegeta's energy wave sliced through the air with a scorching heat, causing the dark creatures to scatter. During the battle, Sun Wukong noticed that these dark creatures seemed to be under some form of control, moving in perfect unison. There must be a conspiracy behind this. Sun Wukong shouted. His voice was particularly loud amidst the fierce fighting, his eyes filled with determination and resolve. After a fierce struggle, they finally drove back the dark creatures. Everyone bore wounds to varying degrees, their clothes torn and pain pulsed from their injuries. The group entered a massive palace where a mysterious figure sat. The walls of the palace were embedded with various strange gems shimmering with an enigmatic glow. However, a decaying odor filled the air, causing a wave of nausea. You have finally arrived, the mysterious figure said. His voice was deep and hoarse, as if it came from the abyss, carrying an invisible pressure. Who are you? Why are you creating this chaos? Vegeta questioned angrily. His eyes blazed with fury, his hands clenched into fists, joints cracking audibly. The mysterious figure chuckled, the laughter echoing in the vast palace, sending chills down spines. I am the master of darkness. Earth is merely a part of my plan. Damn it, your plan will not succeed. Gohan shouted angrily. His eyes burned with rage, his aura rising steadily. The mysterious figure waved his hand lightly, a powerful force repelling everyone. The force surged like a tidal wave, instantly overwhelming them. Their bodies slammed heavily against the palace walls, producing a dull thud. With just you, do you think you can stop me? The mysterious figure mocked. His laughter was filled with disdain and contempt. Sun Wukong and the others stood up again, ready for battle. Sun Wukong's breathing grew rapid, each breath infused with a scorching energy. His muscles tensed and the wounds on his body reopened from the exertion, blood seeping out. Just then the mysterious figure activated a massive device, gathering a formidable energy. The device emitted a blinding light, making it difficult to open their eyes. At the same time, a powerful suction force came as if it wanted to swallow them whole. Not good. What is he planning? Tianjin Shinhan exclaimed, his voice filled with fear and tension. The group found themselves in a crisis. Everyone be careful. Sun Wukong shouted loudly. He tried to break free from the suction, but his body involuntarily moved closer to the device. Vegeta gritted his teeth, resisting with all his might. Damn it, what does this guy want? Gohan struggled to stabilize himself. No matter what, we cannot let him succeed. Krillin's face showed despair, yet he still clenched his fists tightly. Bulma anxiously observed from the side. There must be a way to stop him. Sun Wukong focused his mind, feeling the flow of energy. I'll see if I can destroy this device. He gathered all his strength and charged at the device. But the mysterious figure struck again, a dark energy hitting Sun Wukong and sending him flying. Wukong, everyone exclaimed. Sun Wukong got up from the ground, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. I will not give up. Just as everyone felt despair, Vegeta suddenly discovered a weakness in the device. Look there. Vegeta pointed at a spot on the device. Sun Wukong instantly understood his meaning and charged forward again. The mysterious figure, seeing this, increased the energy output. The device's light became even more dazzling, and the powerful energy fluctuations caused the entire palace to tremble. It must succeed. Gohan silently prayed. Sun Wukong finally reached the weak point of the device and delivered a powerful blow. With a loud bang, the device exploded. The immense shockwave forced the mysterious figure to stagger backward. Now's our chance. Vegeta shouted. The group surged forward, launching their final attack on the mysterious figure. Under the onslaught of everyone, the mysterious figure began to falter. You! The mysterious figure roared unwillingly. Ultimately, the mysterious figure was defeated. It's finally over. Krillin collapsed to the ground, panting heavily. Sun Wukong looked at the devastated palace, but our battle has not ended. With exhaustion yet determination, the group left the Dark Planet, preparing to face more challenges in the future. After successfully defeating the Dark Sovereign and thwarting the schemes of Dark Forces, Sun Wukong and his companions temporarily returned to Earth. However, they knew that the threats in the universe had not been completely eliminated, and they must remain vigilant, continuing to enhance their strength. Earth gradually recovered from the wounds of war, people rebuilt their homes, and life slowly returned to normal. Yet Sun Wukong and others had no time to enjoy this peace, as they immersed themselves in even more arduous training. Sun Wukong sat alone on a desolate peak, closing his eyes in meditation. The wind at the summit howled, slicing through the air like a sharp whistle, tousling his hair as the strands danced wildly in the breeze. Yet his form remained steady as a mountain. The rough, cold rocks beneath his feet made his soles tingle slightly. His heart was like a tranquil lake, yet contained boundless power, each breath seeming to merge him with the heavens and the earth. Vegeta was in the gravity chamber, sweat pouring down like rain. Each drop soaked his clothes, heavy and scalding, hitting the ground with a rhythmic drip-drip sound. He continuously challenged higher gravitational multiples, each breath burdened with immense pressure, as if a colossal stone pressed against his chest, making it hard for him to breathe. But his eyes brimmed with indomitable fighting spirit, sharp as a blade, as if they could cut through any obstacle. Gohan, meanwhile, was honing his skills again and again in the room of spirit and time. The temperature inside the room was suffocating, as if the air itself was on fire. His body was already extremely exhausted, muscles painfully sore, every movement feeling like dragging a heavy burden. Yet his spirit remained focused, his gaze firmly locked onto his techniques. Krillin and Tien Shinhan were sparring on an open plain. The howling wind whipped up dust, blinding them, and each blink brought a sharp sting. Their techniques grew increasingly refined, their coordination becoming more seamless. The dull thuds of fists and feet clashing echoed across the empty plain. Bulma, on the other hand, was in the laboratory, tirelessly developing new technologies and equipment. The sounds of machines operating and parts colliding intertwined as her fingers flew over the keyboard, her eyes glued to the data on the screen. The pungent smell of various chemical agents permeated the air, making her nose feel uncomfortable. One day Sun Wukong suddenly opened his eyes from meditation, sensing a faint but unusual energy fluctuation. The fluctuation was like gentle ripples, yet it stirred up 1,000 waves in his heart. This energy, could there be a new crisis? Sun Wukong frowned, a hint of unease swelling within him. His brows knitted tightly as if he could crush a fly. He immediately summoned his companions. I sense a strange energy, we cannot sit idly by, Sun Wukong said, his voice serious and resolute, reverberating through the air. Humph, whatever it is, we can handle it, Vegeta declared confidently, arms crossed, chin slightly raised, his eyes filled with pride. The group decided to explore the source of this energy together. They boarded Bulma's newly improved spaceship, traversing countless star systems. On their journey they beheld vibrant star clouds which appeared like a dreamlike tapestry, intermingling hues of pink, purple and blue. They felt the vastness and mystery of the universe. This universe is truly immense, who knows how many unknown dangers await us? Krillin exclaimed, his eyes wide with awe for the unknown. What's there to fear? We are here. Tien Shinhan replied firmly. His voice rang out strong and clear, instilling endless courage. Finally they arrived at a strange planet. The environment on this planet was extremely harsh, with raging winds and swirling dust. The dust whipped up by the wind pounded against the spaceship's windows, making a crackle sound. What kind of place is this? Vegeta complained. His voice was filled with discontent, his brows furrowing even tighter. Just then a group of peculiar-looking creatures appeared. These creatures had hard shells with rough textures that seemed to bear the marks of time. Their sharp claws glinted ominously and their eyes were filled with hostility. Who are you? Why have you come here? One of the creatures asked loudly. Its voice was hoarse and deep, laced with palpable suspicion. Sun Wukong stepped forward. We sensed an unusual energy and came to investigate. His tone was gentle and sincere. You are not welcome here, leave quickly. The creatures waved their claws, preparing to attack. Their claws sliced through the air, creating a gust of wind. Sun Wukong and the others had no choice but to engage in battle with them. During the fight, Sun Wukong noticed that although these creatures were fierce, they seemed to be protecting something. Wait, perhaps we have a misunderstanding, Sun Wukong shouted. His voice rang out unusually loud amid the fierce sounds of battle. But the creatures paid no heed, their attacks growing even more intense. Gohan was accidentally struck by one of the creatures and fell to the ground. Gohan! Sun Wukong shouted worriedly, his voice full of urgency. The others grew furious, launching a full-scale counterattack. The energy's brilliance illuminated the dust with each attack, stirring up powerful gusts. After an intense battle, the creatures gradually began to falter. Stop fighting, we are just protecting our home, one creature said. Its voice was filled with helplessness and fatigue. Sun Wukong halted. What exactly is going on? The creatures explained that there was a mysterious ruin on this planet which had recently emitted unusual energy, and they feared that intruders would destroy it. Sun Wukong and the others decided to explore the ruins with them, seeking the source of the energy. When they entered the ruins, they were astounded by the sight before them. The ruins were filled with ancient texts and mysterious symbols, with walls shimmering in strange light. The glow was at times gentle, at times intense, dazzling the eyes. What exactly is this? Bulma asked curiously, studying it. Her fingers gently traced the texts on the wall, feeling the mysterious power within. Just then a massive mechanism suddenly appeared in the ruins, launching an attack against them. The sound of the mechanism operating creaked ominously, sending chills down their spines. Sun Wukong and his companions encountered a massive mechanism's attack within the ruins, and for a moment the entire site was filled with tension and danger. The mechanism spewed forth scorching flames which surged like ferocious fire dragons, clawing and lunging towards the group. The heat waves rolled in, making it feel as though one was standing in a furnace, with the air becoming scalding and dry, each breath feeling as if the lungs might be burned. Everyone be careful. Sun Wukong loudly reminded his companions, agilely dodging the oncoming flames. His clothes were heated to a burning temperature and his skin felt the intense warmth. Vegeta snorted disdainfully, such childish tricks can't fool me. He let his purple aura surge and charged towards the mechanism. His footsteps were heavy and powerful, leaving deep impressions in the ground with each step. Gohan, Krillin and Tenshinhan also unleashed their unique skills, fiercely countering the mechanism. Gohan's energy surged as his ki blast shot towards the mechanism like a shooting star, creating a loud explosion that echoed through the ruins. Krillin nimbly maneuvered through the flames, continuously throwing energy balls. Look at this, he shouted. Tenshinhan joined his hands together, unleashing a powerful ki cannon. Yeah. The light illuminated the dark corners. Bulma anxiously observed from the side, attempting to find the mechanism's weak point. Everyone watch out for any control devices. Her voice was somewhat shrill amidst the fierce battle, with beads of sweat rolling down her forehead and evaporating as they hit the ground. However, the mechanism's attacks grew increasingly ferocious, with beams of laser shooting from various directions. The lasers were as sharp as swords, hissing as they sliced through the air. Ouch! Krillin accidentally got grazed by a laser, grimacing in pain. A wisp of smoke emerged from his wound, giving off the smell of burnt flesh. Krillin, are you okay? Sun Wukong asked with concern, his eyes filled with worry and his voice urgent. I'm fine, Wukong, don't worry about me, keep fighting. Krillin gritted his teeth, his face contorted in pain, yet his eyes remained resolute. Just as everyone was in a predicament, Vegeta discovered a flaw in the mechanism. Look here. He concentrated his energy and unleashed a powerful energy wave towards the flaw. The wave shimmered with purple light streaking through the darkness like a lightning bolt. With a tremendous bang, the mechanism finally ceased its operation. Everyone let out a sigh of relief, sweat pouring down like rain. The sweat drenched their clothes, clinging to their bodies uncomfortably. Finally dealt with this trouble, Vegeta panted, his breath quickening and his chest heaving. They pressed deeper into the ruins where an ancient aura lingered. This aura seemed to be the sediment of time, carrying a scent of decay and mystery. The ancient characters on the walls appeared to tell tales of the past. What do these characters mean? Gohan curiously leaned in to observe, his eyes fixed on the inscriptions, trying to decipher their secrets. Bulma took out a device, beginning to scan and analyze the characters. Let me see if I can decode this. The device emitted a flickering light in the dim ruins, buzzing softly. After some effort, Bulma finally made some discoveries. According to my interpretation, this ruin seems to conceal a powerful force, but it also carries immense danger. Her voice tinged with a hint of tension and excitement. With endless rage and authority, what is that sound? Tenshinhan cautiously looked around. His heart raced and his breathing became rapid. Suddenly a massive monster slowly emerged from the darkness. The monster was enormous, covered in hard scales, each glistening with a cold sheen. Its eyes glinted with a vicious light resembling two blazing flames. Looks like we have another fierce battle on our hands. Vegeta readied himself for combat. His fists were clenched tightly, joints cracking ominously. The monster opened its massive mouth, releasing a plume of black smoke. The smoke spread, carrying a pungent odor that left them feeling dizzy. The stench resembled that of rotting corpses, inducing nausea. Sun Wukong and his companions covered their mouths and noses, swiftly launching an attack on the monster. The creature reacted swiftly, its tail whipping out and knocking them back. Wherever the tail swept, a gust of wind arose, stinging their cheeks painfully. This guy is tough to deal with. Gohan exclaimed, his voice filled with surprise and tension. A glint of determination flashed in Sun Wukong's eyes. Everyone charge together, we can definitely defeat it. His voice rang like a war drum, inspiring the group's fighting spirit. Under Sun Wukong's lead, they united their efforts, engaging in a life-and-death struggle against the monster. Each of Sun Wukong's punches fell upon the creature like raindrops, producing bang-bang sounds. Each punch carried immense power, causing the monster's scales to splinter. Vegeta's energy waves relentlessly struck the beast, leaving behind trails of purple light where they passed. Gohan's ki blasts also hit their mark, with the sounds of their explosions echoing in the ruins. The monster gradually began to tire, its movements slowing. Now's the time. Sun Wukong seized the opportunity and unleashed his strongest attack. A golden glow erupted from his body, radiating like a blazing sun. The monster let out a dreadful cry and collapsed to the ground. The ground trembled in response, kicking up a cloud of dust. Exhausted, everyone sat on the ground, gasping for breath. Their breathing was heavy and rapid, each breath laden with profound fatigue. I wonder what else awaits us ahead, Krillin said anxiously, his voice tinged with fear and unease. No matter what, we must move forward. Sun Wukong stood up and continued walking forward. His steps were steady and powerful, bringing courage and confidence to the others. They arrived at a massive chamber where a mysterious stone platform stood at the center, upon which lay a glowing orb. The light was soft and mysterious, drawing them closer. Could this be the power hidden within the ruins? Tenshinhan exclaimed in surprise. His eyes widened, filled with curiosity. Just as they approached the stone platform, the orb suddenly released a powerful energy, enveloping them. The energy surged like a tide, making it impossible to resist. Not good. Sun Wukong tried to break free, but the force was too strong, rendering them immobile. His body was tightly bound by the energy, muscles tensed. Under the influence of this energy, strange images began to surface in their minds. In the images, an ancient race was engaged in a desperate battle against a dark force, with smoke and cries of battle filling the battlefield. In the end, both sides suffered heavy losses, countless lives extinguished. What on earth is happening? Gohan asked in confusion, his voice filled with bewilderment. As the images faded, the energy gradually dissipated. It seems this ruins hides an unknown history, Bulma mused thoughtfully. Wisdom sparkled in her eyes. Regardless, we should take this orb with us, perhaps we can find more clues within it, Sun Wukong said. The group left the ruins with the orb, unaware that a new crisis was quietly approaching. After Sun Wukong and the others left the ruins with the mysterious sphere, they hurried back to Earth. However, on their way back, they sensed an unusual atmosphere. Inside the spaceship, Bulma was meticulously studying the mysterious sphere, which emitted a soft and enigmatic glow, as if countless secrets were hidden within. The energy contained in this object is too powerful, I need to analyze it thoroughly. Her eyes were fixed on the sphere and the instruments in her hands were beeping continuously. I hope we can find useful information from it, Gohan said beside her, his gaze also drawn to the sphere, filled with anticipation. Suddenly the spaceship shook violently. What's happening? Krillin exclaimed. His body lost balance due to the ship's turbulence, nearly causing him to fall. Sun Wukong quickly checked the dashboard where the indicator lights were flashing wildly and the alarms blared harshly. Not good, we are locked onto by a powerful force. His brows furrowed and his expression turned serious. Vegeta looked out the porthole and saw several oddly shaped spaceships rapidly approaching them, their hulls glimmering with a cold metallic sheen resembling sharp blades. Looks like trouble is coming, he gritted his teeth, unconsciously clenching his fists. Prepare for battle. Sun Wukong declared loudly, his voice firm and powerful, echoing within the spaceship. Everyone got ready for battle, their eyes filled with vigilance. The enemy ships fired energy beams slicing through the dark void of space like swords. Sun Wukong skillfully maneuvered the spaceship to dodge the attacks. Everyone hold steady. His hands moved rapidly across the control panel, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Dodging like this won't suffice, we need to counterattack. Vegeta said, his eyes burning with the desire to fight. Gohan focused his energy and launched a Kamehameha from the spaceship. The energy wave shot out with a powerful surge. Great hit! He shouted excitedly. However, the enemy's attacks grew fiercer and the spaceship's alarms rang incessantly, the sounds sharp and urgent, quickening everyone's heartbeats. The spaceship is damaged. Bulma shouted anxiously. Her voice carried a hint of panic as she fixed her gaze on the flashing warning lights. Everyone prepare to jump, we must leave the spaceship. Sun Wukong decisively commanded. They all jumped out and landed on an unfamiliar planet. The planet was filled with bizarre rock formations and fierce winds howled, raising clouds of dust. The sand stung their faces, carrying a dry atmosphere. What kind of place is this? Krillin complained, his voice nearly drowned out by the howling wind. Forget about that for now, be careful of the enemy catching up to us. Tianjin Fan cautiously observed the surroundings, his eyes squinting against the dust while he listened attentively to the sounds around them. Sure enough, before long enemy figures appeared in front of them. Hand over the sphere and we will spare your lives, the enemy leader shouted, his voice hoarse and menacing, carrying an undeniable threat. No way. Sun Wukong glared fiercely, his eyes filled with anger and determination, his aura surging explosively. The two sides immediately engaged in an intense battle. Sun Wukong moved like lightning, charging at the enemy, each punch infused with immense power, the wind from his strikes whistling through the air. Vegeta was equally relentless, unleashing purple energy waves that erupted among the enemy ranks, dazzling and accompanied by deafening booms. Gohan, Krillin and Tianjin Fan coordinated their attacks, engaging with the foes. Gohan's Kamehameha streaked through the air like a shooting star, Krillin hurled energy spheres and Tianjin Fan unleashed devastating Kamehameha blasts. Bulma hid behind a large rock, nervously monitoring the battle. Her heart raced in her throat, her breaths quickening, and she could hear the pounding of her own heartbeat. During the fight, Sun Wukong realized that the enemy's strength was formidable and they seemed to possess a special ability to absorb energy attacks. Everyone be careful, they can absorb energy. Sun Wukong warned, his voice particularly loud amidst the fierce battle. Just as they found themselves in a predicament, Sun Wukong suddenly felt a mysterious power surging within him. That power was warm and mighty, as if it were about to break free from his body. This is... He had no time to think further. Leveraging this power, he unleashed an unprecedentedly powerful technique. A golden light instantly enveloped the enemies, dazzling and blinding, rendering it impossible to look directly at. The enemies screamed in agony, their voices filled with despair. Now's our chance, attack! Vegeta shouted. Everyone rallied together, pushing the enemies back. Finally, we drove them away. Krillin collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath. His throat felt parched and his breaths were heavy and labored. But we still don't know who they are or why they wanted to seize the sphere. We need to find a place to rest and think of a plan, Gohan said, his voice filled with confusion. Let's find somewhere to recuperate, Sun Wukong replied. They searched for a place to shelter on this unfamiliar planet. After walking for a while, they discovered a cave. The entrance of the cave was shrouded in a chilling atmosphere, sending shivers down their spines. Let's go inside and take a look, Sun Wukong led the way. Inside, the cave was filled with a damp smell carrying scents of earth and moss. Strange glimmers flickered on the walls, some resembling green fireflies, others emitting blue ghostly lights. This place feels odd, Bulma said, somewhat frightened, her voice trembling as she hurriedly followed behind the others. Don't be afraid, we're here with you. Tianjin Fan reassured her, his voice steady and firm. Just then a low growl echoed from deep within the cave. The sound seemed to come from an ancient beast filled with endless rage and majesty, reverberating in the cave and making their eardrums buzz. Everyone immediately tensed up. What was that? A massive monster suddenly lunged out from the darkness, claws bared as it pounced towards them. When the enormous beast charged out from the darkness, everyone instantly entered a state of battle. Sun Wukong shouted, everyone be careful. His voice echoed in the cave, filled with tension and vigilance. It resonated like a great bell, causing loose stones to fall from the cave walls. The beast was colossal, covered in a hard shell with patterns on its shell resembling ancient totems, exuding a chilling aura. Its eyes glimmered with a blood-red light like burning flames, and it exhaled a foul hot breath that made one's stomach churn. Vegeta gritted his teeth, this guy looks tough to handle. Instantly the purple aura around him surged as he prepared to face the beast's attack. His gaze was filled with determination, veins bulging on his forehead. Gohan clenched his fists tightly, his eyes resolute. No matter what, we cannot retreat. His voice trembled slightly yet radiated immense courage. The beast launched the first attack, swinging its gigantic claws and generating a fierce gust of wind. The wind was sharp and piercing as if it could tear through one's eardrums. Sun Wukong sidestepped, avoiding the blow as the claw smashed into the ground, sending debris flying. The debris struck the others, causing sharp pains. Krillin stumbled back in fear. This is too terrifying. His voice was filled with dread and his heartbeat echoed in the quiet cave. Tien Shinhan shouted, "Don't be afraid, Krillin. Let's go together." His voice was steady and powerful, providing Krillin with a glimmer of courage. Everyone unleashed their ultimate moves and colorful energy beams shone brightly in the cave. The light illuminated the dark corners, revealing the beast's ghastly visage. However, the beast skillfully dodged the attacks and countered relentlessly. Each of its strikes carried immense force, causing the cave floor to tremble. "This won't work, we must find its weakness," Sun Wukong exclaimed loudly. A hint of urgency laced his voice as sweat dripped from his forehead onto the ground. Bulma anxiously observed from the side. "It seems its abdomen has weaker defenses." Her eyes were glued to the beast, tightly gripping a small device in her hand. Upon hearing Bulma's words, Sun Wukong dashed towards the beast's abdomen. The beast sensed his intent and tried to stop him, but Vegeta, Gohan and the others held it back. Sun Wukong finally reached the beast's abdomen and delivered a powerful punch. The moment his fist made contact, it produced a dull thud as if striking thick leather. The beast let out a pained roar and collapsed to the ground. Its cries echoed in the cave, making everyone's ears ring. "Great! We did it!" Krillin shouted excitedly. His voice was filled with joy and a look of relief spread across his face. However, before everyone could catch their breath, a deep growl emanated from the depths of the cave. The sound seemed to come from the depths of hell, filled with endless rage and resentment. Could there be more? Tien's expression changed. His voice was filled with surprise and worry. Sure enough, several slightly smaller beasts charged out, encircling everyone. These beasts radiated the same terrifying aura, continuously emitting low growls. "This is bad," Vegeta frowned. A hint of anxiety flickered in his eyes as he unconsciously clenched his fists. Sun Wukong encouraged everyone, "Don't be afraid, we can definitely defeat them." His voice was firm and powerful, instilling courage and confidence in everyone. The battle reignited, filling the cave with the sounds of energy clashes and the shouts of the group. Each clash of energy resulted in a burst of intense light and shockwaves, making the air in the cave scorchingly hot and murky. The shouts of everyone intertwined in the cave, filled with fighting spirit and determination. As the fierce battle continued between everyone and the beasts, the previously repelled enemies tracked them down to this cave. "Haha, let's see where you run this time." The enemy leader laughed triumphantly. His laughter sounded particularly grating in the cave, stirring feelings of disgust in everyone. Sun Wukong glared at the enemies. "You guys just won't go away." Fire burned in his eyes as his aura surged explosively. The enemies seized the opportunity to launch an attack, leaving Sun Wukong and the others trapped, facing danger from all sides. "Are we really going to perish here?" Krillin's voice carried a hint of despair. His breathing became rapid and his eyes were filled with fear. Gohan shouted, "No, we can't give up." His voice was resolute and his aura grew even stronger. At that critical moment, a mysterious power surged within Sun Wukong again. His body radiated a dazzling golden light, illuminating the entire cave. The light was warm and powerful, as if it could dispel all darkness and fear. Both the beasts and enemies were momentarily stunned, halting their attacks. Their eyes revealed a hint of fear and confusion under the radiance. Seizing the opportunity, Sun Wukong said to Vegeta and the others, "Everyone unite your strength." His voice sounded particularly solemn and sacred in the light. Everyone understood Sun Wukong's intent and began to channel their power towards him. Their energies intertwined, forming a powerful torrent of strength. Sun Wukong felt the immense power gathering within him, and with a mighty roar he unleashed an incredibly strong energy wave. The energy wave swept through the cave like a flood. Where it passed, everything was destroyed, creating a tremendous roar. The energy wave instantly engulfed the entire cave, annihilating the beasts and enemies in its powerful wake. The cave was filled with dust and the smell of blood, making one feel nauseous. Finally dealt with it. Sun Wukong collapsed to the ground exhausted. His body was drenched in sweat and each breath felt incredibly heavy. Everyone was also panting heavily, but smiles of victory adorned their faces. Their bodies ached terribly, their clothes tattered, yet they were filled with joy of having survived a great ordeal. As they exited the cave, they found the outside world was already bathed in the hues of dusk. The afterglow of the setting sun bathed the earth, casting a golden hue over everything. A gentle breeze brushed by, bringing a hint of coolness. In the distance, the mountains stood out sharply in the glow of the sunset. Bulma sighed, "What a thrilling day." Her voice was filled with fatigue and emotion. Tien looked into the distance. "As long as we stand united, nothing can defeat us." His eyes were filled with determination and confidence. That's right, let's hurry back, Gohan said, his voice tinged with urgency as he wanted to return to Earth quickly. The group set off on their journey home. Although their bodies were weary, their hearts brimmed with hope and courage. Upon returning to Earth, they discovered it was facing a new crisis. A mysterious dark force shrouded the entire city, plunging people into panic. The dark force spread like thick fog, permeating every corner and emanating a stifling aura. What is going on? Krillin asked in surprise. His voice was filled with confusion and unease. Vegeta snorted, looks like another tough battle is ahead. Desire for battle flickered in his eyes. Sun Wukong gazed at the city engulfed in darkness, his eyes resolute. No matter what, we must protect Earth. His voice was powerful and filled with determination. They immediately sprang into action, starting to investigate the source of this dark force. The streets of the city were desolate, devoid of people, only the sound of the wind and the occasional noise of collapsing buildings echoed. During their investigation, they encountered a mysterious figure. This figure emanated a powerful aura, instilling a sense of oppression. His silhouette flickered in the darkness, making it hard to discern his features. Are you Sun Wukong and the others? The mysterious figure said coldly. His voice sounded as if it came from an ice cellar, sending chills down one's spine. Sun Wukong watched him warily. Who are you? Why are you here? His eyes were filled with questions. The mysterious figure smiled. I am here to give you a warning. This dark force is beyond your ability to resist. His laughter was laced with mockery. Less talking, we are not afraid. Vegeta charged forward. His purple aura surged, filled with rage. The mysterious figure waved his sleeve lightly and Vegeta was knocked back. Vegeta fell heavily to the ground with a dull thud. So strong. Gohan's eyes widened, filled with surprise and fear. Sun Wukong blocked Vegeta. Don't be impulsive, let's hear what he has to say. His voice was calm and steady. The mysterious figure continued. This dark force comes from an ancient evil organization that has been seeking powerful forces to dominate the universe. And Earth is their next target. His voice echoed in the darkness, filling everyone's hearts with worry. We will not let them succeed. Sun Wukong declared firmly. Fire blazed in his eyes. The mysterious figure shook his head. You are too naive. This power far exceeds your imagination. With that, the mysterious figure vanished. Damn, what does this guy mean? Krillin said angrily, his fists clenched tightly, his teeth grinding. Sun Wukong pondered for a moment. Regardless, we must be prepared. Determination shone in his eyes. They began to formulate a plan while continuously enhancing their strength. In the days that followed, Sun Wukong and the others trained day and night, preparing for the impending fierce battle. After experiencing a series of battles and crises, Sun Wukong and his companions remained utterly vigilant. They understood that in the face of the mysterious and formidable dark force, they must be fully prepared. On a tranquil night, a peculiar dark cloud suddenly enveloped the sky above Earth. The cloud resembled a massive black vortex, swirling as if alive, occasionally flashing with purple lightning. The lightning flickered like a serpent's tongue, crackling as it illuminated the terrified city below. What is happening? Klin gazed at the sky, filled with unease. His voice trembled slightly as his hands unconsciously clenched into fists. An oppressive atmosphere filled the air, making it hard for him to breathe. This does not bode well, Tianjin Fan frowned. His gaze was grave as he stared at the dark cloud, listening intently to the unusual sounds of the wind around him. At that moment, Sun Wukong and Vegeta were engaged in intense training in the gravity chamber. Sweat poured from their bodies like rain, each drop hitting the ground heavily under the force of gravity, making a rhythmic drip sound. Their clothes were soaked with sweat, clinging to their bodies uncomfortably. Yet their eyes were resolute, as if fueled by an unquenchable flame. Bulma was in the laboratory, nervously improving various weapons and equipment. The air was thick with the metallic scent of chemicals, pungent and intense. Various instruments flickered with lights, emitting a constant buzzing sound. Gohan was at home, spending time with his family. Under the warm glow of the lights, the aroma of food wafted through the room, but his mind was focused on the impending battle, causing his chopsticks to hover midair. Suddenly, a massive black beam of light shot down from the dark cloud, landing in the center of the city. The powerful shockwave instantly obliterated surrounding buildings, flames soaring into the sky amidst a cloud of dust. The fire painted half the sky red, thick smoke billowing upwards, carrying a searing heat and acrid smell. This is not good. Sun Wukong and Vegeta sensed this overwhelming power, immediately halting their training and flying towards the source of the disturbance. Their figures streaked across the night sky like lightning, stirring up a fierce wind. Upon their arrival, they saw a massive black figure slowly emerge from the beam of light. This figure emanated a suffocating aura of evil, its presence chilling to the bone, as if capable of freezing one's soul. The surrounding air seemed to freeze, making a cracking sound. Who are you? Sun Wukong shouted. His voice rang out starkly in the silent atmosphere, laced with anger and caution. The shadow responded with a cold laugh. I am the messenger of darkness sent to destroy Earth. His voice was deep and hoarse, reminiscent of something emerging from the depths of hell, sending chills down one's spine. Vegeta glared fiercely. You think you can do that? A purple aura surged around him, his eyes filled with disdain. The shadow ceased its words and launched an attack. A wave of black energy surged towards Sun Wukong and Vegeta. This energy wave carried the power to annihilate everything, causing the air to sizzle as it passed. The two quickly dodged, but the energy wave struck the ground, leaving a massive crater. Debris and dust flew into their faces, bringing a sharp sting. Everyone be careful, this guy is strong. Sun Wukong warned, his voice urgent and tense. Clin and Tianjin Fan also arrived at the scene, joining the fight. The shadow faced multiple opponents yet showed no signs of yielding. Its attacks were fierce and unpredictable, leaving Sun Wukong and the others struggling to keep up. Each strike was accompanied by a howling wind, instilling fear. Bulma piloted a flying vehicle, observing the battle from above and continuously providing support. The roar of the vehicle's engine echoed in the night sky as her voice came through the communicator, everyone stay strong. I will support you with all my might. This isn't a solution. Gohan also arrived, contemplating strategies as he looked at the shadow. His gaze was focused and calm, his mind racing. The shadow suddenly clasped its hands together, unleashing a surge of dark power that sent everyone flying. Their bodies fell to the ground like kites with cut strings. A heavy thud resonated as they hit the ground, causing a wave of pain. Sun Wukong got up, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. It seems we must give it our all. His voice was firm and resolute, with a burning fighting spirit in his eyes. Vegeta gritted his teeth. Let's go all out. His tone was filled with rage and determination. The group charged at the shadow again, engaging in an even fiercer battle. Sun Wukong unleashed the power of a Super Saiyan, enveloped in a golden aura, each punch carrying earth-shattering force. His fists sliced through the air, producing a whistling sound, forcing the shadow to respond seriously to each attack. Vegeta also unleashed his strongest power, a brilliant purple energy radiating. His energy waves struck like purple lightning, illuminating the dark night sky. Clin and Tianjin Fan coordinated their attacks, unleashing their ultimate techniques. Clin continuously hurled energy balls, while Tianjin Fan's Kamehameha was incredibly powerful. Gohan focused his energy, preparing to deliver a lethal blow. His aura was steady and powerful, causing the air around him to tremble slightly due to his immense strength. Under the onslaught of the group, the shadow began to show signs of vulnerability. Now's the time. Gohan seized the opportunity and unleashed a powerful Kamehameha wave. The wave, infused with all his strength, shot towards the shadow like a shooting star. The shadow was struck by the Kamehameha, its body trembling slightly. Seizing the moment, Sun Wukong and the others intensified their attacks, and the shadow finally collapsed to the ground. As its body collided with the ground, a loud thud echoed, causing the earth to tremble. However, just as everyone believed victory was theirs, the shadow's body suddenly transformed into a cloud of black smoke and vanished into thin air. The smoke carried an aura of evil, sending a chill down their spines. What just happened? Clin asked in astonishment. His voice was filled with confusion and unease. He hasn't been destroyed, he has merely escaped temporarily, Sun Wukong said gravely. A hint of worry flickered in his eyes as his brow furrowed. What should we do now? Tianjin Fan asked. Continue training and prepare for his return. Sun Wukong declared, his voice resolute and powerful, instilling confidence and courage in the others. They nodded, their hearts filled with determination. Back home, Gohan looked at his sleeping family, silently vowing to protect them. He gently caressed the child's face, feeling the warmth and softness. Bulma was in the laboratory, working even harder to develop new equipment. Her eyes were bloodshot, yet she remained focused on her work. Sun Wukong and Vegeta returned to the gravity chamber to continue enhancing their strength. The pressure in the chamber made every movement incredibly difficult, but they persisted. In a dark corner, the cloud of black smoke reformed into the shadow, its eyes filled with rage and hatred. Next time I will ensure your complete destruction. His voice echoed in the darkness, carrying an endless threat. Earth was engulfed in tension and unease, but Sun Wukong and his companions were not defeated by fear. They steadfastly protected this land, awaiting the arrival of the next battle. The disappearance of the shadow brought a temporary calm to the earth, but Sun Wukong and the others knew this was merely the tranquility before the storm. They dared not show any signs of slackness, dedicating themselves wholeheartedly to preparations for battle. Sun Wukong and Vegeta continued their grueling training in the gravity chamber. The roar of the machines in the chamber was deafening like an unending war drum. Each exertion was accompanied by heavy breaths, the sound echoing like a howling wind in the confined space. Sweat soaked their clothes, dripping to the ground and forming small puddles. The salty taste of sweat filled the air, mingling with the metallic scent of rust, stimulating their nostrils. Vegeta, this time we must become stronger. Sun Wukong gritted his teeth as he spoke. His voice was hoarse yet firm, every word seeming to be squeezed out from between his teeth. Vegeta responded, "Humph, don't think you're the only one working hard, Kakarot." His eyes were filled with fighting spirit, the purple aura around him swirling like burning violet flames. With each punch he threw, a sharp wind followed, piercing the air like a whistle. Gohan was diligently training in the hyperbolic time chamber. The high temperature and pressure inside made him feel tortured, the stifling air seemingly capable of cooking a person, and each breath felt like swallowing flames, searing his throat. Sweat streamed down him like a brook wetting the ground and forming patches of dampness. I must protect everyone, Gohan silently vowed. His voice rang clear in the silent chamber filled with boundless determination. Krillin and Tien Shinhan were also tirelessly honing their skills and techniques. In the spacious training ground they sparred with one another, fists and feet colliding, creating a dull thudding sound. Each impact left their muscles aching as if their bones were about to fall apart. Tien Shinhan, take this move. Krillin shouted loudly, the energy ball in his hand shimmering with light illuminating his resolute face. Tien Shinhan replied, come on Krillin. His gaze was focused, his posture agile like a fierce tiger in the mountains. Bulma was busy in the laboratory surrounded by various parts and tools cluttering the table. The lights of the instruments flickered incessantly, reflecting her tired yet focused face. Her fingers deftly manipulated the tools, the sounds of metal clashing ringing clearly. I must finish developing these new weapons before the enemy strikes again. Bulma muttered to herself, working anxiously. Beads of sweat covered her forehead, sliding down her cheeks and dripping to the ground, vanishing in an instant. Meanwhile, on the other side of the city, people were also preparing for the impending battle. Everyone worked together to build defensive structures. The sounds of hammers striking nails and electric saws cutting wood intertwine, forming an exhilarating symphony. Shouts from the people echoed, filled with strength and determination. In the warehouse storing supplies, the sense of food and medicine permeated the air. Boxes of supplies were neatly stacked and people busily transported them, footsteps echoing in the warehouse. One day Sun Wukong emerged from the gravity chamber radiating a powerful aura. Each step carried a heavy pressure, causing the ground to tremble slightly. Wukong, how do you feel? Krillin asked, his voice filled with concern and expectation. Sun Wukong took a deep breath, sensing the air around him. Not enough, I can be stronger. His gaze was firmly fixed on the distance, as if he could pierce through any obstacle. Just then Bulma hurried over excitedly. Her footsteps were hurried and frantic, holding a model of a new weapon. I did it! The new weapon has been developed. Bulma exclaimed loudly. Her voice was filled with joy and pride, her face beaming with excitement. Everyone gathered around watching Bulma showcase the new weapon, their eyes filled with anticipation. The weapon's metal shell shimmered with a cold light under the sun, conveying its immense power. With these weapons our combat power will definitely increase significantly, Tien Shinhan said. His voice carried a hint of excitement as he gently touched the weapon's surface, feeling its cold texture. However, just as everyone was filled with confidence, an evil aura once again enveloped the earth. That aura was like the cold wind of winter, instantly penetrating people's bones, sending shivers down their spines. Not good, they're coming. Sun Wukong's expression changed. His gaze sharpened instantly and his aura surged again. Everyone immediately entered a battle stance, nervously looking at the sky. Above, dark clouds gathered, lightning flashed and thunder rumbled. A shadow appeared in the sky, accompanied by a group of powerful subordinates, all exuding a terrifying aura. The aura spread like black smoke, making it hard to breathe. Sun Wukong, this time is your end. The shadow proclaimed loudly, his voice rumbling like thunder echoing through the heavens and the earth. Sun Wukong showed no fear. Come on, we're not afraid of you. His voice was firm and powerful like a battle song. Gohan clenched his fists, his aura surging. We will definitely protect the earth. Krillin and Tien Shinhan shouted in unison, fight. Vegeta snorted, let me show you my strength. An intense battle was about to unfold. Sun Wukong charged towards the shadow, his figure as swift as lightning. The wind from his punches howled as they collided with the shadow's attacks, creating a deafening explosion that hurt the eardrums. Vegeta faced off against the shadow's subordinates, his energy wave sweeping across the area, illuminating the sky with purple light. Gohan, Krillin and Tien Shinhan coordinated and engaged in a life-and-death struggle with the enemies. On the battlefield, beams of energy intersected and explosions echoed through the skies. Each attack brought a strong impact, making it difficult to stand steady. Ah! Krillin was hit by an enemy and fell to the ground. Krillin! Sun Wukong shouted, a surge of anger welling up inside him. He attacked the shadow with even more ferocity, the golden flames burning more fiercely. Vegeta also roared in anger, defeating the enemies before him one by one. Gohan unleashed his potential, firing energy blasts that struck the enemies. Tien Shinhan's Kikaho had astonishing power, exploding among the enemy ranks. The battle reached a fever pitch, both sides exerting all their strength. Bulma on the ground anxiously monitored the battle situation, tightly gripping the communicator, ready to provide support at any moment. Go for it, everyone. Her voice was filled with urgency and expectation. In the sky, figures of Sun Wukong and the others darted through the light, each of their attacks carrying unwavering belief and determination to protect the earth. Sun Wukong and his companions engaged in a fierce battle with the Black Shadow and its minions, illuminating the entire sky with the brilliance of energy, and the thunderous roars echoed in the air. The radiance was dazzling, with golden, purple and blue hues intertwining like a magnificent painting. Each clash of energy generated enormous shockwaves, causing the air to buzz with a deafening sound. Sun Wukong confronted the black shadow directly, his fists imbued with boundless strength as golden flames blazed fiercely around him. His fists sliced through the air, creating a whistling wind that seemed capable of tearing space apart. Black Shadow, today is your doom. Sun Wukong roared, his fists striking the black shadow like a torrential storm. His voice was filled with rage and determination, reverberating across the battlefield. The black shadow sneered, easily dodging Sun Wukong's attack. Sun Wukong, you are too naive. Do you think you can defeat me? His voice was deep and chilling like a curse from the depths of hell. With that, the black shadow waved his hand, unleashing a wave of black energy towards Sun Wukong. The wave of energy carried a thick aura of darkness, freezing the air in its wake. Sun Wukong sidestepped the energy wave, grazing past him, leaving a black mark in the air behind him, emanating a pungent burnt smell. On Vegeta's side, he was besieged by several powerful enemies, yet he showed no signs of retreat as purple energy flickered around him. His eyes were filled with the fervor of battle, each breath heavy with pressure. You guys don't think you can stop me? Vegeta roared, continuously unleashing energy waves that pushed back his foes. The energy waves crackled through the sky, sounding like popping beans. Gohan, Krillin and Tien Fan were also fighting hard, each showing signs of injury. Sweat soaked their clothes, blood and sweat mixed and flowed down their bodies. Despite this, their eyes remained resolute, filled with indomitable fighting spirit. Gohan focused intently, unleashing a powerful Kamehameha wave. The Kamehameha shot out with a piercing whistle, slamming into the enemy in front of him with a resounding bang. As the enemy was hit, a cry of pain echoed in the air. Krillin deftly navigated through the enemies, waiting for the perfect moment to deliver a fatal blow. His movements were agile and swift, each strike filled with decisiveness and determination. Tien Fan's Kamehameha was immensely powerful, causing significant damage with each shot. The glow of the Kamehameha illuminated his determined face as he continually shouted in anger. Bulma was on the ground, nervously operating the instruments to provide support. The indicators on the instruments flashed incessantly, emitting a beeping sound. Her eyes were fixed on the screen, beads of sweat forming on her forehead. Everyone hold on. Her voice came through the communicator to each person's ears, filled with concern and urgency. The battle intensified and Sun Wukong gradually felt his strength waning, yet his fighting spirit burned even brighter. His breath became rapid and labored, each inhalation felt like it was igniting his lungs. Super Saiyan. Sun Wukong shouted, his aura surging again, his hair turning golden and his combat power skyrocketing. He radiated a brilliant light like a golden sun. The black shadow was momentarily taken aback. I didn't expect you to have this trick, but it still isn't enough. The black shadow also amplified his power, engaging Sun Wukong in a fierce clash once more. Each collision generated massive energy fluctuations, distorting the surrounding space. In the midst of battle, Vegeta suddenly spotted a flaw in the enemy's defense. Now's the time. He capitalized on the opportunity to unleash a powerful strike, defeating the enemies surrounding him. The enemy struck flew away as if they were kites with their strings cut. Gohan, Krillin and Tien Fan began to gain the upper hand, pushing the enemies back. Their attacks became increasingly fierce, making it difficult for the enemies to cope. However, at that moment, the Black Shadow unleashed a devastating move. Dark Destruction Wave. A massive wave of black energy shot from his hand, rushing towards Sun Wukong and the others. The energy wave resembled a black dragon, clawing and roaring, carrying the aura of annihilation. Not good, everyone, be careful. Sun Wukong shouted. His voice was filled with urgency and concern. The group quickly gathered their strength to resist this formidable attack. Their energies merged together, forming a powerful defensive barrier. The energy wave collided with their combined power, resulting in a massive explosion. The explosion's brilliance was blinding, making it impossible to look directly at it. A tremendous roar rattled the ears as if it would shake the soul out of the body. After the explosion, Sun Wukong and the others lay on the ground, their breaths weak. Their bodies were covered in wounds, blood staining their clothes. Their breathing was faint and rapid, each breath accompanied by painful groans. Haha, you have ultimately lost. The Black Shadow laughed triumphantly. His laughter echoed on the silent battlefield, sounding particularly jarring and filling hearts with anger. Just as the Black Shadow prepared to deliver the final blow to Sun Wukong and the others, Sun Wukong suddenly stood up. His body trembled slightly, but his eyes were filled with unyielding will. I won't let you succeed. Sun Wukong's gaze was resolute and determined, though his voice was hoarse. It was filled with strength. He erupted with powerful energy, again charging towards the Black Shadow. His figure was like lightning, instantly appearing before the Black Shadow. The Black Shadow was caught off guard by Sun Wukong's resurgence. Seizing the opportunity, Sun Wukong unleashed a flurry of attacks, forcing the Black Shadow to retreat repeatedly. His fists fell upon the Black Shadow like raindrops, each blow carrying his rage and determination. Vegeta and the others, inspired by Sun Wukong, also stood up and rejoined the battle. Together, let's eliminate, Sun Wukong shouted. His voice echoed across the battlefield, motivating everyone. The group combined their strengths, launching a final attack against the Black Shadow. Their energies merged into an incredibly powerful force, surging toward the Black Shadow like a torrent. Faced with this overwhelming power, the Black Shadow finally faltered off. With that cry he dissipated into a cloud of smoke. The smoke carried his last unwillingness and despair gradually fading away. His subordinates saw the situation and fled in a panic. Their footsteps were hurried and chaotic, filled with fear and panic. "We won!" Sun Wukong and the others cheered. Their voices were filled with joy and fatigue echoing in the sky. They lay exhausted on the ground gasping for breath, yet their faces were beaming with victorious smiles. A gentle breeze brushed against their faces, bringing a refreshing coolness that felt immensely comforting. Bulma ran over. "Everyone is fine, that's great." Her voice was filled with joy and excitement, tears welling in her eyes. Just as everyone celebrated their victory, a mysterious light suddenly appeared in the sky. The light was brilliant and soft, making it hard to look directly at it. "What is this?" Krillin asked in surprise, his voice filled with confusion and vigilance. From the light came a voice. "Warriors of Earth, your performance is commendable, but greater challenges lie ahead." The voice was deep and distant, as if it came from an ancient call. After the mysterious light vanished, Sun Wukong and his companions fell into deep contemplation. They knew full well that the voice they had just heard heralded even greater trials ahead. "No matter what lies ahead, we will not retreat." Sun Wukong clenched his fists, his gaze unwavering as he spoke, his voice resounding with ironclad resolve, reverberating through the air as if capable of shattering every obstacle in its path. The others nodded in unison, their expressions grave and resolute. After a brief respite, they began discussing the strange event that had just unfolded. What exactly was that light and that voice? Krillin frowned, his face clouded with bewilderment. Confusion shimmered in his eyes, his voice trembled faintly, and beads of sweat glistened on his brow beneath the sun. Vegeta scoffed coldly. "Who cares? 1 enemy, crush it. 2, obliterate them both." Arms crossed, chin lifted with quiet arrogance, violet aura flickered around him like living flame, radiating unshakable confidence and sovereign pride. Bulma mused thoughtfully, "I suspect something profound lies behind this, something monumental." Her fingers tapped lightly against her chin, wisdom gleamed in her eyes, and a gentle breeze stirred her hair, carrying the faint clean scent of shampoo. Gohan paused in quiet reflection before speaking. "Perhaps this is a trial bestowed upon us by the universe itself." His gaze was deep and unyielding, his aura calm yet formidable, emanated steady, overwhelming power. As their discussion surged with intensity, inexplicable energy fluctuations erupted across Earth, ripples unseen yet deeply felt, spreading swiftly like silent shockwaves, stirring unease in every heart. "What now?" Tien Shinhan exclaimed, startled. His eyes widened, his ears strained to catch the faint subsonic hum, a low droning resonance that prickled the skin and set teeth on edge. Sun Wukong instantly sensed the disturbance. "Follow me, now." His command was decisive, urgent, and in the next breath he blazed forth as a streak of golden light vanishing into the distance. The group dispersed to investigate separate locations. Sun Wukong arrived at a dense forest, its trees warped and twisted as though contorted by some alien force. Leaves glowed with unnatural hues, branches coiled and knotted together, writhing as if locked in silent, agonized struggle. He moved cautiously through the undergrowth, the brittle twigs and fallen leaves crunching sharply beneath his feet while the air hung thick with the stench of decay. Suddenly a guttural roar echoed through the woods. "Who's there?" Sun Wukong spun, alert and watchful, his eyes sweeping the shadows, muscles coiled tight, ready for any threat. From the depths of the forest emerged a colossal figure, an unknown beast radiating immense malevolent power. Its aura swept over him like glacial frost, sending a chill down his spine. Coarse armored fur covered its hulking frame, crimson light burned fiercely in its eyes, and scorching breath billowed from its maw. "Let me deal with you." Sun Wukong charged without hesitation, his form a blur of lightning trailing gales that howled through the trees. Elsewhere, Vegeta descended upon a city where buildings fissured unnaturally and eerie mist blanketed the streets. The fog was thick as curdled milk, obscuring vision entirely, and reeked of acrid chemical bitterness. Vegeta's brow furrowed in suspicion. Violet energy crackled in his palms. Then from the mist shadowy figures emerged, silent, swift, and hostile. They moved with predatory grace, uttering guttural snarls that echoed hollowly, chilling the blood. Meanwhile, Gohan stood alone in a desert, watching the sands churn, violently spiraling into vast roaring vortices. The vortex groaned, a mournful bestial wail. "This is utterly unnatural," Gohan observed warily. In the desert's profound silence, his heartbeat thundered, each pulse sharp with tension and dread. Abruptly, colossal insectoid creatures erupted from the vortex, claws, outstretched mandibles snapping, rushing toward him. Their wings thrummed with a deafening buzz, chitinous carapaces flared blindingly in the sun. Krillin and Tien Shinhan too confronted bizarre phenomena and hostile forces in their own domains. Sun Wukong engaged the beast in furious combat, the creature's raw strength pressing relentlessly upon him. Each slash of its claws rent the air with a shrieking whistle, piercing, shrill, unbearable. Yet Sun Wukong, forged in indomitable will and honed by peerless martial mastery, gradually seized the upper hand. "Fall, now." Sun Wukong roared, unleashing a devastating blow that sent the beast crashing to the ground. The impact reverberated, deep, resonant, like a temple drum struck at the heart of creation. Vegeta met the shadowy assailants with merciless precision, energy blasts lancing through the fog with sharp sizzling cracks, each strike felling another foe. Gohan countered the insectoid swarm with focused ki blasts, each detonation unleashing concussive force that hurled sand skyward in blinding swirling clouds. Krillin and Tien Shinhan likewise overcame their adversaries through grit and determination. Reunited, the warriors exchanged accounts of what they had witnessed. These anomalies and these enemies, their coordinated. Bulma analyzed, her voice clear and composed. In her hand a device pulsed rhythmically, its display flashing streams of volatile data. Could this be another conspiracy? Tien Shinhan asked, wariness and concern tinging his tone. At that very moment a mysterious figure materialized before them. A soft luminous aura enveloped the stranger, veiling his features in gentle radiance. Greetings, warriors of Earth, he intoned, his voice deep, resonant, echoing as if carried across cosmic distances. Who are you? Sun Wukong demanded, eyes sharp with vigilance, his aura subtly rising like a storm gathering on the horizon. The figure smiled faintly. I am an emissary from another dimension. These disturbances arise because the universe's balance has been shattered. The universe's balance. The group stared stunned. The emissary continued, yes, the ascendance of darkness has fractured cosmic equilibrium. You bear the sacred charge to restore it. Us. Vegeta scoffed. Why us? Because you wield unmatched power and an unbroken heart of justice, the emissary replied. Only you can fulfill this destiny. Sun Wukong considered the words in silence, then nodded. Very well. We accept this charge. The emissary inclined his head and placed a crystalline artifact into Sun Wukong's hands. This is the heart of the cosmos. It shall guide you, but your path will be fraught with peril. The crystal glowed with a warm, serene luminescence, gentle yet radiant, evoking profound peace and quiet certainty. Sun Wukong closed his fingers around it, light bloomed softly in his palm. Then go forth, brave ones, the emissary declared, and dissolved into shimmering light, gone as swiftly as he had appeared. With the heart of the cosmos in hand, Sun Wukong and his comrades embarked upon a new odyssey into the unknown. Sun Wukong and his companions embarked on an arduous journey to restore the balance of the universe, carrying the heart of the universe. Their figures raced through the starry sky, surrounded by stars that flickered with faint light as if guiding them in their direction. They first arrived at a planet shrouded in dark energy. The sky of this planet was overcast with dark clouds devoid of sunlight, with darkness wrapping the entire planet like a heavy curtain. A stench of decay and despair filled the air, carrying a pungent sourness that churned the stomach. This place feels ominous. Klin couldn't help but utter, his voice trembling slightly. His body shook slightly, beads of sweat forming on his forehead, his palms slick with perspiration. Whatever, let's go in and take a look. Vegeta said, leading the charge. His figure darted into the darkness like a purple flash of lightning. The others quickly followed. As soon as they entered the planet, they discovered the environment was extremely harsh. The ground was cracked and barren, covered with deep fissures as if split open by a giant's axe. From a distance, eerie howls echoed, reverberating in the desolate wilderness, sending chills down their spines. Everyone be careful. Sun Wukong warned. His voice was steady and powerful, bringing a sense of reassurance to the group. They cautiously moved forward, the ground beneath their feet soft, each step kicking up a cloud of dust. Suddenly a swarm of dark creatures burst forth from the ground, launching an attack on them. These dark creatures were grotesquely distorted, some bore sharp fangs dripping with green slime, exuding a foul stench, while others were covered in sharp spikes that glimmered ominously in the darkness. Gohan immediately unleashed a Kamehameha wave, the brilliant light of the attack repelling a wave of enemies with a resounding boom. Everyone, don't let your guard down. He shouted, his voice filled with tension and focus. Sun Wukong, relying on his agility, darted between the enemies. Every movement he made stirred the air, creating a whistling sound. Each punch contained immense power, producing a dull thud upon contact with the enemies. Vegeta was equally relentless, the purple energy radiating from him illuminating his furious face. He repelled the nearby enemies, who cried out in agony when struck. In the heat of battle, Tianjin found that these dark creatures seemed endless, as if they could never be defeated. This won't do, we need to find their source. Tianjin shouted loudly, his voice cutting through the chaotic sounds of battle. Bulma observed from the side, trying to find clues. Her eyes were fixed on the surrounding environment, her device beeping with signals. Just when everyone felt a sense of helplessness, Sun Wukong suddenly sensed a powerful dark energy surging from afar. That power came like a tidal wave crashing against his mind. Follow me. Sun Wukong exclaimed, rushing towards the source of that power. His figure shot through the darkness like a golden meteor. The others followed closely behind, arriving at the entrance of a massive cave. The cave emanated a chilling aura that pierced the bone as if it could penetrate one's very marrow. This should be their life, Vegeta remarked, his voice tinged with excitement and anxiety. Without hesitation they entered the cave, where thick dark mist lingered, damp and cold, obscuring their vision. Watch your step. Klin warned, nearly tripping over a strange rock on the ground. The rocks were jagged, some sharp as knives, others smooth as balls. Suddenly a gigantic dark beast lunged out from the mist, opening its gaping maw to pounce on them. A wave of scorching breath escaped its mouth, carrying a bloody stench. Sun Wukong and Vegeta quickly confronted it, engaging in a life and death struggle. The beast's power was immense, causing the ground to tremble with each attack. Its claws scraped against the ground, emitting a screeching sound, leaving deep marks behind. Sun Wukong and Vegeta were pushed back a few steps, crashing against the cave wall as stones fell around them. This guy is tough to deal with, Gohan said, his voice filled with concern. Let's all attack together, Tianjin shouted. His voice was filled with determination. The group unleashed their strongest techniques, various energy lights intertwining in the cave. The glow illuminated the dark cavern, reflecting the resolute faces of the group. After a fierce battle, they finally defeated the beast. It collapsed with a thunderous crash, shaking the ground. However, before they could catch their breath, a more intense energy fluctuation emanated from the depths of the cave. The waves surged like invisible tsunamis, pounding against their minds. There are stronger enemies ahead, Bulma said, a hint of fear in her voice. At that moment, a dark figure appeared before them. The figure was tall and imposing, radiating a terrifying aura. You overconfident fools dare to intrude here, the dark figure sneered. His voice was as chilling as ice, sending shivers down their spines. Who are you? Sun Wukong demanded, his voice firm and powerful, his gaze full of vigilance. I am the guardian of darkness, you shall not disrupt the balance here, the dark figure proclaimed. His voice echoed through the cave, imbued with boundless authority. Sun Wukong and his companions did not back down, launching another attack. The battle was extraordinarily fierce, with the dark figure's attacks being both strange and powerful. Each attack he made carried the power of darkness, making it difficult to withstand. The group gradually found themselves in a predicament. What should we do? It seems we can't defeat him, Klin said anxiously, his voice filled with despair. Don't give up, there must be a way, Sun Wukong encouraged everyone. His voice was filled with strength, reigniting the group's fighting spirit. Just then, the heart of the universe in Sun Wukong's hand suddenly emitted a brilliant light. The light was warm and gentle, as if illuminating a lantern in the darkness. Perhaps this is our turning point, Gohan said. His voice carried a hint of hope. Sun Wukong felt the power of the heart of the universe, as if he had found the direction to break through. He charged towards the dark figure, once more harnessing the power of the heart of the universe to unleash an unprecedentedly powerful attack. Golden light surrounded his body, shining like a sword, piercing towards the dark figure. The dark figure began to falter in the face of this overwhelming power. His body trembled slightly and his breath became disordered. Seizing the opportunity, the group rushed forward, unleashing various energy attacks upon the dark figure, ultimately defeating it. The dark figure let out a desperate wail, transforming into a cloud of smoke that vanished into thin air. As the dark figure fell, the dark energy on this planet began to dissipate. The dark clouds gradually cleared and the sky slowly revealed the sunlight. The sunlight was warm and gentle, falling upon the group and bringing an overwhelming sense of comfort. We did it! Klin exclaimed excitedly. His voice brimmed with joy and excitement. However, they knew this was just the beginning of their journey, with more challenges awaiting them. Sun Wukong and his companions successfully defeated the Dark Guardian, and having left the shadowed planet, continued to traverse the cosmos in search of a way to restore balance to the universe. Their spaceship raced through the vast starry sky, with the stars outside twinkling like brilliant gems, shimmering with mysterious light. They arrived at a vibrant planet where the mountains were clear and the waters pristine. The birds sang and flowers bloomed, forming a stark contrast to the previous darkness. A gentle breeze brushed past, carrying the fragrance of flowers and the freshness of grass. Birds sang joyfully on the branches, their clear and melodious voices seemed to be performing a wonderful concert. This place looks amazing, Klin said with a smile, taking a deep breath of the fresh air filled with floral and grassy scents. The fragrance was like a herald of spring, refreshing and uplifting. He closed his eyes, feeling the soft breeze caress his cheeks, a blissful smile spreading across his face. Don't let your guard down, there might still be danger, Vegeta warned, remaining vigilant. He furrowed his brow, his sharp gaze scanning the surroundings, his purple aura flickering ominously as if ready to confront any potential threats. Just as they prepared to explore the planet further, a group of figures appeared before them. These figures exuded a powerful aura yet showed no hostility. Their silhouettes cast long shadows in the sunlight, conveying a sense of authority. Who are you? Sun Wukong asked. His voice was resonant and clear, echoing in the air. One of the figures stepped forward, smiling as he said, "We are the guardians of this planet, and we sense the righteous power within you." His voice was gentle and rich like aged fine wine, instilling a sense of reassurance. Gohan looked at them curiously. Can you help us restore balance to the universe? His eyes sparkled with anticipation tinged with urgency. The guardians exchanged glances and nodded, saying, "Perhaps we can cooperate, but first you must pass our test." Their voices were uniform and resolute, as if spoken by one person. Sun Wukong smiled confidently. "Bring it on. We fear no challenge." His smile was radiant and fearless, the golden aura around him burning even brighter. The test began and they were taken to a massive arena. The arena's floor was made of solid crystal, shining with a strange light as dazzling and colorful as a rainbow. The first test is a battle of strength, one of the guardians shouted. His voice echoed with authority above the arena. Sun Wukong stepped forward. I'll go first. His voice brimmed with confidence and courage. A massive guardian entered the arena, his heavy footsteps resonating powerfully, causing the ground to tremble slightly with each step. His muscles bulged like small hills, radiating tremendous strength. Sun Wukong faced him, their gazes locking as if sparks were flying in the air. Begin. At the command, both rushed towards each other in an instant. Their fists collided with a thunderous sound bang. The sound roared like thunder in their ears, sending chills down their spines. The ground shook violently and fine cracks appeared on the crystal surface. Ha! Sun Wukong shouted, launching a full-on attack. His golden aura blazed fiercely, each punch carrying the power to devastate. Ultimately, he pushed his opponent back. Well done, Sun Wukong. Vegeta exclaimed, his voice filled with excitement and pride. Next was the test of speed, and Tianjin Fan showcased his astonishing agility. His figure moved like a specter across the arena, leaving behind blurred after images. The wind whistled past his ears, a soft whoosh. During the test of intellect, Bulma used her sharp mind to successfully solve the puzzles. Her eyes sparkled with wisdom as her fingers deftly maneuvered through various instruments and enigmas. After all the tests concluded, the Guardians nodded in satisfaction. You have passed the tests, and from now on we shall be allies, the leader of the Guardians said. His voice was filled with appreciation and hope. Awesome! Clint exclaimed, jumping with excitement. He pushed off the ground with force, leaping high, his face beaming with uncontainable joy. At that moment, the Guardian leader produced an ancient book. This contains secrets about the dark powers which may aid you. The cover of the book was aged and mysterious, emanating a faint magical aura. Sun Wukong and the others gathered around, studying the contents of the book intently. Fingers gently brushed over the yellowed pages, the texture rough yet substantial. Suddenly Gohan discovered an important clue. Look, this mentions a mysterious gem said to enhance the power of the heart of the universe. His voice was filled with surprise and excitement. Then we must find it. Vegeta declared, his eyes gleaming with determination. The Guardians informed them that this gem resided in a perilous location guarded by powerful monsters. Sun Wukong declared without hesitation, then let's set off. His voice was decisive and resolute. Under the guidance of the Guardians, they moved towards the location of the gem. Along the way they encountered various strange creatures and complex terrains. A babbling brook flowed beside them, the water crystal clear with fish happily swimming within. This place is really hard to traverse. Clint complained, his footsteps heavy and beads of sweat dotting his forehead. Stop whining and hurry up. Vegeta urged, his voice tinged with impatience. Finally they arrived at the entrance of a gigantic cave from which deep rumbling roars emanated. The sound seemed to originate from the depths of hell, sending shivers down their spines. This must be the place, Sun Wukong said, his tone deep and serious. They cautiously entered the cave, where a strong stench pervaded the air. The foul odor was nauseating, as if emanating from decaying corpses. Suddenly a gigantic three-headed monster appeared before them, its eyes gleaming with a malevolent light. That light burned like flames, daring anyone to look directly at it. Prepare for battle. Sun Wukong shouted. His voice echoed in the cave, brimming with the fervor of combat. Everyone unleashed their ultimate techniques, engaging in a thrilling battle with the monster. Sun Wukong and his companions engaged in a fierce battle against the massive three-headed monster. Inside the cave, shadows danced and the sound of booming echoed deafeningly. The three heads of the monster spewed flames, frost and lightning respectively. The flames were scorching, capable of turning everything to ashes, and waves of heat surged forth instantly, causing a searing pain on the skin. The frost was bone-chilling, causing tiny ice crystals to form in the air with a crackling sound. The lightning flashed with dazzling brilliance, accompanied by thunderous booms as if it aimed to tear the entire cave apart. Everyone be careful. Sun Wukong shouted to his companions. He moved like lightning, nimbly dodging the raging flames spewed by the monster. His voice stood out amidst the chaotic sounds of battle, filled with unwavering determination. Vegeta snorted, his body radiating purple energy like a burning purple flame charging towards the monster. Watch this. His gaze was filled with disdain and confidence, each step exuding immense power, causing the ground beneath him to tremble slightly. Gohan was equally unyielding, gathering energy to unleash a powerful Kamehameha wave. Ya! The wave burst forth with dazzling light, creating a resonant hum in the air. Krillin and Tien Shinhan remained on the sidelines, waiting for an opportunity to exploit the monster's weaknesses. Krillin's heart raced, his breath quickened as he nervously observed every move of the monster. Tien Shinhan's gaze was sharp and focused, muscles tensed, ready to strike at any moment. Bulma anxiously hid behind a large rock, keeping an eye on the battle's developments. Her heartbeat echoed in the silent corner, her hands tightly covering her mouth, fearing that she might inadvertently make a sound that would affect everyone. The monster's attacks grew increasingly ferocious, its claws slashing through the air, creating a whirlwind. The howling wind struck against their faces like countless tiny knives. This guy is too tough to handle. Krillin shouted, his voice filled with anxiety and fatigue, sweat streaming down his cheeks, dripping to the ground. Sun Wukong's expression was resolute. Don't back down. We will definitely defeat it. His gaze was piercing, the golden aura around him burning even brighter, each movement radiating strength and determination. At that moment the monster suddenly opened its enormous mouth. A powerful suction force emerged, trying to draw everyone in. The suction felt like an invisible vortex, strong and irresistible. Not good. Tien Shinhan struggled against the suction. His feet were firmly planted on the ground, yet his body involuntarily leaned forward. Seizing the opportunity, Sun Wukong leaped onto the monster's head and unleashed a full-force strike. His fist, like a shooting star, descended upon the monster with boundless power. The moment his fist made contact with the monster, a deep thunderous sound erupted. Boom! The monster howled in pain, releasing its grip of suction, roaring furiously. Its roar echoed throughout the cave, vibrating the eardrums and causing debris to fall from the cave ceiling. Vegeta seized the moment, releasing a powerful energy wave that struck one of the monster's eyes. The energy wave sliced through the air with a sharp whistle sizzle. The monster screamed in agony, its body shaking violently. Black blood oozed from its eye, emitting a foul stench. Gohan seized the chance to unleash another Kamehameha wave, hitting the monster in the abdomen. The wave exploded upon contact, releasing a burst of dazzling light. Bang! After a grueling battle, the monster finally collapsed to the ground, barely clinging to life. Its body twitched, foam spewing from its mouth. Finally taken care of. Krillin sighed in relief. He sat down heavily, gasping for breath, sweat soaking his clothes. The group continued deeper into the cave, searching for the mysterious gem. A mysterious aura permeated the cave, damp and cold, carrying a hint of age. The walls flickered with strange lights, some resembling green fireflies, others blue specters, making one feel as though they had entered a dreamlike. Everyone be careful, there may be other dangers here, Sun Wukong warned vigilantly. His voice echoed in the vast cave, tinged with gravity. Suddenly the ground began to shake and traps appeared all around. Sharp spikes shot up from the traps, glinting menacingly. Oh no! Tien Shinhan narrowly avoided falling into a deep pit, his body suddenly leaning back, cold sweat breaking out all over him. Bulma exclaimed, "Watch out for those spikes!" Her voice was filled with fear and concern. The group carefully avoided the traps, moving forward cautiously. Every step was taken with utmost care, their heartbeats distinctly audible in the silent cave. Finally they discovered a stone platform deep within the cave, upon which lay the mysterious gem. The gem radiated a brilliant light, shining like the brightest star in the night sky. The light illuminated their faces, reflecting their expressions of delight. The gem seemed to contain endless power, surging like a tide, creating an invisible pressure. This is it! Gohan exclaimed excitedly, his voice filled with joy and anticipation. Just as they prepared to take the gem, a group of shadows appeared, blocking their path. "This is our treasure, you cannot take it," the shadows declared. Their voices were deep and hoarse, as if emerging from the depths of hell. Sun Wukong furrowed his brow. "Who are you?" His gaze was filled with vigilance as his aura surged. "We are followers of the dark forces, this gem belongs to our master." The shadows chorused, their forms appearing particularly sinister in the gem's glow. "No matter who it is, no one can stop us." Vegeta roared in anger. Purple energy surged around him, flickering with light. The two sides immediately engaged in a fierce struggle. Sun Wukong fought up close with several of the shadows, his fists cutting through the air with a whooshing sound with each strike. Fists collided with the bodies of the shadows, producing dull thuds. Bang! Bang! Vegeta continuously unleashed energy waves, attempting to repel the enemies. Energy waves sliced through the air, radiating dazzling light and intense energy fluctuations. Zizzle! Gohan, Krillin and Tien Shinhan also fought with all their might. Gohan's Kamehameha blast shot towards the shadows like meteors. Krillin threw energy spheres relentlessly, and Tien Shinhan's Kamehameha cannon was immensely powerful. Bulma nervously shouted from the side, "Everyone be careful." Her voice was filled with concern and tension. The battle escalated to a fever pitch, both sides refusing to yield. The shadows' attacks became increasingly frenzied, their forms intertwining in the light, dazzling and disorienting. At that moment Sun Wukong discovered the weaknesses of the shadows. "Attack their backs!" Sun Wukong shouted. His voice resonated like a battle horn, inspiring everyone. Following Sun Wukong's instructions, the group concentrated their power to strike at the shadows' weak points. The shadows gradually faltered and began to retreat. "Don't let them escape," Vegeta urged, eager to press the attack. Sun Wukong stopped him. "Don't pursue too closely, securing the gem is the priority." The group successfully obtained the gem and left the cave. However, unbeknownst to them, an even greater crisis awaited them. Sun Wukong and the others emerged from the cave bearing a mysterious gem as sunlight bathed them, yet it could not dispel the faint unease in their hearts. The warm sunlight touched their skin, which should have brought comfort and reassurance, but at this moment everyone's brows remained tightly furrowed. "I don't know why, but I just feel things aren't that simple," said Wufan, his voice laced with worry as he fixed his gaze on the gem in his hand, which emanated a mysterious and alluring glow. Wufan frowned, his voice tinged with anxiety. The gem in his hand radiated a mysterious and enticing light. Who cares? With us here, what is there to fear?" Vegeta scoffed, folding his arms, a purple aura flickering around him, showcasing his confidence and pride. Bulma examined the gem and said the energy fluctuations of this gem are quite strange, it may indeed bring trouble. She held various instruments, their indicators blinking incessantly, emitting a series of beeping sounds. The group decided to return to the spaceship first before making any further plans, remaining highly vigilant along the way. A gentle breeze brushed by, carrying a slight chill as insects in the grass chirped. Suddenly a massive shadow appeared in the sky as a gigantic black warship slowly descended. The metallic hull of the ship reflected a cold glint under the sun, and the roar of its engines rattled their ears. "What is that thing?" Krillin exclaimed, his voice sharp with panic, his eyes wide open. The warship's hatch opened and a group of mysterious figures clad in black armor rushed out, exuding a powerful and sinister aura. That aura was like an invisible pressure, making it hard to breathe. "Hand over the gem," the leader of the mysterious figures shouted. His voice was deep and hoarse as if it emerged from the depths of hell. Sun Wukong stepped forward, saying, "Not a chance." His voice was firm and powerful, and the golden aura around him surged. In an instant, battle erupted. The strength of the mysterious figures was formidable and their moves were strange. Their attacks were laced with dark energy, making them almost impossible to resist. The dark energy resembled a black mist, hissing corrosively wherever it passed, exuding a pungent odor. Sun Wukong unleashed the power of a Super Saiyan, engaging in a fierce confrontation with the enemy. Each of his punches radiated golden light, slicing through the darkness. The wind generated by his punches whooshed through the air, and when they collided with the enemy, a dull thud echoed. Vegito was also unwilling to be outdone, continuously firing purple energy waves that pushed the enemies back. The energy waves streaked through the air, leaving behind trails of purple light accompanied by the crackling sounds of energy explosions. Wufan, Krillin and Tianjin Fan also unleashed their ultimate techniques, and in an instant radiant lights clashed, creating a deafening cacophony. Various colored energy lights intertwined, illuminating the entire sky while the ground trembled slightly under the powerful energy shock. Meanwhile, Bulma anxiously operated various instruments aboard the distant spaceship, providing support for everyone. Her fingers danced rapidly across the control panel, her eyes fixated on the data displayed on the screen. "Everyone hang in there." Her voice came through the communicator, laced with urgency and encouragement. The attacks from the mysterious figures grew increasingly fierce, and Sun Wukong and the others gradually felt the strain. Sweat dripped continuously from their foreheads, hitting the ground and instantly evaporating under the overwhelming energy. "We can't keep this up." Wufan exclaimed, his breath becoming rapid, his voice filled with exhaustion. Just then Sun Wukong suddenly noticed a flaw in the mysterious figure's formation. "Watch this." He concentrated his power and unleashed a powerful Kamehameha wave which surged towards the enemy like a golden torrent. A buzzing tremor filled the air, causing discomfort in their eardrums as the Kamehameha wave struck the enemy ranks, creating chaos. The screams of the enemy echoed, their bodies flung away by the powerful force, hitting the ground with heavy thuds. Vegeta seized the opportunity and charged in, launching even fiercer attacks. His figure darted like a purple lightning bolt among the enemies, each strike carrying deadly power. With everyone working together, the mysterious figures began to retreat. "Don't let them get away." Krillin shouted, his voice filled with anger and frustration, hurling energy balls continuously. However, just as they prepared to pursue, a beam of black light suddenly shot out from the warship, enveloping them all. The light resembled a massive black net, carrying a chilling aura and formidable binding power. Sun Wukong and the others felt a powerful force binding them, rendering them immobile. It was as if their bodies were weighed down by heavy lead, making every movement incredibly difficult. "What kind of power is this?" Tianjin Fan exclaimed in astonishment, his voice filled with fear and confusion as he struggled to break free, but to no avail. The leader of the mysterious figures sneered, "This is the power of darkness, you cannot resist it." His laughter echoed ominously within the dark glow. Bulma was in the spaceship, panic-stricken. "What should I do? I need to think of a solution." Her heart raced, sweat dripped from her forehead, and her fingers frantically tapped the keyboard. She desperately sought a way to break this power, her forehead soaked with sweat, her hair sticking to her face. Just as everyone found themselves in dire straits, a surge of power erupted from within Sun Wukong. His body radiated a dazzling golden light, piercing through the dark bindings like a sword. He broke free from the restraints and shouted, "Don't be afraid, everyone." His voice was filled with power and courage, inspiring everyone like a battle drum. Encouraged by Sun Wukong, everyone unleashed their own powerful energies, breaking free from the dark bindings. The mysterious figures, sensing the shift, hastily retreated to their warship and fled. The engines of the warship roared loudly, stirring up a whirlwind that sent dust flying all around. "Damn it, let them escape," Vegeta said angrily. His fists clenched tightly, a purple aura blazing around him. Sun Wukong watched the departing warship and said, "They will come back, we must be prepared." His gaze was resolute and profound, looking into the distance with vigilance. The group returned to the spaceship to discuss their strategy. The atmosphere inside the spaceship was tense, with the indicators of the instruments flickering continuously, emitting faint glows. "We need to figure out the secret of this gem quickly, perhaps we can find a way to counter them." Wufan said, his voice tinged with urgency as his gaze fell upon the gem in Bulma's hands. Bulma nodded. "I will do my best to research it." Her eyes were focused and determined as her tools continuously conducted various tests on the gem. After much effort, Bulma finally made some discoveries. This gem seems to be related to an ancient legend, she said, her voice resonating clearly in the quiet spaceship. Everyone gathered around listening intently. In the legend, a powerful dark force is sealed within a gem. Could this be it? Krillin exclaimed in surprise, his voice raised several decibels. It's very possible, Bulma replied. If that's the case, we are in big trouble. Her brows furrowed, showing a worried expression. No matter what, we cannot let this dark power rampage, Sun Wukong said firmly, his eyes filled with determination and courage. Just then the spaceship's alarm suddenly blared. The sharp alarm echoed throughout the spaceship, causing their heartbeats to race. Not good, more enemies are coming, Bulma exclaimed. The group entered battle mode once again, ready to face new challenges. The alarm blared urgently within the spaceship, its sharp and piercing sound seeming to stab through the heart. It seems our enemies are not here for a friendly visit, Tianjin Fan said, clenching his fists with determination in his eyes. Outside the spaceship, a group of uniquely shaped creatures gradually approached, emanating an eerie glow, some resembling ghostly green flames while others appeared as dark red bloodlights. The flickering lights cast an ominous and terrifying illumination on the surrounding darkness. The distorted foes, some bearing sharp fangs and others with massive claws, sent chills down the spine. Prepare for battle, commanded Sun Wukong, leading the charge forward. His figure darted through the darkness like a bolt of golden lightning. Vegeta followed closely, a purple energy radiating around him. Let me teach these guys a lesson. His roar echoed, filled with boundless anger and confidence. Gohan, undaunted, surged with energy, a soft glow radiating from his body. I will not back down. Krillin took a deep breath, motivating himself. Come on, Krillin. His voice trembled slightly, yet his eyes were filled with courage. The group engaged fiercely with their adversaries. The enemy's attack methods were peculiar. Some could fire corrosive rays, the acrid scent of which filled the air, accompanied by a hissing sound of destruction. Others possessed immense power, each strike bearing a heavy pressure akin to a giant hammer crashing down, shaking the ground. Everyone be cautious, Sun Wukong loudly reminded his companions, his voice piercing through the chaos with urgency and concern. Bulma nervously operated the instruments inside the spaceship, closely monitoring the battlefield. Sun Wukong, there are enemies ambushing from the left. Her voice was hurried, intense beads of sweat glistening on her forehead, trailing down her cheeks and dripping onto the control panel. Sun Wukong reacted swiftly, evading the ambush. Thank you, Bulma. Vegeta roared furiously, unleashing powerful energy waves. You lot won't defeat me. His voice thundered like a storm as the purple energy waves traced dazzling arcs through the darkness. However, the enemies seemed endless, surging forth like a tide. Sun Wukong and the others gradually found themselves in dire straits. This can't go on, we need a strategy, Gohan said, sweat trickling down his cheeks, his breathing growing rapid and heavy. Just then the enemies launched a massive assault, powerful energy waves surging towards them. The energy waves carried an aura of destruction akin to a black flood rushing violently. Not good, Krillin exclaimed. His voice was filled with fear, his heart racing. Sun Wukong decisively shouted, everyone brace yourselves. The group pooled their strength to form an energy shield. The energy shield shimmered with a myriad of colors, colliding with the black energy waves, producing dazzling light and a tremendous roar ringing painfully in their ears as if countless needles were pricking their eardrums. Hold on, Sun Wukong shouted, pain etched on his face, yet his gaze remained resolute. His muscles tensed, pouring all his strength into the shield. Finally the energy waves gradually weakened and they all breathed a sigh of relief. Yet they had exhausted much of their stamina and energy, each panting heavily, sweat pouring down like rain. We can't give up, we will surely defeat them. Vegeta gritted his teeth, his resolve unwavering. His teeth chattered, his eyes burning with indomitable spirit. At that moment Sun Wukong suddenly felt a mysterious power stirring within him. That power was warm and strong, like a slumbering giant awakening. This is... Sun Wukong felt a surge of joy within. He could sense this power flowing through his meridians, bringing an unprecedented sense of fulfillment. He called out to his companions, everyone follow my lead, let's launch the final attack. His voice brimmed with strength and hope, revitalizing the weary spirits of the group. The group responded in unison, all right. Sun Wukong channeled that mysterious power, merging it with his companion's strength. Their collective energy surged into a massive torrent of power, radiating blinding light. Attack! With Sun Wukong's command, an immensely powerful energy wave surged towards the enemy. The space distorted in its wake, emitting a humming sound. The enemies were caught off guard by this sudden, overwhelming assault, crumbling in disarray. Their screams echoed in the darkness, their bodies dissipating into clouds of black smoke. Great, we did it! Krillin shouted excitedly, his voice hoarse from emotion, his face beaming with joy. But before they could celebrate for long, an even more powerful enemy appeared before them. This foe was colossal, radiating a terrifying aura that pressed upon them like a tangible weight, making it hard to breathe. Did you think it would end like this? You are sorely mistaken. This enemy exuded a frightful aura that instilled despair. His voice was deep and hoarse, as if it came from the depths of hell. Sun Wukong and the others exchanged resolute glances, determination evident in their eyes. Even if it costs us our lives, we will not let you succeed. Gohan proclaimed loudly, his voice firm and powerful, embodying a resolve to face death heaten. The fierce battle resumed. This time the combat was even more brutal, with Sun Wukong and the others covered in wounds. Blood dripped from their injuries, staining the ground, and the air was thick with the scent of blood. Bulma anxiously urged from the spaceship, "Everyone, you must hold on." Her voice trembled with emotion, her hands tightly clenched together. Sun Wukong's strength was waning, yet he continued to fight fiercely. Each attack drained his last bit of energy, his gasps echoing clearly in the silent cosmos. Vegeta was also gravely injured, yet his fighting spirit remained unyielding. "I will not fall." His gaze remained steadfast, the purple energy glow dimmed but still flickering. Just when they found themselves in a dire situation, Sun Wukong suddenly recalled the mysterious gemstone from earlier. "Perhaps the gemstone can help us," Sun Wukong said, his voice weak yet laced with hope. Bulma immediately produced the gemstone, which shimmered in her hands with mysterious light as if beckoning to them. Sun Wukong grasped the gemstone, feeling a powerful force surging into his body. That power refreshed his withered meridians like a clear spring, instantly restoring his vitality. "Together, everyone." Sun Wukong transmitted the gemstone's power to the group. They instantly regained their strength, launching another assault on their foes. Their attack carried unprecedented might, illuminating the entire dark space. After a grueling battle, they finally triumphed over this formidable enemy. The enemy's body dissipated in the light, transforming into countless specks of light that vanished into the universe. "We did it." Tianjin Fan lay exhausted on the ground, yet wore a victorious smile. His laughter echoed through the vast cosmos, filled with boundless joy and relief. The group cheered, their voices resonating in the universe. That sound was filled with triumphant joy and hope for the future. However, they knew the road ahead was long, with more challenges awaiting them. After defeating a formidable enemy, Sun Wukong and the others returned to the spaceship utterly exhausted. The air inside the spaceship was thick with the tension and fatigue of battle, the mixed scent of sweat and blood creating a rather oppressive atmosphere. "That was truly a close call," Krillin exclaimed, plopping down onto a chair and gasping for breath. His voice carried a hint of relief from surviving the ordeal, his clothes soaked with sweat clinging uncomfortably to his skin. "Humph, but we still won," Vegeta remarked defiantly, though the wounds on his body made him wince slightly. Each stab of pain from his injuries accompanied every breath he took. Gohan leaned against the wall, closing his eyes to rest for a moment. "But the battles ahead may be even tougher." His voice was weak, his face pale, and the fatigue in his body made him feel utterly drained. Bulma was busy tending to everyone's wounds, her movements swift and practiced. The pungent smell of medicine filled the air, and the sound of disinfectant cotton swabbing wounds made one's heart tighten. "Everyone stay alert, we need to recover quickly," Sun Wukong reminded. His gaze was steadfast. Despite his own injuries, he remained vigilant. The others nodded, beginning to regulate their breathing. The spaceship fell silent, only the sound of heavy breathing and occasional groans from injuries could be heard. After a while, everyone's strength and energy began to return. The lights inside the spaceship seemed dim, creating an oppressive feeling. "Where should we head next?" Tianjin Fan asked. His voice broke the silence, sounding particularly clear in the quiet spaceship. Sun Wukong pondered for a moment. "Based on the clues we had earlier, we should search for that legendary mysterious relic. Perhaps it holds the key to combating the dark forces." His gaze turned toward the distance, as if he could see the unknown destination beyond the spaceship. Everyone expressed their agreement, and so the spaceship set off once more, heading toward the unknown realm. The roar of the spaceship's engine filled the air, carrying with it the hopes and determination of the group. During the journey, the spaceship traversed through a magnificent nebula. The nebula was vibrant, with colors sparkling brilliantly, a breathtaking sight. The lights intertwined like a dreamlike rainbow, making one feel as if they were in a fairy tale world. "Wow, it's beautiful," Krillin exclaimed, unable to contain his awe, his eyes wide open, captivated by the stunning view, his face reflecting sheer wonder. "Don't get distracted, there may be dangers lurking here," Vegeta cautioned, his voice low and serious. Though he too was awed by the beauty of the nebula, he remained alert. Suddenly, a fierce electromagnetic storm erupted within the nebula, causing the spaceship to shake violently. The metallic hull of the spaceship scraped against the storm, producing crackling sparks that sent shivers down one's spine. "Stabilize the spaceship," Sun Wukong shouted, his voice filled with strength and urgency, gripping the armrests of his seat tightly. Bulma nervously operated the control panel. "I'm doing my best." Her fingers danced rapidly across the controls as beads of sweat dripped from her forehead. After a strenuous effort, the spaceship finally broke free from the electromagnetic storm. A collective sigh of relief filled the cabin, and a lightened atmosphere replaced the earlier tension. "Phew, that was close." Tianjin Fan wiped the sweat from his brow. A damp trail was left on his hand, and his heartbeat had yet to return to normal. The spaceship continued onward, finally arriving at the planet where the mysterious relic was located. The planet appeared ancient and enigmatic, shrouded in a thin layer of mist. The mist was damp and cold, sending a chill across the skin. "Everyone be cautious, this place feels unusual," Sun Wukong said cautiously. His voice was deep and serious as he vigilantly observed the surrounding environment. The group carefully disembarked from the spaceship, stepping onto this mysterious land. The ground felt soft and damp underfoot, reminiscent of a swamp. Each step seemed to sink slightly, producing a squelching sound. An ancient smell filled the air, imbued with the weight of time and the mystery of the unknown. "Look, there's an ancient structure ahead," Gohan pointed out. His voice carried a mix of excitement and tension as he fixed his gaze on the building concealed in the mist. As the group approached the structure, they noticed its massive door was tightly shut, etched with strange symbols. These symbols resembled an ancient code, leaving them perplexed. "What does this mean?" Krillin asked in confusion, his voice filled with curiosity and bewilderment as he reached out to touch the symbols. Bulma scrutinized the symbols closely. "I'm not sure, but it might be related to opening this door." Her eyes narrowed as she focused on studying the engravings. Just as they were examining the symbols, a group of mysterious beings suddenly appeared around them. These beings were vague in form, emanating an eerie aura. The aura was cold and malevolent, sending chills down their spines. "Who are you?" Vegeta demanded warily, his voice tinged with threat as his energy began to surge. The mysterious beings did not respond, launching an attack instead. Their strikes were silent yet carried a deadly menace. Sun Wukong and the others immediately engaged, and the battle erupted once more. The mysterious beings had unique methods of attack. Some could release fog that obscured vision. The mist carried a pungent odor that stung their eyes, causing tears to flow involuntarily. Some could move instantaneously, making them hard to grasp. Only the sound of rushing wind could be felt nearby. "Everyone be careful in your responses," Sun Wukong shouted. His voice echoed through the mist, bringing a sense of reassurance to the others. Amidst the intense battle, Sun Wukong gradually discovered the weaknesses of these creatures. "Attack their cores," Sun Wukong proclaimed loudly, his voice resolute and decisive as his golden aura blazed even brighter. Following Sun Wukong's instructions, the group focused their strength on attacking the cores of the mysterious beings, finally driving them back. Strange liquids were left on the ground, emitting a foul smell. At that moment, Bulma also deciphered the symbols on the door, and it began to creak open slowly. The heavy stone door moved with a rumbling sound, as if recounting ancient tales. Inside lay a vast hall with a glowing stone platform at its center. The gentle and mysterious light emanating from the platform drew one in irresistibly. "There seems to be something on it," Gohan remarked, his voice filled with curiosity and anticipation as he cautiously approached the stone platform. As the group drew closer to the platform, they saw an ancient scroll resting atop it. The yellowed pages exuded an air of antiquity, as if holding countless secrets. "This might be what we're looking for," Sun Wukong said as he picked up the scroll and began to peruse it. His fingers lightly brushed the pages, feeling the marks of time. However, at that moment a powerful force surged from the scroll, enveloping the entire group. The strength was immense and mysterious, rendering them unable to resist. The powerful force surging from the scroll instantly enveloped Sun Wukong and the others, the brilliance dazzling like the simultaneous explosion of countless suns, rendering them unable to open their eyes. The intense light stimulated their retinas, leaving only a blinding whiteness in their vision. "What is happening?" Krillin shouted in terror. His voice became shrill with fear, his heartbeat quickening as if it would leap from his throat. "Everyone be careful," Sun Wukong loudly reminded, straining to see the situation around him. His voice sounded somewhat muffled amidst the brilliance, yet it was filled with determination and strength. As the light gradually dissipated, everyone found themselves in a strange space surrounded by a mysterious glow, as if they were in an illusory world. The light here was colorful like a rainbow in a dream, yet it carried an inscrutable, mysterious aura. "It seems we have entered an unknown realm." Gohan cautiously observed his surroundings. His eyes squinted into a narrow slit, trying to find clues amidst the dazzling light. Vegeta snorted, "Whatever it is, don't think you can stop us." His voice was filled with disdain and arrogance, the purple aura around him flickering slightly, revealing his inner fighting spirit. Suddenly a massive figure appeared before them, its outline blurred yet emanating a shocking pressure. That pressure felt like an invisible mountain, making it hard for everyone to breathe. "If you want to gain the power of the scroll, you must pass my test." The mysterious figure's voice echoed throughout the space. The voice was deep and resonant, as if it came from an ancient call, carrying an irresistible majesty. Sun Wukong showed no fear. "Come on, we're not afraid." His voice was firm and powerful, the golden aura around him burning even more vigorously, as if to challenge the mysterious figure. The trial began, and countless energy spheres appeared in the space, hurtling towards them at high speed. The energy spheres flickered with various lights, some as scorching as fire, others as cold as ice, and some crackled with strong currents, producing a series of popping sounds. "Scatter!" Tianjin Han shouted, and everyone quickly dodged. Their figures wove through the gaps between the energy spheres, creating a gust of wind that howled past their ears. The deafening roar of the exploding energy spheres shook their ears, the powerful impact causing them to stagger. Each explosion sounded like thunder cracking beside their ears, leaving their heads spinning. "We can't just sit here and wait, we must fight back." Vegeta roared, unleashing a powerful energy wave. His energy wave surged like a purple dragon, roaring towards the energy spheres. Sun Wukong also unleashed the power of the Super Saiyan, the golden aura burning fiercely as he shattered the incoming energy spheres one by one. Each time an energy sphere was shattered, it exploded with a loud bang accompanied by dazzling light and scattering energy fragments. Gohan, Krillin and Tianjin Han also unleashed their ultimate moves, engaging in a fierce counterattack against the energy spheres. Their figures leapt amidst the brilliant sweat falling like rain, the air thick with the salty taste of perspiration. As time passed, the attacks from the energy spheres became more intense and everyone gradually felt overwhelmed. Breathing became rapid and heavy, each breath felt like it was burning their lungs. "This won't do, we need to find the pattern in these attacks," Sun Wukong shouted. His voice held a hint of urgency, yet his gaze remained resolute. Bulma anxiously observed from the side, suddenly exclaiming, "I've found it. The trajectories of these energy spheres follow a certain pattern." Her voice trembled with tension, but her eyes sparkled with a glimmer of wisdom. Following Bulma's cue, everyone finally found a way to cope and gradually stabilized the situation. Their movements became more coordinated, their teamwork more tacit. The first wave of attacks ended, and before they could catch their breath, the mysterious figure launched another assault. This time various illusions appeared in the space, attempting to confuse their minds. The illusions contained their greatest fears and desires, blurring the lines between reality and fantasy. "Stay alert, these are just illusions," Sun Wukong shouted. His voice rang like a warning bell in everyone's ears. However, Krillin fell into the illusions, beginning to attack his companions wildly. His eyes were filled with madness and confusion, repeatedly shouting, "Stay away, stay away. Krillin, wake up." Gohan tried to rouse him. His voice was filled with anxiety and concern as he gripped Krillin's shoulders tightly. Sun Wukong rushed over, subduing Krillin. "Krillin, pull yourself together." His voice carried both command and encouragement as he shook Krillin's body vigorously. With everyone's efforts, Krillin finally broke free from the illusions. He gasped for breath, sweat soaking his clothes, his eyes filled with fear and exhaustion. Immediately after, the mysterious figure unleashed a more powerful attack, weaving black rays of light into a net that enveloped them. The rays resembled black silk, soft yet deadly. Wherever they went, the space seemed to be cut, emitting a hissing sound. "Everyone hold together," Sun Wukong shouted. His voice sounded remarkably loud in this tense moment, bringing courage and confidence to everyone. Everyone worked together, unleashing a powerful energy shield to counter the black rays. The shield trembled under the impact of the black rays, producing a buzzing sound as if it were groaning in pain. "Hold on." Vegeta gritted his teeth, desperately channeling energy. The veins on his forehead bulged, sweat sliding down his cheeks, dripping onto the ground and evaporating instantly. Finally, the black rays gradually weakened and everyone successfully withstood this wave of attack. Their bodies trembled from the excessive exhaustion, each breath filled with deep fatigue. The mysterious figure exclaimed in astonishment, "Not bad, you have passed the test." There was a hint of appreciation and surprise in its voice. The space began to warp and everyone returned to the hall. The hall was permeated with an ancient aura, instilling a sense of inexplicable comfort. That was truly a difficult trial, Tianjin Han said, panting. His voice was filled with exhaustion as he sat down heavily on the ground, breathing heavily. Sun Wukong looked at the scroll in his hand, deep in thought, but we also gained valuable experience. His eyes sparkled with a determined light, as if contemplating the next course of action. At that moment, the scroll suddenly radiated a blinding light and an ancient text floated in the air. As the ancient words on the scroll began to materialize, Sun Wukong and the others immediately focused their attention. The words shimmered like twinkling stars, mysterious and captivating, emanating a faint glow as if narrating ancient tales. "What exactly does it say?" Clint scratched his head, looking utterly confused. His eyes fixated on the text, his brows knitted tightly as he mumbled to himself. Bulma hurriedly took out her device to scan and translate, saying, "Everyone please hold on, let me take a look." Her fingers danced swiftly over the device's buttons, producing a series of beeping sounds as the screen flickered erratically. After a tense operation, Bulma's expression grew serious. "This holds a colossal secret about the origin of the universe." Her voice trembled slightly and beads of sweat began to form on her forehead. The group gathered around, their eyes filled with urgency. "It is said that deep within the universe lies a dark force capable of annihilating everything, sealed away in a mysterious place. And the gem in our hands is the key to unlocking that seal," Bulma explained. Her voice echoed in the quiet space, tinged with tension and concern. Vegeta furrowed his brow. "Doesn't that sound extremely dangerous?" A hint of hesitation flashed in his eyes as he unconsciously clenched his fists. Sun Wukong's gaze was resolute. "But if we can control that power, we can save the universe." His voice was firm and the golden aura around him flickered slightly, mirroring his determination. Gohan nodded. "We can't let the dark force wreak havoc." His eyes shone with righteousness and courage as he clenched his fists tightly. At that moment, the text suddenly changed, revealing a map. The lines on the map flickered with an unusual light, as if alive. "This should be a map guiding us to the location of the dark force's seal," Tianjin Fan said. His gaze was fixed on the map, gently touching the glowing lines with his fingers. The group decided to follow the map's guidance. They boarded their spaceship and traversed countless star systems. The ship sped through the starry sky, the scenery outside continuously shifting. At times they would see enormous stars resembling burning fireballs, radiating intense light and powerful gravity, making one feel as if being drawn into them. The brilliance of the stars illuminated the interior of the ship, bringing waves of heat that made their skin feel scorched, and the smell of something charred filled their nostrils. "The power of this star is terrifying," Clint exclaimed. His eyes widened in shock, rendered speechless by the sight before him. At other times they passed by beautiful nebulae, vibrant gases swirling like a dreamlike painting, exuding enchanting light and a mysterious aura. The gases moved like delicate veils, carrying a hint of sweetness that made one feel as if immersed in a fairyland. "Wow, it's so beautiful," Gohan couldn't help but exclaim. His face radiated a look of ecstasy, his eyes sparkling with excitement. Finally they arrived at a mysterious star system. In this star system the planets were arranged peculiarly, surrounded by a layer of mysterious energy field. The energy field flickered with eerie light, emitting a crackling sound that made their ears feel uncomfortable. "Everyone be cautious, this place feels unusual," Sun Wukong warned. His voice was serious and alert, his sharp eyes scanning the surroundings. The spaceship landed on a planet with a harsh environment where fierce winds howled and sand and stones filled the air. The wind whipped against their faces like a knife, and the sand and stones struck their bodies with a crackling sound. "This place is terrible," Vegeta complained. He shielded his eyes with his hand to avoid being blinded by the sand. They began searching for the entrance to the Dark Force's seal. In a desolate valley they discovered a massive stone door. The door towered into the clouds, covered in strange symbols and patterns. The symbols flickered with a dim light, pulsating as if alive, exuding an ancient and mysterious aura. Bulma studied it carefully. This might be the password to open the stone door. Her eyes fixed on the symbols as her device continuously scanned them. Everyone began to try and decipher the password. After some effort the stone door slowly opened and a powerful dark aura rushed forth. That aura was chilling to the bone, carrying a putrid scent that made one want to retch. "Be careful!" Sun Wukong shouted loudly. His voice rang out sharply amidst the dark aura. The group entered the stone door, revealing a vast cavern filled with dark energy that sent chills down their spines. The dark energy flowed through the air, emitting a low wailing sound as if countless vengeful spirits were weeping. "Is this the seal of the Dark Force?" Clint's voice trembled. His body shook involuntarily and his heart raced. Just then a deep roar echoed from the depths of the cave. The low rumbling roar echoed through the cave, causing everyone's ears to buzz as if swarms of bees were flying chaotically within their heads. "What is that sound?" Gohan looked warily into the depths of the cave, his voice trembling, his heartbeat quickening, each thump like a heavy hammer striking his heart. Sun Wukong clenched his fists, a golden aura igniting around him, illuminating the surrounding darkness. "No matter what it is, we must face." His voice was firm and powerful like a great bell, instilling a glimmer of courage in everyone. Everyone cautiously moved toward the source of the sound, the dark energy growing thicker like viscous glue, hindering their movements. A foul odor of decay pervaded the air, making one feel nauseous. "This force is suppressing us," Vegeta gritted, his teeth, veins bulging on his forehead as he struggled against the invisible pressure. Suddenly a massive dark beast lunged out from the shadows, its body enormous like a small mountain, exuding an evil aura. The chilling aura seemed capable of freezing one's blood. "Be careful!" Tianjin Han shouted, his voice filled with terror. Sun Wukong instantly charged forward, engaging in a fierce battle with the beast. Each punch he threw carried immense power, striking the beast with a deep thud like a giant hammer pounding on a drum, echoing loudly. The beast retaliated fiercely, swinging its sharp claws and creating gusts of fierce wind. The wind howled past, accompanied by a sharp whistle that stung everyone's faces. Everyone attacked together. Vegeta roared as he joined the fight, his purple energy glowing amidst the darkness. Krillin and Gohan unleashed their ultimate moves, and for a moment light and darkness intertwined within the cave. The dazzling light clashed with the thick darkness like ink, creating a cacophony of explosive sounds as sparks flew. Bulma anxiously observed from the side, searching for the beast's weakness. Her eyes were fixed on every move of the creature, beads of sweat forming on her forehead, trickling down her cheeks and dripping onto the ground. "I've found it. Attack its abdomen!" Bulma shouted, her voice sharp with tension. Everyone concentrated their efforts on attacking the beast's abdomen, which roared in agony, the sound deafening, threatening to rupture eardrums. It began to retaliate, wildly spewing forth black flames. The flames carried a searing heat, melting the rocks in their path, transforming them into pools of molten lava, exuding a pungent sulfuric smell. "Get back!" Sun Wukong pushed Krillin aside, but he was grazed by the flames, sustaining minor injuries. A searing pain coursed through the wound as if hot oil had been poured over it. "Wukong!" Gohan called out worriedly, his voice filled with concern and urgency. "I'm fine, keep attacking." Sun Wukong dismissed the injury, charging once more at the beast. His figure moved through the darkness like a golden lightning bolt, swiftly striking. After a grueling battle, the beast finally collapsed, dissipating into a cloud of black smoke. The black smoke filled the air, carrying a pungent burnt smell. Finally dealt with it, Krillin sighed in relief, plopping down on the ground, gasping for breath, his clothes soaked with sweat. However, before they could catch their breath, more dark figures emerged in the cave. "Why are there more?" Vegeta frowned, his eyes filled with anger and fatigue. The dark figures gradually became clearer, revealing a group of dark warriors radiating a powerful dark aura. That aura washed over them like cold tide, crashing against their hearts. It seems this is the real challenge, Sun Wukong said, his gaze growing more determined, the golden aura around him blazing even brighter. The Dark Warriors remained silent, launching direct assaults on the group. Their moves were fierce, accompanied by whistling winds, perfectly coordinated, leaving no room for defense. Sun Wukong and the others fought desperately but gradually found themselves in a predicament. Each attack left them feeling weaker, their muscles aching and their breaths becoming labored. This won't work, we must find a way to break through, Tian Jinhan said, his voice tinged with despair. At that moment a surge of power erupted from within Sun Wukong, his aura skyrocketing. Super Saiyan level 3. His hair lengthened and the golden aura blazed like a burning sun. The light illuminated the entire cave, blindingly bright. His attacks became even more ferocious, each punch carrying world-shattering power, the wind howling as he struck, emitting a low rumble. The situation was instantly reversed. Under Sun Wukong's leadership, everyone rallied, engaging in a life-or-death struggle against the Dark Warriors. The battle was intensely fierce, shaking the entire cave with rocks continually falling. The falling rocks crashed to the ground with loud thuds, raising clouds of dust. Everyone push forward. We can definitely defeat them. Gohan encouraged loudly, his voice ringing out clearly amidst the chaotic sounds of battle. Finally, after a long battle, the Dark Warriors fell one after another. Their bodies transformed into black smoke, dissipating into the air. Exhausted yet filled with the joy of victory, everyone pressed on. We must continue forward and find the source of the dark power. Sun Wukong said, his voice weary yet resolute. They ventured deeper into the cave, facing the unknown challenges ahead. After defeating the Dark Warriors, Sun Wukong and his companions continued deeper into the cave. The air was thick with an increasingly intense dark aura wrapping around them like viscous ink, making it difficult to breathe. With each breath it felt as if countless cold hands were reaching down their throats into their lungs, bringing a chill. This place is getting stranger and stranger. Krillin couldn't help but say, a hint of fear in his voice. His voice trembled slightly, sounding particularly small in the darkness. Don't be afraid, we will definitely find a way to solve this, Gohan reassured Krillin, though his own palms were slick with sweat. The sweat made his hands slippery, nearly preventing him from forming a fist. Vegeta snorted, humph, no matter what it is, they won't be able to stop me. His gaze was resolute, the purple aura around him flickering slightly as if to intimidate the darkness. The group continued along the rugged passage, the ground beneath them slick as if coated in grease. A foul stench wafted through the air, reminiscent of rotting animal carcasses mixed with moldy earth, making one feel nauseous. Watch your step. Tianjin Fan reminded, his voice echoing in the narrow passage. The sound hit the walls and bounced back, creating a buzzing echo. Suddenly countless pairs of red eyes appeared on the walls, gleaming with an eerie light in the darkness, sending chills down their spines. What is that? Bulma screamed in fright. Her voice was sharp and piercing, standing out starkly in the silent passage. Sun Wukong immediately went on guard, saying, everyone be careful, it might be a new enemy. His voice was steady and powerful, bringing a sense of reassurance to the group. Those eyes blinked and then countless dark creatures crawled out from the walls, lunging at them with claws and fangs bared. These creatures varied in shape, some had sharp fangs while others were covered in hard scales, producing a rustling sound as they moved. The group unleashed their ultimate techniques, engaging in a fierce battle with the dark creatures. Sun Wukong's fists glowed with golden light, each strike able to repel the dark beings. The impact of his punches created dull thuds accompanied by the creatures' screams. Vegeta's energy wave sliced through the darkness, illuminating a section of the area. Wherever the energy wave passed, the air sizzled as it was scorched, releasing a burnt odor. Gohan's ki blast shot toward the enemy like a shooting star. The ki blast whistled through the air, creating bright trails in the darkness. Krillin and Tianjin Fan also stood firm, bravely resisting the enemy's attacks. Krillin's energy balls exploded with loud bangs, while Tianjin Fan's Kamehameha was incredibly powerful, causing the ground to tremble slightly with each launch. Bulma nervously observed the situation from the side, providing support for everyone. Her heartbeat quickened, pounding as if it were about to leap from her throat. After a fierce battle, they finally eliminated the dark creatures. The ground was littered with the corpses of the dark beings, emanating a strong smell of blood. What a troublesome bunch, Vegeta panted. His breath was rapid, sweat pouring down like rain dripping onto the ground. They continued forward and finally arrived at a vast cave hall. In the center of the hall stood a massive black sphere radiating terrifying dark energy. The energy danced like black flames, distorting the surrounding air. Could this be the core of the dark power? Sun Wukong furrowed his brows. His gaze was fixed on the black sphere, filled with vigilance. Just then a deep voice emanated from the black sphere. You reckless fools dare to intrude here. The voice seemed to come from the depths of hell, carrying an endless chill that sent shivers down their spines. Sun Wukong replied loudly, we are here to stop the rampage of dark power. His voice was firm and powerful, echoing throughout the hall. Ah ha ha, just you lot. The voice was filled with mockery, as if belittling their audacity. Vegeta shouted angrily, stop talking nonsense, if you have the guts, come out and fight. His voice brimmed with provocation and the purple aura around him flared even more fiercely. The black sphere began to shake violently and a powerful force erupted from within, knocking everyone to the ground. The force surged like a tidal wave, crashing into their bodies, causing their bones to creak. Sun Wukong struggled to get up, exclaiming, "Everyone be careful." His voice held a note of pain, but his gaze remained resolute. From the black sphere emerged a massive dark figure shrouded in darkness, obscuring its face. Only a pair of blood-red eyes flickered with a chilling light in the darkness. "Let me show you the true power of darkness," the dark figure said, extending a hand, sending a wave of dark energy rushing toward them. The energy wave whistled through the air, carrying an intense sense of oppression that made it hard to breathe. Sun Wukong and the others quickly scattered to avoid it. "We can't let him keep releasing energy," Gohan shouted. His voice was filled with urgency, veins bulging on his forehead. The group charged toward the dark figure together, launching a thrilling final battle. The dark figure's attacks were powerful and strange. Every swing of his hand could summon a dark whirlwind mixed with sharp howling sounds that hurt their ears. His footsteps were heavy, shaking the ground with each step, kicking up clouds of dust. They found themselves in a predicament. "This won't do, we must find his weakness," Tianjin Fan said. His voice was filled with thought and urgency as his eyes constantly observed the dark figure's movements. Sun Wukong focused his spirit, watching the dark figure's actions. His eyes were fixed on every subtle movement of the dark figure, sweat trickling down his cheeks into his eyes, causing a stinging sensation, but he dared not blink. Suddenly he spotted a flaw in the dark figure's attack. "Now's the time," Sun Wukong shouted, charging toward the dark figure. His figure streaked through the darkness like a bolt of golden lightning. The others followed closely behind, launching their strongest attacks together. Various colored energy beams intertwined, forming a dazzling curtain of light that surged toward the dark figure. With their combined efforts, they finally defeated the dark figure, and the black sphere ceased releasing energy. The dark figure let out a reluctant roar, transforming into a puff of smoke that vanished into the air. "We did it!" Krillin exclaimed excitedly. His voice was filled with joy and excitement, his face glowing with a victorious smile. However, just as they thought they had won, the black sphere began to change once more. The black sphere began to undergo drastic changes under the astonished gazes of the crowd, with countless cracks appearing on its surface from which intense dark light erupted. That light was like countless sharp swords piercing directly into the eyes of the people, making it impossible to look directly at it. "What is happening? Is it not over yet?" Gohan said nervously. His voice trembled as beads of sweat continuously rolled down his forehead, dripping onto the ground, instantly swallowed by the surrounding dark aura. Sun Wukong stared resolutely at the black sphere. "No matter what happens, we must be prepared for battle." His eyes burned with indomitable fighting spirit, and the golden aura around him surged even more fiercely, as if declaring his determination to the darkness. As the light intensified, a larger and more sinister figure slowly emerged from the sphere. This figure emanated an incredibly powerful dark aura, cold and damp like the thick fog of a bitter winter, sending shivers through the bones. The dark energy around the figure danced like black flames, crackling and popping, plunging the entire cave into an extreme sense of oppression. "Do you think you can defeat the darkness like this? Too naive." The evil figure issued a deep and terrifying voice. The voice seemed to come from the depths of the abyss, carrying endless chill and mockery, echoing in the cave and causing everyone's eardrums to ache. Vegeta roared, "No matter how strong you become, we will not back down." His voice boomed like thunder, with purple energy flashing wildly around him, lighting up his furious face. The battle erupted instantly as the evil figure waved its hand, sending a wave of dark energy sweeping toward the crowd. That energy wave carried a strong stench like the foul air emitted from a rotting swamp, churning their stomachs. Sun Wukong quickly charged forward, using all his strength to withstand this wave of attack. "Everyone attack together," Sun Wukong shouted. His voice rang out in the darkness, carrying an undeniable authority. Gohan, Vegeta, Krillin and Tien Shinhan each unleashed their strongest moves, launching an assault on the evil figure. In an instant, light and darkness clashed fiercely in the cave, producing a deafening roar. The flickering light dazzled the eyes, and each collision brought a powerful shock, shaking the ground as debris fell crashing down and creating loud thuds. Bulma nervously operated the instruments nearby, trying to find the weakness of the evil figure. Her fingers danced rapidly over the buttons, and the instruments emitted urgent beeping sounds. "Wukong, it seems his left side has weaker defenses," Bulma shouted loudly. Her voice became sharp with tension standing out clearly amid the chaotic sounds of battle. Hearing this, Sun Wukong's figure flickered as he charged towards the left side of the evil figure. However, the evil figure reacted extremely quickly, instantly changing its defensive stance and delivering a heavy blow to Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong was knocked back several dozen meters, with a trace of blood oozing from the corner of his mouth. The metallic scent of blood spread through the air. "Wukong!" Gohan shouted anxiously. His voice was filled with worry, his heart rising to his throat. Fine, continue the attack." Sun Wukong wiped away the blood from the corner of his mouth and charged again. His gaze remained steadfast, his steps steady, as if the previous injury had no effect on him. The battle reached a boiling point, and everyone was already exhausted but still gritted their teeth and persisted. Every attack required immense physical strength and energy, their breaths becoming rapid and heavy, with sweat pouring down like rain, forming puddles on the ground. The attacks from the evil figure grew more and more ferocious and the crowd gradually found it hard to withstand. Every attack carried overwhelming power, like being struck by a heavy hammer, making their bones feel as if they were about to break. "This won't do, we must come up with a new strategy," Tien Shinhan said. His voice carried a hint of anxiety, his eyes constantly observing the movements of the evil figure. Vegeta snorted, "Why not we concentrate our strength and launch a full-force combined attack?" A hint of determination flashed in his eyes and the energy surrounding him surged more violently. Everyone expressed their agreement. They began to gather energy, the light around them growing increasingly brilliant. The light illuminated the entire cave, dispelling the darkness. The gathering of energy brought immense pressure, making it hard to breathe. "Now's the time," Sun Wukong shouted. Everyone simultaneously released their energy, forming a massive energy beam that shot toward the evil figure. That beam carried the aura of destruction, sizzling as it passed through the air, emitting a burnt smell. The evil figure sensed this immense power, attempting to resist, but ultimately was still struck by the energy beam. "Did we succeed?" Krillin asked nervously. His voice was filled with hope and anxiety, his eyes fixed tightly on the evil figure. However, as the smoke cleared, although the evil figure was severely injured, it still stood. "Damn, this guy is too strong," Vegeta said angrily. His teeth ground together and his hands clenched into tight fists. Just as everyone felt despair, an unprecedented powerful force suddenly erupted from within Sun Wukong. That power surged like a tidal wave, instantly filling the entire cave. This power. Sun Wukong was surprised himself. He could feel this power surging through his meridians, causing his body to tremble slightly. His body was completely enveloped in golden light, so intense that the entire cave appeared as bright as day. That light was warm and fiery, as if it could dispel all darkness and cold. "Watch me." Sun Wukong charged at the evil figure, each punch carrying world-shattering power. His fists swished through the air, making a whooshing sound. Each attack was accompanied by intense light and massive energy fluctuations, making it difficult for the evil figure to defend. Under Sun Wukong's fierce assault, the evil figure finally began to falter. Cracks appeared on its body and the dark energy began to dissipate gradually. "Disappear for me." Sun Wukong delivered his final blow and the evil figure completely vanished in a burst of bright light. The light was as splendid as fireworks, and then everything returned to calm. With the disappearance of the evil figure, the black sphere also returned to tranquility and the dark aura gradually faded. The air was filled with a fresh scent, as if a new vitality emerged after the darkness was dispelled. "We did it!" The crowd cheered. Their voices echoed in the cave, filled with joy and excitement. Exhausted, they collapsed to the ground, yet their faces were all radiant with the joy of victory. Their bodies ached immensely, every muscle trembling, but the joy in their hearts made them forget all the pain. This was truly thrilling, Krillin said, filled with the relief of having survived a disaster, gasping for air. Gohan smiled, but in the end we triumphed over the darkness. His smile was bright and resolute, with a glimmer of hope in his eyes. Though Vegeta said nothing, a hint of satisfaction was revealed in his gaze. He looked up at the top of the cave, secretly letting out a sigh of relief. Bulma walked over. "Everyone is fine, that's great." Her voice carried a hint of tears, with moisture brimming in her eyes. Sun Wukong looked at everyone. "Thanks to everyone's efforts and unity, we were able to achieve victory." His voice was filled with gratitude and pride. At that moment the cave began to shake violently, with rocks continuously falling. The sound of falling rocks rumbled ominously, causing fear. "Not good, this place is going to collapse," Tien Shinhan shouted. His voice was filled with terror as he quickly got up from the ground. The others hurriedly stood up and ran toward the cave entrance. Their footsteps sounded particularly urgent in the shaking cave, and their breathing grew even more rapid. At the moment they rushed out of the cave, the entire cave collapsed completely. A deafening rumble echoed behind them, kicking up a cloud of dust. "Phew, that was close," Krillin panted. His chest heaved violently and his heart raced. "Next we must continue to protect the peace of the universe," Sun Wukong said, and everyone nodded, their eyes filled with determination. Their figures appeared particularly tall in the twilight, like iron warriors guarding justice. They embarked on a new journey, ready to face future challenges. Sun Wukong and his companions successfully defeated the dark forces, and their names were sung across the universe, becoming symbols of hope and courage. In a tranquil meadow, Sun Wukong and his friends were resting. A gentle breeze brushed past, bringing with it the fragrance of fresh grass and wildflowers. The aroma was like a soft ribbon, delicately weaving into everyone's nostrils, bringing a refreshing sense of ease. Under the blue sky and white clouds, everything appeared so serene and beautiful. The emerald green grass resembled a soft green carpet, gently undulating beneath their feet. "This victory was truly hard-won," Krillin sighed while lying on the grass gazing at the sky. His voice carried a hint of fatigue mixed with a sense of satisfaction. The sunlight bathed him warmly, causing him to squint his eyes. "But we did it, we protected the peace of the universe," Gohan said with a smile. His smile was like the sunshine of spring, warm and bright, as his white martial arts uniform fluttered gently in the breeze. Vegeta stood alone nearby, still wearing a proud expression, but his gaze now held a recognition of his companions. With his arms crossed, his purple battlesuit swayed in the wind as he stared thoughtfully into the distance. Bulma approached, offering everyone some food and water. Everyone, replenish your energy first. Her voice was clear and melodious, and the food in her hands emitted an enticing aroma. Sun Wukong took the food and began to eat heartily. Delicious. The flavors burst in his mouth, making him smacking his lips. At that moment, a spaceship flew in from the distance, landing before them. The sound of the spaceship's engine broke the tranquility of the meadow, stirring a gentle breeze that carried a metallic warmth. A mysterious old man stepped out of the spaceship. Looking at them, his eyes were filled with admiration. You are the heroes of the universe, and I thank you on behalf of all lives threatened by darkness. His voice was deep and kind, as if carrying the weight of the ages. Sun Wukong scratched his head. This is what we should do. A genuine smile lit up his face, his golden hair shimmering in the sunlight. The old man continued, although the dark forces are temporarily suppressed, they may return. We need to be better prepared. His tone was serious and heavy, causing everyone's hearts to tighten. They fell into contemplation. The insects on the grass buzzed in their ears, seemingly sharing their worries for the future. What should we do then? Tianjin Fan asked, his brow slightly furrowed, his gaze resolute. The old man smiled slightly. We need to establish a stronger defense system and unite the powers of various planets. His smile brought a glimmer of hope to everyone. Sun Wukong nodded in agreement. That's a good idea. His eyes were filled with determination and his muscles slightly tensed. Thus they began a new journey. Their first stop was a technologically advanced planet seeking technical support. The buildings on this planet soared into the sky, their metallic sheen dazzling under the sunlight. Transportation devices whizzed through the air, producing a whooshing sound accompanied by powerful airflow. It was filled with a sense of futurism. Wow, this place is so advanced. Krillin exclaimed, his eyes wide open as he looked around, filled with curiosity about everything. The planet's leader warmly welcomed them and expressed a willingness to help. In the following days, Sun Wukong and his companions traveled tirelessly between various planets, promoting the idea of unity against darkness. Their figures darted across the starry sky, leaving trails of light. Some residents of the planets were initially filled with doubt and fear, but through their sincerity and efforts they gradually accepted and joined their ranks. On a scorching planet, the inhabitants were wary of their arrival, their eyes filled with skepticism. Can you really protect us? One resident asked. We will do our utmost. Gohan replied firmly. On a planet filled with mysterious powers, Gohan discovered a mysterious crystal that could enhance a warrior's strength. The crystal emitted a faint glow, pulsating as if it had a life of its own. Perhaps this can make us stronger, Gohan said excitedly. His voice trembled slightly with excitement. However, Vegeta appeared skeptical. Is this thing really reliable? His gaze was fixed intently on the crystal, his brows furrowed. After some research and experimentation, it was proven that the crystal was indeed effective. When the power of the crystal fused with their bodies, they felt a surge of powerful energy flowing within their muscles, filled with strength. As more and more planets joined, their strength continued to grow. Warriors from various planets gathered together, the sounds of training rising and falling. However, the process was not without its challenges. There was a selfish planetary leader who attempted to monopolize resources and refused to cooperate. We cannot let him ruin our plans. Sun Wukong declared resolutely. His voice echoed in the hall, carrying an undeniable authority. After a heated debate and battle, they finally persuaded that leader. Sweat soaked their clothes and the air was thick with tension. With everyone's joint efforts, the defense system gradually took shape. A massive energy shield sparkled between the planets, filled with the light of hope. Now we have a stronger power to protect peace, Bulma said, looking at the results with satisfaction. A proud smile graced her face and her eyes sparkled with tears. At that moment, a faint dark ripple emerged from the edge of the universe. As the faint wave of darkness emerged, Sun Wukong and the others immediately became alert. The wave seemed like a deep growl emanating from the endless abyss, making their hearts tremble. This wave. Could it be that the dark power is about to awaken again? Klin said, nervous. His voice trembled slightly, beads of sweat instantly appearing on his forehead, glimmering in the sunlight like pearls. Sun Wukong furrowed his brow, determination flashing in his eyes. No matter what, we must be prepared. His gaze was like a torch, the golden aura around him flickering slightly as if in response to his inner resolve. Everyone quickly returned to the command center of the defense system, starting to analyze the source and intensity of the wave. A tense atmosphere permeated the command center, with the beeping of instruments intertwined with the heavy breathing of the people. Bulma skillfully operated various instruments, the data on the screen fluctuating constantly, the jumping numbers resembling rapid drumbeats, quickening the heartbeat. The situation isn't good, the energy of this wave is continuously increasing, Bulma said, her voice tinged with anxiety as her fingers flew across the keyboard, her gaze fixed on the screen. Vegeta snorted coldly, humph, no matter how strong it is, we can handle it. With arms crossed, a purple aura rose around him, his eyes filled with disdain and confidence. Gohan clenched his fists. We cannot let the dark power wreak havoc again. His voice was firm and powerful with the flames of justice burning in his eyes. At that moment warriors from various planets also entered a state of readiness, the atmosphere tense and heavy. Metal armor clashed against each other producing a clang-clang sound, and the footsteps of the warriors were synchronized and heavy as if the very earth trembled beneath them. Sun Wukong decided to lead a group to investigate the situation. Vegeta, Gohan, come with me, Sun Wukong said. His voice was steady and powerful, instilling great reassurance. All right. Vegeta and Gohan responded in unison, their voices filled with courage and determination. They boarded the spaceship and flew towards the direction of the wave. The spaceship sped through the starry sky, the scenery outside rapidly retreating. The brilliant stars flitted by like shimmering jewels, leaving behind trails of radiant light. Everyone be careful, there may be an ambush, Sun Wukong reminded, his voice echoing inside the spaceship, carrying a hint of vigilance. Suddenly a group of dark creatures appeared ahead, blocking their path. These dark creatures varied in shape. Some had enormous wings that stirred up a gale when flapped, the wind howling and causing the spaceship to sway slightly. Others had bodies as hard as rock, covered in sharp spikes that glinted with a cold light. These guys came just in time. Vegeta said, ready to charge out, his eyes burning with the desire for battle, energy already surging within him. Wait, let's observe first. Gohan stopped him, his voice calm and cautious, eyes fixed tightly on the dark creatures. The dark creatures emitted low growls, the sound seeming to come from the depths of hell, chilling to the bone. They exuded a foul stench reminiscent of rotting corpses, making one feel nauseous. They don't look easy to deal with, Sun Wukong said, a hint of gravity flashing in his eyes as he clenched his fists. Vegeta, impatient, said, who cares, let's just go in. With that he charged ahead, a powerful energy erupting instantly. The brilliance of the energy illuminated the surrounding starry sky like dazzling fireworks. Sun Wukong and Gohan quickly followed suit, joining the battle. The dark creatures launched their attacks, various energy lights intertwining, illuminating the starry sky. The collision of energies produced massive shockwaves, causing the spaceship to tremble violently, the metal shell creaking. Yeah! Gohan unleashed a powerful Kamehameha wave, pushing back a group of dark creatures. The Kamehameha cut through the starry sky, leaving a dazzling trajectory like a wound torn in the heavens. Sun Wukong deftly dodged the attacks while delivering deadly strikes to the enemies. His figure was as elusive as a ghost, making him hard to pin down. Vegeta's attacks were the most ferocious, each strike carrying immense destructive power. His fists fell like meteors, crashing into the dark creatures with thunderous booms. After a fierce battle, the dark creatures gradually began to retreat. Their cries echoed in the starry sky, bringing a sense of satisfaction. Don't let them escape. Vegeta shouted, his voice filled with anger and unwillingness, wanting to completely eliminate these dark creatures. Just as they prepared to pursue, a massive dark vortex appeared ahead. The vortex resembled a giant black pupil, deep and terrifying, as if it were going to swallow everything. What is that? Gohan exclaimed in surprise, his voice filled with fear and confusion, his eyes glued to the vortex. A powerful force of attraction emanated from the vortex, attempting to draw their spaceship in. This attraction felt like an invisible hand tightly gripping the spaceship, making it impossible to break free. Not good, shake it off quickly. Sun Wukong shouted loudly, his voice filled with urgency, veins standing out on his forehead. They exerted all their strength to control the spaceship, trying to escape this force. The spaceship's engine let out a tremendous roar as if in painful agony. However, the attraction of the vortex grew stronger and the spaceship gradually lost control. The spacecraft drew closer under the immense gravitational pull of the dark vortex, resembling a small bird on the verge of being devoured by a monstrous beast. The metallic shell of the spacecraft emitted a painful creaking sound, sharp and piercing, tightening the hearts of all who heard it. Damn it, at this rate we'll all be sucked in. Vegeta roared, desperately pouring energy in an attempt to stabilize the spacecraft. Vegeta's forehead bulged with veins, sweat pouring down like a torrential rain as his purple aura surged violently, each burst of energy accompanied by his furious howls. Son Goku's expression was grave, his mind racing. Everyone concentrate all our power on the spacecraft's engine. His voice was steady and powerful, filled with undeniable conviction. Gohan immediately responded, and the three of them poured their immense energy into the spacecraft. The spacecraft emitted a dazzling light as radiant as the sun, illuminating the dark space around them. The roar of the engine was deafening, as if it were about to tear the entire universe apart. The powerful energy waves made the air inside the spacecraft scorching, causing skin to feel as if it were burning. No, this is still not enough. Gohan shouted, sweat falling like rain. His voice was filled with anxiety and despair, each drop of sweat hitting the floor sounded like a ticking clock. At that moment, dark beams of light suddenly shot from the vortex, rushing towards the spacecraft. Those beams were like black venomous snakes carrying a lethal threat. Watch out! Son Goku shouted, quickly dodging. His voice echoed in the narrow confines of the spacecraft, filled with intense tension. The beams grazed the spacecraft, leaving deep scars behind, and the smell of burnt metal filled the air. The acrid odor made one cough uncontrollably, as if their throat were being scorched by fire. What the hell is that thing? Vegeta roared in anger. His voice thundered through the spacecraft, making people's ears ring. The alarms inside the spacecraft blared repeatedly, red warning lights flashing erratically, and all the indicators on the screens blinked red danger signals. The urgent beeping sounded like a countdown to death, quickening everyone's heartbeat. Son Goku gritted his teeth, we can't give up, there must be a way. His eyes shimmered with a determined light like a lighthouse in the darkness. Suddenly he thought of a daring plan. Gohan Vegeta, let's merge our powers and charge straight into the center of the vortex. Son Goku declared loudly. His voice carried a tone of resoluteness as if he were placing a bet on life and death. Vegeta hesitated for a moment, this is too risky but we have no other choice, let's do it. A fierce glint passed through his eyes as he tightened his fists. The three focused their minds, channeling all their energy into a massive beam. The beam was dazzling, embodying their endless hope and courage. Charge! With Son Goku's roar, the energy beam shot straight towards the center of the vortex. His voice carried an unstoppable momentum as if it could break through any obstruction. In an instant the light illuminated the entire dark space, clashing fiercely with the vortex's power. The immense energy impact caused the spacecraft to shake violently as if they were a small boat caught in a raging storm. The sounds of metal clashing and energy explosions intertwined, creating a chaotic noise that nearly deafened them. Hold on! Gohan shouted. His voice became hoarse from the exertion, muscles tensed as if he were pouring all his strength into this one blow. Finally, after their relentless efforts, the power of the vortex began to weaken. The formidable gravitational pull gradually faded and the spacecraft finally broke free. We did it! Vegeta exclaimed excitedly. His voice was filled with the joy of survival, a long-lost smile appearing on his face. Seizing the opportunity, the spacecraft broke free from the vortex's grasp and fled swiftly. The wind howled past the spacecraft, bringing a refreshing chill that felt like a breath of relief. However, before they could catch their breath, a new crisis emerged. A massive dark warship appeared ahead with countless dark creatures pouring out from it. The warship loomed like a black mountain, suffocatingly heavy, while the roars of the dark creatures echoed, sending chills down their spines. Looks like this is going to be a tough battle, Son Goku said with no trace of fear in his eyes. His voice was calm and resolute, as if he had long been accustomed to facing such challenges. What's there to be afraid of, let's fight. Vegeta's aura flared up once more. His eyes were filled with the desire for battle as purple energy gathered in his hands. Gohan also readied himself for battle, we won't back down. His voice was filled with determination, his aura steadily rising. The dark creatures surged like a tide and the battle reignited. The air was thick with the stench of blood and gunpowder, making one feel nauseous. Son Goku unleashed the power of Super Saiyan, illuminating the battlefield with golden light. Each punch he threw carried immense power, sending enemies flying. The sound of fists colliding with enemy bodies was dull yet powerful, accompanied by the cries of the defeated, igniting a rush of blood in their veins. Vegeta's purple energy wave swept across, knocking down enemies. The energy wave crackled through the air, leaving devastation in its wake. Gohan's Kamehameha hit its target with precision, showcasing his formidable strength. The explosion of the Kamehameha illuminated the dark corners as enemy limbs flew through the air. Yet the enemies kept coming, seemingly endless. This won't work, Gohan panted. His voice was heavy with fatigue, breath quickening and labored. At that moment Son Goku discovered the weakness of the dark warship. Attack the warship's energy core, he shouted loudly. His voice rang with authority, instantly giving everyone direction. Everyone concentrated their strength and launched an attack on the energy core. The light converged into a massive torrent rushing towards the warship. With a tremendous explosion, the dark warship erupted into a fireball. The fireball illuminated the entire starry sky, a wave of heat washed over them, making their skin feel scorched. The enemies finally ceased their assault and Son Goku and the others collapsed exhausted inside the spacecraft. The air inside the spacecraft was thick with the mingled scent of gunpowder and sweat, leaving them feeling worn out and drained. That was truly a life-or-death situation. Vegeta remarked with a hint of fatigue and relief, leaning back in his seat gasping for breath. But we can't let our guard down, we need to hurry back and regroup with everyone. Son Goku said. His eyes remained resolute as he gazed into the distance, pondering the next step in their plans. The spacecraft flew towards the direction of the defense system, knowing that future battles awaited them. The spaceship carrying Sun Wukong and his companions sped through the starry sky, the roar of the engines resembling an exhilarating battle song. Outside the window the brilliant stars twinkled like shimmering jewels, swiftly receding behind them. That was truly perilous, Gohan said, still haunted by the experience. A tremor lingered in his voice, revealing his lingering fear from the recent fierce battle. Sun Wukong nodded slightly. As long as we are alive we cannot give up the fight. His gaze was steadfast and determined, the golden aura surrounding him flickering slightly, reflecting his indomitable spirit. Vegeta's expression was solemn. Those guys won't give up easily. He crossed his arms, the purple glow in his eyes flashing, revealing his pride and resolve. The atmosphere inside the spaceship grew tense as everyone pondered the next course of action. The metallic walls exuded a cold aura, deepening the weight on everyone's hearts. Upon returning to the defense system they found the place bustling with activity. The shouts of soldiers rose and fell, interwoven with the hissing and buzzing sounds of various weapons and equipment. The air was thick with the scent of machine oil and sweat, creating a tense yet hopeful atmosphere. What's the situation? Sun Wukong asked a commander. Beads of sweat covered the commander's forehead, glistening under the lights as he spoke urgently and tensely. The activities of the dark forces are becoming more frequent, we must be fully prepared. Bulma hurried over. Wukong, I've made improvements to the spaceship that can enhance its performance significantly. Her face showed signs of fatigue, yet her eyes sparkled with excitement as she held a datapad with lines and numbers constantly fluctuating on its screen. Sun Wukong smiled gratefully. Thank you, Bulma. His smile was warm and sincere, like sunlight piercing through dark clouds. At this moment, Krillin and Tien Shinhan also arrived. We need to strengthen our own training and not rely solely on external forces, Tien Shinhan said. His voice was steady and powerful, his gaze fixed firmly on everyone. The others nodded in agreement and each began their arduous training. Sun Wukong trained alone in the training room, continuously enhancing his energy. Sweat soaked his clothes, each drop hitting the ground with a drip sound, his breathing heavy and hurried as if a bellows were being pulled. Each burst of energy caused visible fluctuations in the surrounding air, radiating a scorching aura. Meanwhile, Gohan focused on honing his skills in the room of spirit in time. His movements were swift and precise, the wind from his punches howling creating a rush of sound. Vegeta relentlessly pushed himself with high-intensity training, his eyes filled with a thirst for power as each roar seemed to release all his pent-up frustration and anger. Krillin and Tien Shinhan sparred, continuously searching for their own shortcomings. Their fists and feet collided, producing dull thuds, the strain in their muscles and the impact on their bones causing them to grit their teeth. Bulma in the laboratory tirelessly researched new equipment and technology. The lights of the instruments flickered, the scents of various materials mingling together, her eyes bloodshot, yet her work never ceased. After a period of effort, everyone showed significant improvement. One day Sun Wukong called everyone together for a meeting. We cannot passively wait for the dark forces to attack, I believe we should take the initiative. Sun Wukong said, his voice firm and powerful as he scanned the faces of each person. But won't that be too risky? Krillin expressed his concerns, his brow furrowed as he unconsciously rubbed the hem of his clothes. Vegeta scoffed, coward. Only by taking the initiative can we seize control of the situation. His voice dripped with disdain, a hint of scorn flashing in his eyes. Tien Shinhan pondered for a moment. Wukong makes a valid point, we cannot always remain on the defensive. His eyes revealed deep contemplation. Ultimately, everyone decided to take the initiative. They boarded the improved spaceship and set off once more. The spaceship traversed the starry sky, emitting a whooshing sound. While navigating through the cosmos, they encountered some small dark forces, but they were easily dealt with. It seems our strength has improved, Gohan remarked, a confident smile spreading across his face, his aura becoming more stable. However, just as they continued forward, a massive dark planet appeared before them. The planet seemed like a colossal black hole, swallowing the surrounding light and exuding a suffocating sense of oppression. What place is this? Krillin asked in astonishment, his voice filled with fear as his eyes widened. Sun Wukong's expression turned serious. No matter what it is, we must investigate. His voice was calm and resolute, instilling a glimmer of courage in everyone. As the spaceship drew close to the dark planet, a powerful pressure rushed towards them. The pressure felt tangible, as if their bones might be crushed. Everyone be careful. Vegeta shouted, his voice laced with caution as his energy erupted in an instant. Everyone prepared for battle as they slowly descended onto the planet. Sun Wukong and the others landed on the dark planet, the ground beneath their feet hard and cold as if emanating a chilling aura. Silence enveloped the surroundings, so profound that one could hear their own heartbeat. This place feels off, Krillin said, cautiously glancing around, his voice trembling slightly with fear. The air was thick with a putrid stench, a blend of decaying leaves and animal corpses that churned the stomach and made one feel nauseous. Oof, whatever, let's just move forward, Vegeta declared, striding ahead. His footsteps echoed loudly in the silence, carrying his usual arrogance and fearlessness. The others followed cautiously, each step taken with great care. Dust danced in the faint light, causing their throats to feel parched. As they walked, they arrived at the entrance of a massive valley. Black mist swirled within the valley, thick as ink, obscuring visibility. Occasional deep growls echoed from within the mist, sending chills down their spines. Everyone be careful, this mist might be toxic, Tianjin Fan warned. His voice was low, as if fearful of disturbing whatever lurked within the mist. Sun Wukong took a deep breath. He'll go take a look. His gaze was resolute, golden flames flickering around him. He slowly walked into the mist, his figure soon vanishing from sight. The others anxiously awaited outside, time seeming to stretch unbearably. Each second felt like an eternity, with only the sound of their heavy breathing and heartbeats in their ears. Suddenly Sun Wukong's voice emerged from the mist. Come in quickly, I've made a discovery. His voice sounded somewhat muffled in the mist but was filled with urgency. They rushed into the mist and saw Sun Wukong standing before a gigantic stone tablet. The tablet towered into the clouds, its surface rough and uneven, covered in strange symbols and patterns. The symbols resembled ancient script yet appeared like mysterious sigils, leaving them puzzled. What does this mean? Gohan asked. His voice brimming with confusion, his eyes fixed on the tablet, trying to glean some clues. Bulma took out her device and began scanning. Let me see if I can decipher it. The device emitted a distinct beeping sound which resonated clearly in the silent valley. Just then the ground began to tremble, a deep rumble echoing from below. A horde of gigantic monsters burst forth from the ground. These creatures appeared fearsome, some with sharp fangs, others covered in spikes, and some with eerie glimmers in their eyes. They emitted a foul odor reminiscent of rotting swamps, unbearable to endure. Fight! Sun Wukong shouted, charging ahead. His voice boomed like thunder, instantly shattering the atmosphere of fear. The others unleashed their ultimate techniques, engaging in fierce combat with the monsters. Light and darkness intertwined, the clashes of energy created thunderous echoes that shook the valley. The monsters possessed tremendous strength, each strike delivering heavy pressure. Their claws sliced through the air, producing sharp whooshing sounds that sent shivers down their spines. These guys are tough to handle. Krillin gasped. Stop talking and attack with everything you have. Vegeta shouted angrily, his forehead glistening with sweat that trickled down his face. His purple energy glowed brightly, each attack infused with devastating power. Sun Wukong's golden aura flared more vigorously as his fists rained down on the monsters with resounding thuds. Each strike carried his boundless fury and resolve. After a fierce battle, the monsters were finally repelled. The ground was littered with their corpses and black blood emitting a nauseating stench. At that moment, Bulma managed to decipher part of the tablet's content. It says that this planet is a crucial stronghold of dark forces harboring immense secrets. Bulma said, her voice tinged with fatigue but even more excitement. Then let's press on, we must uncover this secret. Sun Wukong declared resolutely, his eyes filled with anticipation and determination. They delved deeper into the dark planet, encountering various perilous traps and formidable foes along the way. The path was rugged, the ground strewn with sharp stones that pierced their feet painfully. Inside a dark cave, they discovered a mysterious energy crystal. The crystal emitted a ghostly blue light, illuminating the entire cave. The glow flickered as if alive. What is this thing? It feels like it contains immense power, Gohan said curiously, reaching out to touch it. His voice was filled with curiosity and desire. Be careful. Sun Wukong couldn't stop him in time. As soon as Gohan touched the crystal, a powerful force hurled him back. His body crashed against the cave wall with a loud thud. It seems this is not an ordinary crystal, Tianjin Fan remarked, his eyes filled with caution as he cautiously approached the crystal. Vegeta stepped forward. Let me give it a try. He concentrated his energy, attempting to control the crystal, but it unleashed a powerful energy wave that knocked everyone to the ground. The energy wave carried a tremendous impact, making their ears buzz. What on earth is this thing? Vegeta cursed, his face filled with anger and confusion. Just when everyone was at a loss, Sun Wukong suddenly sensed a familiar aura. Could it be? Before he could finish, a mysterious figure appeared before them. The mysterious figure gradually became clear, and as everyone focused their gaze, they found it to be a stranger cloaked in a black cape. In the dim light, the man's silhouette appeared tall and enigmatic, the cape fluttering slightly in the wind, producing a soft rustling sound. Who are you? Sun Wukong asked warily. His voice shattered the brief silence, and the golden aura around him flickered, ready to respond to any potential danger. The man slowly lifted his cape, revealing a handsome and resolute face, his eyes shimmering with a mysterious light that seemed to penetrate the hearts of those who gazed upon him. His skin appeared pale in the darkness, yet carried an unusual sternness. I am here to help you all. The man's voice was deep and magnetic, as if it came from a distant place, imbued with an irresistible charm. Vegeta snorted coldly. On what basis should we trust you? He crossed his arms, a purple aura flickering around him, his expression filled with skepticism and disdain. The man smiled faintly, his smile as refreshing as the spring breeze breaking the ice on his stern face. Because we share a common enemy, the forces of darkness. His voice was calm and resolute, making it hard not to believe him. Sun Wukong pondered for a moment and said, then tell us what you know. His gaze fixed tightly on the man, trying to find a flaw in his expression and words. The man nodded. This dark planet conceals the core secrets of the dark powers. If controlled by the forces of darkness, the entire universe will fall into an abyss of no return. His voice carried deep concern, as if he had already foreseen that terrifying future. Upon hearing this, everyone felt a tightness in their hearts, a heavy pressure rising. I have been secretly investigating the dark powers and know a bit about the situation here, the man continued. His gaze became profound, as if lost in memories. Can you lead us to the core of the dark powers? Gohan asked eagerly. His voice brimmed with anticipation, his hands instinctively clenching. The man furrowed his brow slightly, a serious expression crossing his face. I can, but the journey will be fraught with danger and requires everyone to cooperate closely. His gaze swept over the group, filled with steadfast determination. Everyone expressed their agreement, deciding to proceed with the man. They groped their way through the darkness, the path beneath their feet uneven and rocky, sharp stones occasionally cutting into their feet. Every contact between their feet and the stones brought a sharp pain, the agony spreading through their bodies like an electric current. Be careful. The man suddenly shouted. His voice rang out in the darkness, filled with urgency and tension. Above them, a massive rock fell, and Sun Wukong quickly struck it, shattering it. At the moment the rock shattered, it produced a loud bang with debris flying everywhere, hitting them painfully. Thank you, the man said. His voice was filled with gratitude. Don't mention it, we are partners now, Sun Wukong replied. His tone carried a hint of boldness, the golden aura around him flickering slightly. As they continued forward, the temperature around them dropped lower, the chill penetrating their very bones. The cold felt like countless tiny ice needles pricking into their bodies, making them shiver uncontrollably. This won't do, we need to speed up, Vegeta said. His voice trembled slightly from the cold, his teeth chattering. The man stopped, pulled out a gem radiating warm light from his robe. This gem can temporarily ward off the cold for us. The gem's light was like the warm sun in winter, gentle and comforting, providing a sense of solace. Everyone gathered around, soaking in the warmth it offered. That warm sensation felt like a soft blanket wrapping around their bodies, gradually restoring some of their strength. As they walked, they came to a raging river, the water thundering and roaring, splashing everywhere. The roar of the river sounded like a stampede of thousands of horses, deafening. The waves crashed against the rocks at the riverbank, producing loud claps, with the mist rising in the air, carrying a damp atmosphere. How do we cross this river? Krillin said, looking at the water with a troubled expression. His voice was filled with fear and helplessness, his eyes full of worry. The man surveyed the surroundings. There is a fallen tree over there, perhaps it can serve as a bridge. His voice carried a hint of hope. Everyone worked together to move the fallen tree to the riverbank, with Sun Wukong and Vegeta stabilizing the tree at the front while the others cautiously crossed the river. With each step, they could feel the rushing water beneath them as if it were trying to drag them in. Just as they were about to reach the other side, a gigantic water monster suddenly leaped out of the river. The emergence of the water monster caused a huge splash, the water hitting everyone and bringing a cold shock. Not good. The man exclaimed, his voice filled with terror. The water monster opened its massive mouth, lunging towards them. A strong stench of blood assaulted their senses, making them feel nauseous. Without fear, Gohan unleashed a powerful energy wave, striking the water monster. At the moment of impact, a thunderous explosion erupted, light scattering everywhere. The water monster, in pain, attacked them even more frantically. Its claws sliced through the air, creating a sharp whistling sound that sent shivers down their spines. Everyone joined the fray, engaging in an intense battle with the water monster. The brilliant energy lights flickered on the river's surface, intertwining with the splashing water, creating a stunning yet harrowing scene. After a fierce struggle, they finally drove the water monster back. It fell into the water, splashing up a massive wave before disappearing from sight. We finally made it across, Tian Jinhan panted, his voice filled with exhaustion as he plopped down on the ground. They continued forward, finally reaching the entrance of a massive cave. A cold wind blew from the cave, carrying a mysterious aura that sent chills down their spines. The core of the dark powers lies within, the man said. His voice echoed at the entrance of the cave, filled with a sense of awe and fear. Everyone took a deep breath, preparing to face the final challenge. The crowd stood at the entrance of the enormous cave, their hearts filled with tension and anticipation. The cold wind blowing from the cave carried a damp scent, chilling their faces. Sun Wukong took a deep breath and stepped into the cave first. A formidable dark power rushed toward them as if an invisible hand was tightly gripping their throats. Everyone be careful, Sun Wukong warned loudly. His voice echoed in the cave, tinged with urgency. The thick darkness permeated the cave like a black fog, making it nearly impossible to see the path ahead. They could only rely on their faint perceptions to feel their way forward. The ground beneath their feet was damp and slippery, emanating a putrid odor that made them want to retch. This place is too eerie, Krillin said with a trembling voice. His words felt particularly small in the darkness, filled with deep fear. Vegeta snorted disdainfully, what are you afraid of? I'm here. His voice was filled with confidence and arrogance, and the purple aura around him flickered slightly. Suddenly a deep roar echoed through the cave, resonating around them and making their ears buzz. The sound seemed to come from the depths of hell, carrying endless rage and resentment. What is that? Gohan looked around warily. His eyes searched the darkness, his heart racing. At that moment a massive dark beast sprang from the shadows, lunging toward them. The beast's silhouette was gigantic and blurry, with only its pair of glowing red eyes visible. Sun Wukong instantly met the beast head-on, engaging in a fierce battle. His fists glimmered with golden light, each strike landing on the beast with a dull thud like a heavy hammer striking a leather drum. The beast's hard scales clashed against Sun Wukong's fists, sparking little flames that illuminated the surrounding darkness. The beast was undeterred, swinging its sharp claws, trying to attack Sun Wukong. The claws sliced through the air, emitting a shrill whistling sound that sent chills down their spines. Wukong, I'll help you. Vegeta charged in, unleashing a powerful energy wave. The energy wave traced a purple arc through the darkness, momentarily illuminating a corner of the cave. Under the assault of the two, the beast began to fall into a disadvantage. Its breathing became rapid and heavy, spewing forth black smoke. Everyone attacked together. Tian Shinhan shouted, his voice filled with fighting spirit as he clenched his fists tightly. The group unleashed their ultimate techniques, and for a moment various lights sparkled in the cave. Gohan's Kamehameha shot through like a meteor, while Krillin's energy balls exploded, continuously intertwining light and darkness, creating a stunning and breathtaking scene. After a fierce struggle, the beast was finally defeated. Its body fell heavily to the ground with a dull thud, kicking up a cloud of dust. Let's keep moving forward, Sun Wukong said. His voice was firm and powerful with his golden aura still radiating strongly. They continued deeper into the cave and the dark power grew stronger the further they went. That power weighed upon their hearts like a heavy lead block, making it hard to breathe. I feel a bit strained, Krillin gasped. Hang in there, we will succeed, Bulma encouraged, her voice laced with urgency but filled with determination. Just then a massive stone door appeared ahead covered in mysterious runes. The runes shimmered with an eerie glow as if revealing ancient secrets. This must be the final barrier to the core of darkness, the mysterious man stated. Sun Wukong stepped forward and pushed against the stone door with all his might, but it remained utterly unmoving. His arms trembled slightly from the effort muscles taut. Everyone, let's try together, Gohan suggested, his voice filled with hope. The group worked together, channeling their strength, and the stone door slowly creaked open. A more powerful dark force surged forth from within, its coldness piercing as if it could freeze their blood. Is this the power of the dark core? Vegeta gritted his teeth. His teeth clacked together from the strain. At the dark core, a massive black energy sphere hovered in the air, continuously releasing powerful energy waves. The waves spread like ripples in water, impacting their bodies and making it hard to remain standing. How do we destroy it? Tien Shinhan asked, his voice tinged with despair. The mysterious man pondered for a moment. We must gather everyone's strength together to have a chance. His eyes revealed a hint of determination. The group nodded and began to prepare for the final attack. Sun Wukong focused, his aura burning even brighter. The golden light illuminated his face, filled with resolve. Vegeta also fully summoned his energy, the purple glow flickering around him, his breath quickening and becoming heavy. Gohan, Krillin, Tien Shinhan and Bulma all readied themselves. Their expressions were serious, with energy light flickering around them. Are you ready? Sun Wukong asked loudly, his voice resonating in the darkness with unmatched authority. We are ready, the group replied in unison, their voices echoing in the cave, filled with courage and conviction. Then let's go. Sun Wukong initiated the attack, a golden energy beam shooting toward the dark core. The beam was dazzling like the dawn before the sunrise. The others' energies followed closely behind, merging together to form a powerful force. Various colors of light intertwined, illuminating the entire cave. The dark core began to tremble under the impact of this force. The dark core trembled violently under the impact of everyone's immense power, resembling a giant bomb on the verge of exploding. The black light on its surface twisted like a frenzied snake, emitting a harsh hissing sound. Just a little more effort and we will succeed, Sun Wukong shouted, his voice filled with passionate determination. His golden aura burned even brighter in the darkness like a scorching sun. Everyone gritted their teeth, unleashing all their strength without reservation. The light grew increasingly dazzling, with energy of various colors intertwining to form a magnificent light curtain. The air was thick with the fluctuations of energy, causing a tingling sensation on their skin. Gohan's forehead bulged with veins as he desperately maintained the output of his energy wave. His eyes were fixed on the dark core, panting as each breath brought heavy pressure. Krillin and Tien Shinhan also exerted themselves to the fullest, sweat pouring down like rain. The salty taste of sweat stung their eyes, blurring their vision, yet their gaze remained resolute. Bulma watched nervously from the side, gripping the instrument tightly, ready to provide support at any moment. The indicator lights on the instrument flashed wildly, emitting a beeping alarm. Just as everyone thought the dark core was about to be destroyed, it suddenly erupted with an extremely powerful recoil. That force surged like a roaring tsunami, sweeping in an instant. Not good. Everyone be careful, Sun Wukong warned, but the power was already upon them. A chilling gust of wind mixed with dark aura seemed to freeze their bones. Everyone was knocked back by this force, crashing heavily to the ground. The collision of their bodies with the ground produced a dull thud, stirring up a cloud of dust. The dust invaded their mouths and noses, causing a choking sensation. Damn it! Vegeta climbed up from the ground, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. The metallic taste of blood lingered in the air, irritating his nerves. Sun Wukong quickly got to his feet, his gaze fixed firmly on the dark core. We cannot give up. His voice echoed in the darkness, filled with undeniable resolve. Yes, we can definitely defeat it. Gohan rallied as well, his voice brimming with hope, and his aura surged once more. They gathered their strength once again, preparing to launch a new wave of attack. This time Sun Wukong devised a strategy. Let's concentrate our power and break through at one point. Let's do it, Sun Wukong said. His gaze was focused and sharp, as if he could penetrate the defenses of the dark core. Everyone nodded, adjusting their attack direction according to his instructions. When they launched their attack again, the resistance from the dark core noticeably weakened. The glow of the core dimmed as if it were making its final struggle. It's working. Keep going, Tien Shinhan shouted, his voice hoarse with excitement. The light continued to converge and a crack finally appeared in the dark core. The crack spread rapidly like a spider's web, and dark energy began to leak from within the core, carrying a pungent odor. Now's our chance, Sun Wukong yelled. His voice roared like thunder, shaking the entire cave. With a tremendous explosion, the dark core shattered completely, releasing powerful energy waves that spread outwards. The energy waves blew like a fierce wind, rustling everyone's clothes. They were buffeted by this energy, staggering unsteadily, yet smiles of victory lit up their faces. "We did it!" Krillin exclaimed excitedly, his voice echoing in the cave filled with boundless joy. "It's finally over." Bulma collapsed exhausted on the ground. Her body trembled from overexertion and she gasped for breath. However, just as they relaxed their guard, an eerie laughter suddenly echoed from the darkness. The laughter seemed to come from the depths of hell, sending chills down their spines. "Ha ha ha, did you think it would end like this?" A mysterious figure slowly emerged. Shrouded in darkness, its face was obscured, yet it exuded a terrifying aura. Sun Wukong and the others immediately became alert. "Who are you?" Vegeta shouted angrily, his voice filled with rage and vigilance, and his purple aura flared up once more. "I am the true master of dark power, your resistance is futile," the mysterious figure sneered. Its voice was like a cold wind, sending a chill through their hearts. Sun Wukong furrowed his brow. "No matter who you are, we will not fear you." A determined light flickered in his eyes and his golden aura intensified. The mysterious figure raised its hand, unleashing a wave of powerful dark energy towards them. The energy carried a foul stench that made them nauseous. Sun Wukong stepped forward, using his body to block the energy. The impact crackled against him, causing his body to tremble slightly, yet he stood firm. "Wukong!" Gohan shouted worriedly. His voice was filled with concern and anxiety. "Fine, everyone, let's go together." Sun Wukong called out. His voice was full of power, uplifting everyone's morale. They plunged back into battle, engaging the mysterious figure in a desperate fight. The mysterious figure's attacks were bizarre and formidable, each strike carrying a lethal threat. Its strength was overwhelming, and the group gradually fell into peril. Their breathing grew rapid, wounds proliferated on their bodies, and the metallic scent of blood filled the air. "This isn't going to work." That's what Tien Shinhan said. His voice carried a hint of anxiety, sweat dripping from his forehead. Just then a new power suddenly erupted within Sun Wukong. That power surged like a volcanic eruption, filling his entire being in an instant. This power. Sun Wukong himself was taken aback. He could feel this power surging through his veins as if it wanted to break free from his body. With this newfound strength, Sun Wukong's attacks became even more ferocious. Each of his strikes carried a momentum capable of shattering the heavens, causing the mysterious figure to start struggling to withstand the onslaught. "Everyone, keep it up. We can win." Sun Wukong encouraged everyone. His voice rang like a battle drum, inspiring their fighting spirit. Under his leadership, they worked together to finally defeat the mysterious figure. The mysterious figure vanished with a reluctant roar, the dark power dissipating completely, and the entire cave was bathed in light. "We have won." Everyone cheered with joy. Their voices echoed in the cave, filled with excitement and happiness. Sun Wukong looked at his companions, a smile of satisfaction spreading across his face. "Thanks to everyone's efforts." His voice brimmed with gratitude and pride. They emerged from the cave into a peaceful world. The warm sunlight bathed them, and a gentle breeze carried the fragrance of flowers. "We have safeguarded the peace of the universe," Gohan remarked, his eyes filled with hope for the future. From then on, their names became legends, forever remembered by the people. After overcoming the master of the darkness, Sun Wukong and his companions hauled their weary bodies out of the cavern. Sunlight spilled over them like a mother's embrace, restoring a long-lost warmth and a fragile hope. A gentle breeze brushed past, carrying a clean, refreshing scent that swept away the blood and exhaustion clinging to them. "Wow, this sunshine feels so good." Krillin stretched his limbs, his face alight with the joy of surviving the ordeal. He squinted against the light, savoring the sun's caress as if each ray poured fresh vigor into his limbs. It's only a temporary peace." Vegeta said it with words of dismissal, yet the sternness on his face softened noticeably. He tilted his head, letting the sun warm his face as taut muscles began to loosen. Bu Erma watched them all with concern in her eyes. "Everyone is badly hurt, we must hurry back to heal and rest." Her voice carried a thread of anxiety as her gaze slid over each person to assess their wounds. They boarded their spaceship and set a course for Dicho. The vessel streaked through the starlit firmament, the stars outside gleaming like scattered gems. Along the journey, each of them immersed themselves in the exhilaration of victory and in thoughts of what lay ahead. Back on Dicho, the people cheered to welcome the returning heroes. The tumult rose like a tide, cheers, applause, and shouts braided together into a roaring chorus. Chi-Chi clutched Wu Fan to her chest, tears streaming down her face. Those tears slid over her cheeks and fell upon Wu Fan's shoulder, mingling joy with anxiety. "Ha! We succeeded in protecting everyone." Sun Wukong laughed and ruffled Wu Tian's hair. The child's soft warm hair filled Sun Wukong with a profound quiet relief. Yet even amid the celebration, Sun Wukong drifted into thought. The surrounding mirth seemed to recede, his brow furrowed, and a trace of unease flickered through his gaze. "Sun Wukong, what's the matter?" Chi-Chi noticed his change and spoke close to his ear, her voice threaded with concern and puzzlement. Sun Wukong frowned and said, although we defeated the darkness this time, I cannot shake the feeling that new threats will emerge. His tone was low and heavy, as if a great weight had settled upon them all. Wu Fan nodded. Father is right, we must not let our guard down. His eyes were steady, his presence calm and resolute. At that moment Jia Wangshan appeared without warning. His arrival was like a stone cast into a placid lake, setting ripples across still waters. Sun Wukong, I observed your battle, well done. Jia Wangshan's voice was solemn and grave, reverberating in the air like an ancient bell. All present bowed with reverence, their hearts filled with awe. Jia Wangshan continued, yet the cosmos still harbors many unknown dangers, you must continually strengthen yourselves. His gaze swept over them with a mixture of expectation and warning. Sun Wukong answered with steady resolve, Lord Jia Wangshan, we understand. His voice rang with determination and courage. In the days that followed they embarked upon renewed training. Sun Wukong trained in the gravity chamber, sweat soaking his skin, each droplet fell like a bead severed from a string, striking the floor with soft ticks. Each breath came heavy and urgent, as if bellows pumped within his chest. He roared and drove himself time and again beyond his limits. Muscle ache and the creak of joints told the story of his toil. Wu Fan meanwhile honed his skills inside the room of spirit and time, his gaze steeled with resolve. The air within the time room felt dense, every motion carried the whisper of wind. Vegito likewise spared no effort, challenging ever stronger opponents, while his scars became the medals of his battles. Each wound burned with a fierce pain that sharpened his nerves and drove him to fight with increased ferocity. Colin and Tianjin Fan sparred together, improving with each exchange. The sounds of fists and feet meeting rang out like thunder, the clash of muscle conveyed the pure contest of strength. Bu Erma concentrated on crafting new technological gear to better support them all. The laboratory was suffused with the tang of chemicals and the constant hum of instruments. One day while Sun Wukong was training, he felt an unusual fluctuation of energy. The ripple traversed him like a faint electric current, instant and chilling, making the hairs on his skin stand on end. This is... He startled inwardly. He immediately gathered everyone. I sense a mysterious energy, there may be new developments. Sun Wukong's voice was urgent and tense, his eyes sharpened with vigilance. All training ceased and their expressions turned grave. Whatever it may be, we must be prepared, Vegito said, clenching his fists as his aura flared. Thus they set out on a new expedition. They arrived at an unfamiliar planet where the environment was harsh and savage winds screamed across the landscape. The gale roared like a wild beast, slashing at their faces like blades and whipping sand and grit into the air, forcing their eyes to narrow. What kind of cursed place is this? Colin complained, his words torn apart by the wind. Suddenly a pack of powerful creatures surged forth and attacked them. The beasts' roars were ear-splitting, as if trying to rend the sky itself. Watch out! Tianjin Fan shouted, his voice seemed small against the gale, yet it carried urgent warning. Sun Wukong sprang to meet them, plunging into a fierce clash. Each impact boomed, the force heating the very air around them. The creatures were powerful and agile, dragging the group into a brutal struggle. Their strikes sliced through the wind, each blow laden with lethal menace. These things are hard to handle. Wu Fan cried, already bearing many wounds. The pain flared like wildfire, forcing his breaths to quicken. As he fought, Sun Wukong searched for their weak points. Concentrate your strikes on their bellies, he commanded. His voice was firm and empowering, kindling hope among them. Heeding his order, they slowly seized the advantage. After a fierce engagement, they drove the creatures back. The ground was stained with blood and littered with chaotic footprints, the air thick with the metallic tang of blood. It's finally over, Kulin panted, collapsing to the ground in exhaustion. At that instant a mysterious voice whispered into their ears. The voice seemed to rise from a bottomless abyss, carrying an unending chill. Do you think this is the end? Everyone cast wary glances about. Who are you? Show yourself. Vegito roared, his voice booming through the emptiness with anger and challenge. Slowly a shadowy figure emerged. The mysterious figure gradually came into focus, all present stared in astonishment. It was an unfamiliar warrior radiating an eerie flickering light. That luminescence pulsed ominously like ghostly will-o'-the-wisps, sending chills down their spines. Who are you? Sun Wukong asked warily, his gaze locked unblinkingly upon the stranger, his aura subtly surged. The mysterious warrior sneered coldly, I have come to end your legends. His voice was glacial, each syllable sharp as shattered ice scraping raw against the eardrums. Vegeta glared fiercely, humph, empty boasts. With that he lunged forward. Violet energy erupted from his body, blazing like a torrent of incandescent amethyst flame. They clashed in an instant, their colliding energies blazed with dazzling brilliance, streaking across the night sky like radiant meteors, illuminating the battlefield in fleeting celestial splendor. A thunderous boom reverberated through the air, ringing violently in their ears, as if swarms of bees were trapped within their skulls. This opponent is formidable. Vegeta gritted his teeth, his assault intensifying, yet the mysterious warrior evaded and countered with unnerving ease. Each of Vegeta's punches whistled through the air, but the warrior slipped aside or deflected them with uncanny precision, while the very air thickened with his seething fury. Sun Wukong and the others swiftly joined the fray. In moments the battlefield erupted in a maelstrom of clashing energies, radiant and chaotic. A kaleidoscope of luminous energy flooded the arena, golden, violet, sapphire, like a celestial fireworks display woven from pure power. Yet the mysterious warrior remained unruffled. His techniques were mercurial and inscrutable, striking without warning. His form flickered like a phantom, elusive, spectral, and every strike carried a razor-edged gale that stung their cheeks with icy bite. Watch out for his techniques. Gohan shouted urgently, his voice taut with anxiety, sweat tracing silver paths down his temples. The battle intensified, then without warning the warrior unleashed a colossal wave of energy, hurling them all backward. It surged forth like a ravenous leviathan, unstoppable and primordial. Damn it! Krillin rose shakily from the ground, wiping blood from his lip. The metallic tang on his tongue only deepened his rage. Tien Shinhan's gaze hardened with resolve. We won't be overpowered like this. Unyielding fire burned in his eyes and his aura flared anew. Bulma watched anxiously from the sidelines. You can do it. Her voice trembled as her hands clenched tightly together. Sun Wukong drew a deep, steadying breath. Let's go, together. His voice resonated with quiet authority, rekindling courage and conviction in every heart. They launched another coordinated assault, yet the warrior merely offered a contemptuous smile. Bathed in that unnatural glow, it twisted into something grotesque, chilling their very souls. In a blur of motion he reappeared behind Sun Wukong and struck with devastating force. A jolt of immense power slammed into Sun Wukong's back, sending him staggering forward off balance. Ugh! Sun Wukong spat crimson into the air, blood arcing vividly before splattering onto the earth, its coppery scent blooming sharply. Regaining his footing he whirled back to face his foe. His speed is incredible. Sun Wukong panted, each breath ragged and heavy, laden with exertion. Gohan roared, voice raw with fury, don't get cocky. His aura wavered wildly, trembling with unspent rage. They pressed their attacks relentlessly, yet the warrior evaded or turned each blow aside with maddening grace. Every strike landed like a punch into boundless cotton, frustrating, hollow, infuriating. Just as exhaustion began to cloud their resolve, Sun Wukong suddenly felt a tremendous surge well up from deep within his own being. That energy swelled like a tidal wave, flooding his limbs, his veins, his very marrow. This is, Sun Wukong whispered, stunned beyond words. He sensed every cell singing, every meridian ablaze with vitality. Golden light erupted around him, pure, incandescent, divine, and his strength soared beyond measure. The radiance blazed like a newborn sun, dazzling, unbearable to behold. Witness this! Sun Wukong bellowed, launching himself forward. His voice cracked like thunder across the heavens. The warrior's expression shifted, just slightly. He felt the seismic shift in Sun Wukong's aura, and a sliver of dread pierced his composure. They engaged once more. This time Sun Wukong held the upper hand. Each fist fell with cataclysmic force, driving the warrior backward with every impact. The warrior faltered, his breath grew ragged and labored, his eerie luminescence dimming, flickering like a dying star. Now! Vegeta cried, his voice alight with fierce anticipation. Together they unleashed their ultimate techniques, a convergence of radiant energies coalescing into a single overwhelming torrent, surging toward the warrior like the wrath of creation itself. At last the warrior fell, crumpling to the ground as his light faded completely. His body struck the earth with a heavy thud, kicking up a choking cloud of dust that sent everyone coughing. We won. Krillin collapsed onto the ground, gasping for air, his body spent each breath a laborious, agonizing effort. Sun Wukong approached the fallen warrior. Why did you oppose us? His voice held quiet bewilderment tinged with profound sorrow. The warrior scoffed weakly. This is only the beginning. Stronger foes await you. Then darkness claimed him. His final words carried bitter resignation and despair. The others exchanged grim, silent glances, hearts heavy with foreboding. Meanwhile Earth's people watched the battle live, erupting in jubilant cheers at their hero's triumph. Across cities and towns crowds filled the streets, celebrating victory with unrestrained joy. At home Shishi waited anxiously with Goten and Gohan's wife Pan. Dad and the others will be fine, Goten said, his eyes shining with unwavering faith. Pan clasped her hands tightly. I hope they return safely. Her voice trembled, faintly weighted with worry. After the battle Sun Wukong and the others brought the unconscious warrior back to Earth. Bulma immediately began scanning and analyzing him. His physiology is utterly alien, likely not of our universe. She spoke with awe and fascination, eyes fixed intently on the readings. The Kaioshin appeared then. This may be a threat from another dimension. His voice rang with solemn gravity, chilling, unmistakable. The group fell into sober reflection, knowing the trials ahead would grow ever more perilous. Yet they did not waver. Instead their resolve hardened, fused by shared sacrifice into an unbreakable vow to safeguard peace. After Sun Wukong and the others returned to Earth with the unconscious mysterious warrior, the entire world fell into an atmosphere of tension and anticipation. In Bulma's laboratory various instruments emitted a series of beeping sounds, crisp and urgent, resembling the frantic beats of a racing heart. The lights flickered erratically, casting distorted and eerie shadows of the people in the room onto the walls. The sharp scent of chemical agents permeated the air, causing a sour sensation in the nostrils. Bulma furrowed her brow, intently analyzing the data from the mysterious warrior's body. Her eyes were glued to the screen, her fingers flying across the keyboard, each keystroke echoing with a crisp sound. This is truly strange, his cellular structure and energy patterns are completely different from what we know, Bulma muttered to herself. Her voice was filled with confusion and surprise, beads of sweat rolling down her cheeks and dripping onto the control panel. At that moment, Son Wukong, Vegeta and others walked into the laboratory. Bulma, do you have any new findings? Son Wukong asked, his tone gentle yet urgent, radiating a faint golden aura. Bulma shook her head, saying, not yet, but I feel there must be a huge secret behind him. A hint of worry flickered in her eyes as her fingers unconsciously fidgeted with the hem of her clothes. Vegeta crossed his arms, stating, regardless, we must be prepared for anything. His purple aura flickered slightly and his eyes shone with determination. Just as everyone was discussing, the mysterious warrior suddenly awoke. His gaze was filled with vigilance and hostility, like two sharp swords that sent shivers down their spines. You won't get anything from me, he roared, his voice hoarse and deep-laced with intense anger. Sun Wukong stepped forward, saying, we do not wish to be your enemies, but you must tell us why you are here. His eyes were sincere and resolute, trying to ease the warrior's defenses. The mysterious warrior sneered, you ignorant fools have no idea what you are about to face. His laughter echoed ominously in the quiet laboratory. Gohan declared, no matter what it is, we will not back down. His voice was filled with courage and determination, his aura slightly fluctuating. The mysterious warrior paused for a moment before slowly saying, in the distant depths of the universe a powerful force is rising, seeking to dominate the entire universe. His voice carried a hint of fear and helplessness, as if recalling something terrifying. Upon hearing this, everyone felt a tightening in their hearts, a heavy pressure rising. They possess immeasurable power and advanced technology. I am merely an advanced scout they sent. The mysterious warrior continued. His eyes dimmed and his body trembled slightly. Tianjin Fan furrowed his brows, asking, then why did they choose our universe? Tianjin Fan's voice was filled with confusion, veins slightly bulging on his forehead. The mysterious warrior looked at them, saying, because your existence poses a threat to them. His gaze swept over everyone, carrying a hint of complex emotions. Just then an alarm suddenly blared throughout the earth. The shrill alarm pierced through people's eardrums like a sword, making their hearts leap into their throats. Not good, a large number of unidentified flying objects are approaching Earth. Bulma shouted. Her voice was filled with panic as her eyes fixed on the monitoring screen. Everyone rushed out of the laboratory, looking up at the sky. They saw countless black spaceships approaching like a dark cloud. The roar of the ship's engines shook the ground slightly. Prepare for battle. Sun Wukong shouted loudly. His voice thundered like a bolt of lightning, instantly igniting the fighting spirit of those around him. People on Earth fell into panic, the cries of children piercing and sharp as if to tear the sky apart. Adults shouted in a chorus filled with fear and helplessness. The air was thick with the acrid smell of gunpowder and the scent of sweat, making it hard to breathe. Everyone, don't be afraid, we will protect you. Gohan comforted the crowd. His voice was warm and firm, bringing a glimmer of hope. Sun Wukong and the others transformed into Super Saiyans and charged toward the sky. Golden and purple auras blazed in the heavens, illuminating the dark world. The battle with the enemies erupted instantly, the collision of energy lighting up the entire sky. The brilliance was so dazzling that it was blinding. Bang! Bang! The explosive sounds were deafening, as if they could tear the sky apart. These guys are tough to deal with. Krillin shouted. His voice was filled with tension and exhaustion, numerous wounds already visible on his body. Vegeta roared angrily, no matter who they are, they will not destroy our home. His voice was like the roar of a beast filled with endless rage. Sun Wukong fought while observing the enemy's movements. The wind howled past his ears, stinging his face. Everyone be careful, they seem to be searching for something. Sun Wukong said. His voice stood out clearly amidst the fierce battle. At that moment a powerful energy beam shot from one of the enemy's ships, heading straight for Earth. The beam carried a destructive aura, warping the air in its wake. Not good, stop it. Gohan rushed forward. His figure vanished in an instant like a flash of lightning. At a critical moment Gohan successfully blocked the attack but was severely injured himself. Put. Gohan spat out a mouthful of blood, the crimson droplets scattering in the air, the metallic scent spreading. Gohan! Sun Wukong shouted. His voice was filled with worry and anger, his aura blazing even more fiercely. The battle grew increasingly intense, yet the number of enemies seemed limitless. Each attack brought heavy pressure, making it hard to breathe. This isn't a solution. Tianjin Fan said. His voice became hoarse from overexertion, sweat soaking his clothes. Just when everyone felt overwhelmed, the mysterious warrior suddenly appeared. He radiated an eerie glow that made it hard to look directly at him. I can help you, but you must agree to one condition, the mysterious warrior said, his voice tinged with hesitation and struggle. What condition? Vegeta asked, suspicion and vigilance filling his gaze. After we defeat them, you must let me go, the mysterious warrior said. Sun Wukong pondered for a moment, saying, all right, as long as you truly help us. The mysterious warrior joined the battle, showcasing his immense power and instantly turning the tide. His moves were sharp and unpredictable, catching the enemies off guard. With everyone working together, the enemies finally began to retreat. The sound of the spaceship engines gradually faded and the smoke in the sky slowly dissipated. Earth temporarily returned to calm, but everyone knew that an even greater crisis loomed ahead. After the enemy retreated, Sun Wukong and the others brought the injured Gohan back to the ground. As soon as they landed, they could feel the lingering warmth of the battlefield beneath their feet, still slightly heated. "Gohan, are you all right?" Shishi rushed over, her eyes filled with worry and pain. Her voice carried a tremor as she gently stroked Gohan's face with trembling hands. Gohan forced out a faint smile. "Mom, I'm fine, don't worry." His voice was weak and hoarse, each word seeming to take great effort. Bulma immediately began to treat Gohan while everyone gathered nearby, their expressions tense. The treatment device emitted a humming sound and green light flickered around Gohan. "This enemy is much stronger than we imagined," Tianjin Fan said with a furrowed brow. His voice was filled with worry, sweat trickling down his cheeks and dripping onto the ground. Vegeta snorted coldly. "No matter what, we cannot back down." His purple aura flared around him, revealing his inner anger and unwillingness. Sun Wukong looked up at the sky, lost in thought. What are they really searching for? Why did they suddenly attack Earth? His gaze was deep and confused as a gentle breeze lifted the corners of his clothing. At that moment, King Kai appeared. His figure was like an apparition carrying a mysterious aura. "Sun Wukong, this crisis may be more severe than any we have faced before." King Kai's voice was heavy as if a giant stone pressed upon everyone's hearts. The group looked at King Kai, their eyes filled with anticipation and a hint of fear. "The force mentioned by the mysterious warrior, as far as I know, has conquered multiple universes and employs extremely cruel methods," King Kai continued. His voice echoed in the air, sending a chill down their spines. Hearing this, everyone felt an even greater weight in their hearts, as if a mountain pressed upon their chests, making it hard to breathe. "We must quickly find a way to respond," Sun Wukong said. His voice was firm and powerful, bringing a glimmer of hope to the group. At this moment, Bulma said, "I will accelerate my research on the mysterious warrior's body, hoping to find useful clues." Her eyes were weary yet filled with determination as she hurried into the laboratory. In the days that followed, everyone was nervously preparing. Sun Wukong and Vegeta continually trained, attempting to push their limits. Each burst of energy sounded like thunder, shaking the air around them with a buzzing noise. Sweat drenched their clothes and their muscles ached as if they might snap. Krillin and Tianjin Fan trained together to enhance their coordination. Their fists and feet collided, producing dull thuds, their breathing rapid and heavy. Bulma tirelessly worked in the laboratory day and night, the lights and data from the instruments causing her eyes to become bloodshot. The pungent smell of chemical agents filled the entire laboratory, her fingers flying over the keyboard, producing a crisp clicking sound. One day, Bulma excitedly ran out. Her hurried steps created a gust of wind. "I found it. There is a special energy frequency in the mysterious warrior's body that may be related to the communications of that force," Bulma said. Her voice became sharp with excitement, her face glowing with enthusiasm. Everyone immediately gathered around, their eyes filled with anticipation. "Maybe we can use this frequency to understand their plans," Bulma continued. Her voice was urgent, as if afraid to miss a single second. Thus everyone began to prepare to decode this frequency. The laboratory was filled with a tense atmosphere, various instrument indicator lights flickering incessantly, casting colorful glows. At this moment, Earth was attacked again. This time the number of enemies was greater and their strength stronger. The deafening roar echoed from the sky as if threatening to tear the entire planet apart. "Damn it, they're back!" Vegeta exclaimed angrily. His voice was filled with fury as he instantly transformed into a Super Saiyan and charged into the sky. Sun Wukong charged up without hesitation. "Everyone, let's go!" His voice served as a battle cry, rallying the others. The battle erupted, instantly plunging the entire Earth into chaos. Buildings in the cities collapsed under the impact of energy, producing booming sounds. Bricks and debris flew everywhere, hitting the ground and raising clouds of dust. People fled in all directions, their cries and wails intertwining. The air was thick with fear, making it hard to breathe. "We must hold our ground," Gohan shouted. Ignoring his wounds, he threw himself back into the battle. Sun Wukong engaged in a fierce duel with the enemy's leader, their energies colliding and producing enormous explosions. Boom! The blinding light made it impossible to open one's eyes, a strong heat wave rushing towards them, threatening to melt everything. "This guy is too strong." Sun Wukong gritted his teeth. Every attack he made was with all his strength, his muscles tight as iron. Vegeta struggled nearby, resisting the attacks of other enemies already wounded in multiple places. Blood stained his clothing, the metallic smell filling the air. Krillin and Tianjin Fan were also fighting desperately, but the enemy's strength made them feel increasingly overwhelmed. Bulma anxiously watched from the back, tightly gripping the communicator, trying to decode the frequency as quickly as possible. The sound of her heartbeat echoed in her ears, making it hard for her to breathe. Suddenly, the enemy leader unleashed a powerful energy wave, charging towards Sun Wukong. The energy wave carried a destructive aura distorting the space it passed through. Wukong, be careful. Vegeta shouted, his voice filled with terror. Sun Wukong had no time to dodge and was struck by the energy wave, crashing heavily to the ground. Bang! The ground was smashed into a large pit, dust flying everywhere. Wukong, everyone gasped, their voices filled with despair and concern. At this critical moment, the mysterious warrior appeared. I am here to help you, the mysterious warrior said. His voice was deep and steady, exuding a powerful aura. He charged towards the enemy's leader, engaging in a life and death struggle. Their figures intertwined in the sky, the light of their energies illuminating the entire battlefield. With the help of the mysterious warrior, Sun Wukong stood up again and joined the fight. After a hard-fought battle, the enemy finally retreated once more. The sky was filled with the stench of smoke and blood, making one feel nauseous. Everyone collapsed to the ground, panting heavily. Each breath brought pain and exhaustion, sweat pouring down like rain, forming small puddles on the ground. We cannot continue to passively take hits like this, Sun Wukong said. His voice was weak yet filled with determination. At this moment, Bulma rushed over. I cracked the frequency, but... Her voice trembled with deep concern. But what? Everyone asked eagerly. They are preparing to launch a large-scale attack to completely destroy Earth, Bulma said. Her voice was filled with despair, tears welling in her eyes. Hearing this, everyone's expressions turned serious. Upon hearing the dreadful news brought by Bulma, everyone's spirits plummeted instantly. The heavy atmosphere weighed on each heart like a leaden weight, making it nearly impossible to breathe. What are we going to do? Is the Earth really going to be destroyed? Krillin's voice trembled, his face filled with despair. His eyes were hollow and his hands hung limply at his sides as if all his strength had been drained. Even if we die, we will fight till the end. Vegeta gritted his teeth, a fierce fire of defiance burning in his eyes. He clenched his fists tightly, his knuckles turning white from the strain, the purple aura around him flickering slightly, revealing his inner fury and determination. Son Goku stood up, gazing resolutely at everyone. We cannot just give up like this, there must be a way to stop them. His voice was steady and powerful, as if it could deliver endless courage and confidence. The wind gently rustled through his hair, bringing a hint of coolness. Shishi held Goten tightly, tears welling in her eyes. Goku, you must protect everyone. Her voice was laced with sobs, her arms clinging tightly to Goten, her body trembling slightly. Goten struggled to stand. Dad, I will fight alongside you. His face was pale, but his gaze radiated determination, the wounds on his body still throbbing painfully. At that moment, a mysterious warrior approached. Perhaps we can unite the powers of other planets. His voice was deep and serious, his eyes filled with a glimmer of hope. Can that really work? Tien Shinhan asked skeptically. He furrowed his brow, worry filling his eyes, beads of sweat trickling down his cheek. The mysterious warrior nodded. It's worth a try. I know several warriors from different planets who are very strong. His expression was grave, as if deep in thought. Thus everyone decided to split up. Son Goku and Vegeta headed to Namek to seek help from its warriors. Tien Shinhan and Krillin went to contact other planets they had previously interacted with. Goten stayed behind to recover and assist Bulma in continuing research on how to combat the enemies. After a long interstellar journey, Son Goku and Vegeta finally arrived at Namek. A peculiar scent filled the air, reminiscent of a blend of various herbs. Is this really Namek? The atmosphere feels quite different, Vegeta said, frowning. His vigilant eyes scanned the surroundings, the ground beneath his feet soft and moist. They met with the Grand Elder of Namek and explained their purpose. The Grand Elder pondered for a moment. We cannot stand idly by while the Earth faces crisis. But our strength is also limited. The Grand Elder's voice was low and hoarse, as if it had borne countless hardships. Son Goku anxiously said, please, you must think of a way. His eyes were filled with expectation, his hands unconsciously clenching. At that moment, an Namekian warrior stepped forward. I am willing to fight alongside you. His voice was loud and firm, his muscles taut, exuding immense power. Meanwhile, Tien Shinhan and Krillin were not making much progress, as many planets refused their requests out of fear. Is there really no hope? Krillin said dejectedly. His voice was filled with disappointment and his footsteps grew heavy. Tien Shinhan encouraged him, don't lose heart, let's keep looking. He patted Krillin's shoulder, his eyes still shining with a glimmer of hope. On Earth, Goten and Bulma were also working hard. Aunt Bulma, this device needs some improvements. Goten pointed at a piece of equipment. His voice carried a hint of fatigue, but his gaze remained focused. Bulma wiped her sweat. Okay, I'll get right on it. The laboratory was filled with the scent of various chemical agents, the lights of the instruments flickering incessantly, emitting a hissing sound. Finally, the day arrived when the enemy launched a large-scale attack. In the sky, a dense swarm of enemy ships appeared, blocking out the sun. The roar of their engines thundered, ringing painfully in people's ears. Everyone get ready, Son Goku shouted. His voice echoed on the battlefield, carrying fearless courage. The people on Earth rushed into shelters, fear and anxiety enveloping the entire planet. The cries of children and the prayers of adults intertwined, tightening everyone's hearts. The battle was about to erupt as Son Goku and his allies charged towards the enemy. The sounds of energy collisions and explosions were deafening as if they could shatter eardrums. The colorful beams of energy lit up the entire sky, making it hard for anyone to open their eyes. Ah! Vegeta let out a fierce roar, sending an enemy flying. His body was stained with the enemy's blood, the metallic scent permeating the air. Son Goku also unleashed all his power, engaging the enemy in fierce combat. Each attack was accompanied by a rushing wind with sweat pouring down like rain. But the enemy's numbers were simply too great and they gradually fell into a predicament. This isn't a solution. Tien Shinhan shouted. His voice grew hoarse from exhaustion, with wounds on his body bleeding profusely. At that moment, the mysterious warrior discovered a weakness in the enemy. Attack there, he shouted, pointing at a flagship of the enemy. His voice was urgent and tense, his eyes revealing a glimmer of hope. Everyone concentrated their strength and launched an attack on that flagship. Under the powerful energy assault, the flagship began to sway precariously. The sounds of twisted metal and falling parts intertwined. Push harder. Son Goku shouted. His voice was filled with power and the aura around him blazed even more fiercely. Finally, the flagship exploded, plunging the enemy into chaos. The massive shockwave made the surrounding air turn scorching hot, smoke billowing everywhere. Now's the time, counterattack. Vegeta shouted. His voice was filled with excitement as he charged towards the enemy once more. Everyone took the opportunity to launch a counterattack, and for a moment the situation on the battlefield turned around. However, the enemy did not easily give up and the fight remained fiercely intense. Blood stained the ground, the metallic scent of soil mingling with the stench of blood making one feel nauseous. Smoke filled the air, irritating people's eyes and throats. Son Goku and his companions gritted their teeth, persisting in the battle. They held a single belief in their hearts: to protect the earth, to safeguard their home. Under the courageous counterattack of Sun Wukong and others, the enemy's offensive momentum was finally restrained. However, the situation on the battlefield remained severe, with both sides locked in a stalemate. The air was thick with smoke and the acrid smell irritated everyone's nostrils. Everyone give it your all, we cannot let them have a moment's respite. Sun Wukong shouted loudly, his voice echoing across the smoke-filled battlefield. His voice was hoarse yet filled with strength, and the golden aura around him flickered in a haze. Vegeta gasped for breath, his wounds oozing blood, the metallic scent overwhelming the area. Humph, these guys won't succeed easily. His gaze remained resolute, the purple aura pulsating as if it were narrating his indomitable spirit. Tianjin Fan and Krillin supported each other, exhausted yet gritting their teeth to continue the fight. Sweat soaked their clothes and each breath felt heavy. Gohan at the back was anxious. I must recover quickly and join everyone in battle. His eyes were fixed intently on the battlefield, his fists clenched tightly. Meanwhile, Bulma nervously operated the machinery, attempting to provide more support for the warriors on the front lines. The beeping of the instruments was incessant, beads of sweat covering her forehead. At that moment, the enemy launched another wave of fierce attacks. Countless energy beams rained down like a meteor shower, accompanied by sharp whistling sounds. Be careful. Sun Wukong leaped into the air, using his body to block most of the incoming attacks. He felt a tremendous force hit him, as if his body were about to be torn apart. Wukong! Everyone exclaimed, their voices filled with fear and concern. Sun Wukong crashed heavily to the ground, creating a large crater as dust flew everywhere. He struggled to rise but was too injured to move, each breath bringing waves of excruciating pain. Dad! Gohan cried out in anguish, his voice breaking. Vegeta roared as he charged at the enemy. You bastards! His attacks grew fiercer, as if he were unleashing all the rage within him. The atmosphere on the battlefield became increasingly tense, as if the scales of victory were slowly tilting toward the enemy. The swirling smoke blurred vision, while the constant explosions and shouts made hearts race. It felt as if one's heart was about to leap out of their throat. However, at this critical moment, a powerful aura suddenly emanated from afar. That aura was like a spring breeze, bringing a hint of hope. What is this? The mysterious warrior exclaimed in surprise, raising his head with an expression filled with anticipation. A group of unfamiliar figures appeared in the sky, radiating a formidable power. The light flickered, reminiscent of a beacon in the darkness. Reinforcements! Krillin shouted excitedly. His voice trembled with excitement and a long-lost smile graced his face. It turned out that thanks to the relentless efforts of Tianjin Fan and Krillin, several warriors from other planets had finally arrived to provide support. Friends from Earth, we have come to lend you a hand. One of the warriors shouted. His voice was loud and powerful, filled with a sense of justice. With the new reinforcements joining the battlefield, the situation changed instantly. The enemy began to fall into a passive position, their defenses gradually crumbling. The sounds of energy clashes grew fiercer and the brilliance was so dazzling it was blinding. With everyone's help, Sun Wukong stood up again, his eyes shining with determination. Everyone together, let's drive them away completely. His voice sounded like a battle horn, inspiring everyone. On the battlefield, various beams of energy crisscrossed and the shouts of battle were deafening. The sounds of wind explosions and cries intertwined, forming a passionate symphony of battle. Ah! Vegeta unleashed all his strength, knocking an enemy before him back. The enemy's body flew out like a cannonball, producing a dull sound. Tianjin Fan's Kamehameha also displayed immense power, causing enemies to fall one after another. The glow of the Kamehameha illuminated the entire battlefield, evoking an incredible sense of shock. Through everyone's combined efforts, the enemy finally began to falter, fleeing the battlefield. Their footsteps were chaotic and frantic, filled with fear and despair. "Don't let them escape!" Gohan shouted, his voice brimming with reluctance. But Sun Wukong stopped everyone. "Don't pursue the defeated enemy, first ensure Earth's safety." His voice was steady and rational. After the battlefield lay in ruins. As the smoke gradually dissipated, sunlight once again bathed the land. The warm sunlight shone upon them, yet it could not dispel the deep exhaustion. Everyone collapsed wearily to the ground, their faces radiant with the joy of victory. The scent of the earth mixed with the smells of blood and smoke, evoking deep emotions. "We won," Krillin murmured. His voice was weak yet filled with relief as he looked up at the sky, tears blurring his vision. Gohan walked over to Sun Wukong. "Dad, thanks to everyone's efforts." His voice was filled with admiration and pride. Sun Wukong smiled at everyone. "Yes, this is our victory together." His smile was warm and steadfast, and the wounds on his body stood out starkly under the sunlight. At that moment, the reinforcements approached. "Thank you for your support. Without you, I really don't know what would have happened," Bulma said. Her voice was filled with gratitude, her hair disheveled and her face covered in dirt. "We all fight to protect justice. There's no need for thanks," the leader of the reinforcements replied. His gaze was filled with admiration for Sun Wukong and the others. Earth gradually returned to its former tranquility, with people emerging from shelters cheering the names of the heroes. Sun Wukong. Vegeta. The cheers surged like waves, one after another. Shishi also found Sun Wukong with the child. "Wukong, I'm so glad you're okay." Her voice was filled with emotion as she tightly embraced Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong held his family closely. "Sorry to worry you." His eyes were filled with guilt and tenderness. In the days that followed, everyone began to rebuild their homes. Although the process was arduous, each person's heart was filled with hope. One day Sun Wukong stood alone on the mountaintop, gazing into the distance. A gentle breeze brushed his face, bringing with it the fragrance of flowers and grass. Although this crisis has passed, the future remains uncertain with challenges ahead, he muttered to himself. His gaze was deep and resolute, as if he could penetrate the thick fog of the future. But he knew that no matter how many difficulties lay ahead, they would not back down, for they were the warriors protecting Earth, the light of hope. After arduous battles and reconstruction, the Earth gradually regained its former vitality. Sunlight bathed the land and a gentle breeze carried the fragrance of flowers and the cheerful chirping of birds. People began to live normal lives again, with laughter and joy filling the streets. One day Sun Wukong was at home having a meal with Chi Chi and Wutian. The dining table was laden with sumptuous dishes, steaming and fragrant. "Dad, will you still fight against the bad guys?" Wutian asked, blinking his big eyes, a mix of curiosity and concern in his gaze. Sun Wukong gently patted Wutian's head and smiled, saying, "As long as there are bad guys threatening everyone's peace, Dad will fight." His voice was gentle yet firm as he picked up a piece of food with his chopsticks. Chi-Chi sighed helplessly, saying, "Wukong, you must be careful." Her eyes were filled with concern as she served Wutian. At that moment Vegeta suddenly appeared at the door. His figure, like a ghost, instantly attracted everyone's attention. "Kakarot, the King Kai is looking for us," Vegeta said solemnly, his voice deep and urgent. Sun Wukong put down his bowl and chopsticks and said, "Then let's hurry up and go." On the way to the King Kai's realm with Vegeta, the wind howled in their ears, bringing a hint of chill. Upon seeing them, the King Kai said with a grave expression, "Sun Wukong, Vegeta, while the Earth is temporarily safe, I sense a mysterious evil force has re-emerged in the universe. This force is extremely powerful and might pose a threat to the entire universe." The King Kai's voice echoed in the vast divine realm, filled with deep worry. Sun Wukong and Vegeta exchanged a glance, their eyes filled with determination. "King Kai, we will investigate this thoroughly," Sun Wukong said, his voice brimming with resolve. Back on Earth, they gathered everyone. Everyone gathered on a vast grassy field, with the surrounding green grass swaying in the wind, creating a rustling sound. "This mission may be very dangerous, but we cannot sit idly by," Vegeta said, crossing his arms and scanning each person with his gaze. Tianjin Fan nodded. "We will face it together." His eyes were resolute and his aura steady. Thus they embarked on a new journey. They boarded a spaceship traversing the vast universe. During their journey they encountered various peculiar celestial bodies and mysterious phenomena. Outside the spaceship's window, the dazzling galaxy shimmered like a dream. "Wow, what is that?" Clint exclaimed in surprise, pointing at a massive nebula outside the window. The nebula was resplendent and colorful, like a painting from a dream, emanating enchanting light. "Don't get distracted, we have important tasks ahead." Vegeta scolded, his brow furrowed as he focused intently on the front. Finally they arrived at a mysterious planet. The environment on this planet was extremely harsh, with fierce winds howling and sand swirling around, cutting against their faces like knives. "Everyone be careful." Sun Wukong reminded, his voice nearly drowned out by the howling wind. As soon as they set foot on the planet, they were ambushed by a horde of monsters. The roars of the monsters were deafening, sending chills down their spines. "Humpty small fry, let me take care of them." Vegeta transformed into a Super Saiyan in an instant and charged forward. A purple aura emanated from him and the powerful energy blew away the surrounding sand. Sun Wukong, not to be outdone, joined the battle. His figure darted through the crowd of monsters like lightning. Although the monsters were not strong, there were many of them and it took considerable effort for everyone to drive them back. Sweat soaked everyone's clothes and the air was thick with the scent of blood and dust. "This is just the beginning, everyone must remain vigilant," Sun Wukong said, breathing heavily, yet his gaze remained sharp. They continued deeper into the planet and discovered an ancient ruin. The walls of the ruins were covered with mysterious runes exuding an ancient and enigmatic aura. "It seems like there is some hidden secret here," Tianjin Fan said, his voice filled with curiosity. Just as they were about to enter the ruins to explore, a powerful force surged out from inside. That power surged like a roaring tide, making it almost impossible to stand. "Not good, this power." Sun Wukong's expression turned serious, his body tensed in preparation for the impending challenge. A gigantic figure slowly emerged from the ruins. The gigantic figure emerged from the ruins, instantly capturing everyone's gaze. It stood tall like a mountain, casting a shadow that seemed to envelop the entire world. It was a massive monster, its body resembling a small mountain covered in hard scales that shimmered with a dark glow. Each scale seemed like a gem stained by darkness, exuding a chilling aura. Its eyes burned like flames, revealing endless ferocity and evil. The blazing fire seemed capable of scorching a person's very soul. "What on earth is that?" Clint exclaimed in terror, his voice trembling. He instinctively took a few steps back, beads of sweat forming on his forehead, trickling down his cheeks and bringing a chilling sensation. "Whatever it is, let's attack first and figure it out later," Vegeta roared, charging forward. His purple aura surged like a roaring flame, the powerful energy making the surrounding air feel scorching. Sun Wukong followed closely behind, his aura erupting in an instant. The golden light radiated like the sun, dispelling the surrounding darkness in an instant. The monster swung its massive claws, stirring up a whirlwind that howled like a ferocious beast striking toward Vegeta. "Be careful," Sun Wukong shouted loudly. His voice seemed so small amidst the roaring wind, yet it was filled with concern. Vegeta sidestepped, launching his attack in response. However, his attack struck the monster, yet it was as if a stone had sunk into the sea, causing no harm whatsoever. With a dull thud, Vegeta's fist seemed to hit solid steel, the recoil sending a numbing sensation through his arm. "This guy's defense is too strong." Vegeta gritted his teeth. His eyes were filled with anger and frustration, his hands trembling slightly from exertion. Sun Wukong concentrated his strength and unleashed a powerful strike against the monster, but it only caused it to stagger back a few steps. He felt as though his fist had struck a massive rubber wall, a powerful counterforce causing his body to sway slightly. "This isn't working, we need to find its weakness," Sun Wukong stated. His voice was steady and calm, his eyes quickly scanning the monster for a breakthrough. The group began to disperse, observing the monster's movements. The air was thick with tension and each person's breath grew rapid and heavy. Gohan noticed that the monster's abdomen seemed relatively weak and shouted, "Attack its abdomen." His voice had turned somewhat shrill with excitement. Upon hearing this, everyone focused their attacks on the monster's abdomen. In an instant, various energy beams converged, lighting up the dark corners like brilliant fireworks. The monster roared in anger, retaliating fiercely. Its deafening roar seemed capable of shattering eardrums. Each swing of its claws stirred up a whirlwind laced with the strong stench of blood and decay. "Yeah!" Tenshin Han unleashed a Kikaho, sending a powerful surge of energy toward the monster's abdomen. The light of the Kikaho shone like a white lightning bolt, illuminating the surrounding darkness. The monster flinched in pain, its movements slowing down. A flicker of agony and anger passed through its eyes and its aura became chaotic. Seizing the opportunity, Sun Wukong and Vegeta launched another series of attacks. Sun Wukong's fists glowed with golden light, each punch imbued with world-shattering power. Vegeta's energy waves surged like a purple torrent. After a fierce battle, the monster finally collapsed to the ground. Its massive body hit the earth with a heavy thud, shaking the ground beneath. Finally taken care of, Clint sighed in relief, plopping down onto the ground. He gasped for breath, sweat pouring down like rain, landing on the dry earth and disappearing instantly. However, before they could catch their breath, a series of low growls echoed from within the ruins. The sound seemed to come from the depths of hell, carrying an endless fear and despair that sent chills down their spines. "This is bad, could there be more monsters?" Gohan said, his voice filled with worry and tension, his eyes cautiously scanning the depths of the ruins. At that moment, a horde of monsters, each with varying forms, surged out from the ruins. Some were massive, some moved at lightning speed, and others could unleash powerful energy waves. "Looks like this place isn't so simple after all," Sun Wukong said, frowning. His gaze became more resolute and his aura began to rise again. "No matter what, we can't back down," Vegeta shouted. His voice was filled with fighting spirit and determination, his purple aura burning even more fiercely. The group plunged into battle once more. On the battlefield, energy beams flickered continuously and the roar of explosions echoed incessantly. Each clash of energy generated enormous shockwaves, shaking the surrounding walls and ground, causing debris and dust to fly everywhere. As Sun Wukong fought, he pondered strategies to cope with the situation. His gaze swept rapidly across the horde of monsters, his mind racing. This isn't a solution, we must find the source controlling these monsters, Sun Wukong said. His voice remained clear amidst the fierce battle. The group gradually delved deeper into the ruins during the fight. A mysterious aura permeated the ruins, carrying an ancient and evil scent that felt oppressive. The runes on the walls flickered with eerie light, alternating between brightness and darkness as if whispering some secret. Everyone be careful, there might be traps here. Tenshin Han warned. His voice was filled with alertness, his eyes keenly focused on the surroundings. Suddenly cracks appeared in the ground, spewing forth scorching flames. The flames whipped like fire dragons, clawing their way toward the group. Ah! Clin couldn't evade in time and was burned by the flames. His clothes were instantly singed, pain searing through his skin and the air filled with the stench of burning fabric. Clin! Sun Wukong was frantic. His eyes were filled with concern and anger as he rushed toward Clin, rescuing him from the flames. Bulma anxiously watched the battle from the back, holding a device trying to analyze the secrets of the ruins. The device's screen flickered with various data and images, her expression focused and anxious. Everyone hang in there, I think I've found something. Bulma exclaimed. Her voice carried a hint of excitement and hope. The group gradually approached the core of the ruins amidst the arduous battle. There they discovered a massive energy sphere surrounded by complex runes. The energy sphere exuded a powerful and evil aura, sending chills down their spines. This must be the key to controlling the monsters, Gohan said, his eyes filled with determination. Then let's destroy, Vegeta said, charging forward. Wait, there could be danger, Sun Wukong intercepted him. His instincts told him that this energy sphere would not be easily dealt with. Just as they hesitated, the energy sphere suddenly released a powerful energy wave, knocking everyone back. The wave surged like a tsunami, sending their bodies flying like leaves in the wind. Damn it! Sun Wukong got up from the ground, a trickle of blood at the corner of his mouth, yet his gaze remained resolute. Looks like we have no choice but to fight. Vegeta charged again, radiating a reckless aura. The others quickly followed suit, launching their assault on the energy sphere. In an instant, various energy beams converged, forming a powerful force that surged toward the energy sphere. Under the combined assault, the energy sphere finally began to crack. The cracks spread like a spider web, accompanied by sizzling sounds as powerful energy leaked out from the fissures. With a loud explosion, the energy sphere detonated. A massive shockwave spread outwards, destroying everything within the ruins. The monsters in the ruins instantly lost control, collapsing one after another. Their bodies lay scattered like fallen blocks that had lost their support. We did it, the group cheered. Their voices were filled with joy and exhaustion, finally welcoming the dawn of victory after the fierce battle. However, before they could celebrate, the ruins began to shake violently as if they were about to collapse. Stones from the walls fell, making loud crashing sounds. Run! Sun Wukong shouted. His voice was urgent and decisive. The group quickly raced towards the exit. Their footsteps echoed urgently in the trembling ruins, their heartbeats drumming like a beat. As they dashed out of the ruins, it completely collapsed, raising a cloud of dust. The dust spread like yellow smoke, choking them into coughing fits. That was close, Clin said, still shaken. His voice trembled slightly and his face was covered in dust. But at least we dealt with that trouble. Sun Wukong said, a smile of relief gracing his face. Despite his battered body, his gaze remained filled with determination and confidence. The group looked at the collapsed ruins, their faces showing smiles of relief. The evening sun cast its glow upon them, elongating their shadows as if narrating their bravery and resilience. Through this battle, they once again protected peace. After resolving the troubles in the ruins, Sun Wukong and the others took a brief rest before preparing to return to Earth. However, during their journey back, they received an urgent communication from Bulma. Wukong, it's bad. Earth is facing a tremendous crisis. Bulma's voice was filled with anxiety and fear, crackling through the communicator with an electric buzz that underscored the tension. What? Bulma, what happened? Sun Wukong asked urgently. His brow furrowed and deep concern flickered in his eyes as the ship's lights cast shifting shadows across his face. A mysterious dark force is invading Earth and its power is beyond imagination. The cities have descended into chaos, Bulma said. Her voice trembled slightly, and in the background the sounds of people gasping and buildings collapsing echoed. Upon hearing this, the others turned pale as if a heavy stone had pressed down on their hearts. We must return immediately, Vegeta shouted. His purple aura surged, flames of anger burning fiercely in his eyes. Sun Wukong nodded and everyone accelerated the ship's speed. The spacecraft sped through the cosmos with stars rushing past the windows, creating a strong sensation of momentum. When they finally arrived at Earth, the scene before them left them utterly shocked. The city was engulfed in flames and rubble, flames leaping in the wind, crackling with a popping sound as thick black smoke rose to obscure the sky. People fled in fear and despair, their cries and wails woven together, piercing the ears of everyone present. What on earth is happening? Gohan said angrily, his voice trembling slightly with rage, his fists clenched unconsciously. It seems there is a powerful enemy at work. Tianjin Fan frowned, his expression grave as he looked at the ruins filled with anger and helplessness. Sun Wukong and the others immediately sprang into action, searching for the source of the dark power. They weaved through the city, stepping on broken stones and shards of glass that crunched beneath their feet. The air was filled with the cries of people and the sounds of collapsing buildings, each noise stabbing at their hearts like a sharp blade. The air was thick with smoke and the acrid smell of burning choking them, mixed with the stench of blood, inducing a wave of nausea. Over there. Krillin pointed to a massive black energy sphere in the distance. The sphere resembled a black sun, emanating a terrifying aura, warping the surrounding space. The group rushed towards the energy sphere. As they approached, an overwhelming pressure hit them like an invisible giant hand pressing down so hard that they could barely move. This power is too terrifying. Tianjin Fan said with great difficulty, beads of sweat forming on his forehead and rolling down his cheeks. Sun Wukong gritted his teeth. No matter what, we must stop it. His voice was resolute and powerful, his golden aura burning even brighter. At that moment, a figure slowly emerged from the energy sphere. Shrouded in darkness, his face was obscured, but an aura of evil approached them ominously. Haha, you finally arrived, the figure sneered coldly. His voice seemed to come from hell, carrying an endless chill that sent shivers down their spines. As they focused, they saw a mysterious person radiating dark energy. His eyes glowed with a red light like burning coals. Who are you? Why are you destroying Earth? Vegeta shouted angrily, his voice booming like thunder in the air. The mysterious figure chuckled, I am here to annihilate everything. You insignificant ants cannot stop me. His laughter echoed in the darkness, sending chills through their bones. With that, the mysterious figure waved his hand, sending a wave of dark energy rushing toward them. The wave whistled through the air, tearing it apart as it hissed ominously. Sun Wukong and the others quickly defended themselves, the collision of energy resulting in a massive explosion. With a deafening roar, light erupted and the powerful shockwave once again lifted the surrounding debris, with rubble raining down like hail. Everyone be careful. Gohan shouted, his voice nearly drowned by the sound of the explosion. The mysterious figure's attacks came in relentless waves like a surging tide that was overwhelming. They gradually found themselves in a predicament, each block leaving them more exhausted. This won't do, we must find his weakness. Sun Wukong said, his voice urgent as his eyes scanned the mysterious figure rapidly. They defended against the attacks while observing the figure's movements. Each attack from the mysterious figure carried immense power, causing the surrounding space to tremble. Suddenly Sun Wukong noticed that the energy of each attack seemed to stem from a rune on the figure's chest. The rune flickered with a strange light, almost alive. Attack the rune on his chest. Sun Wukong shouted loudly. His voice was filled with hope and determination. Everyone focused their energy and launched an assault towards the mysterious figure's chest. Various energy beams converged into a powerful light beam. The mysterious figure sensed their intent and bolstered his defenses. A layer of black shield appeared before him, attempting to block their attack. Don't let him succeed. Vegeta roared, exerting all his strength. His purple aura surged, resembling a blazing purple flame. Through their relentless efforts, they finally broke the mysterious person's defenses and struck the rune on his chest. The rune shattered instantly and the mysterious figure let out a cry of pain as the dark energy began to spiral out of control. The energy surged chaotically like a frenzied beast. Now's our chance. Sun Wukong shouted, his voice ringing like a battle horn, rallying everyone. Together they initiated their final attack, powerful energy beams enveloping the mysterious figure. Under the immense energy impact, he was reduced to ashes. The dark energy sphere vanished and the city gradually returned to tranquility. Finally, it's over. Krillin slumped to the ground, panting heavily. His clothes were tattered, his body covered in dust and blood. However, before they could relax, a new crisis emerged. Having just dealt with the mysterious figure and Sun Wukong, they had no time to catch their breath before sensing a more powerful and sinister aura spreading across the earth. The aura was like thick ink, quickly staining every inch of space, creating an oppressive atmosphere. Not good, there's a new enemy. Sun Wukong furrowed his brow, alertly sensing the movements around him. His heartbeat resonated clearly in the silence, each beat filled with tension and unease. Vegeta clenched his fists, gritting his teeth as he said, no matter who comes, we will make sure they don't return. His voice was filled with rage, the purple aura around him flickering as if echoing the fire of his anger. Gohan gazed at the devastated city filled with fury. These guys have destroyed the earth like this, they definitely cannot be spared. His eyes burned with determination, his nostrils flaring slightly from anger. Suddenly a massive black vortex appeared in the sky and a shadow slowly descended from within. The vortex resembled a gigantic black hole emitting an endless pull, devouring the clouds nearby in an instant. The shadow was cloaked in darkness, its face obscured, yet the overwhelming sense of pressure it radiated made it hard for everyone to breathe. Each breath felt like being weighed down by lead, heavy and laborious. You insignificant ants, do you think defeating a minor character can save this planet? The shadow's voice was deep and hoarse as if it came from the depths of hell. The voice echoed in the air, carrying a chilling coldness that stung the ears. Sun Wukong stepped forward, declaring, "No matter who you are, if you wish to destroy Earth, we will not let you go." His voice was firm and powerful, the golden aura around him blazing brightly, illuminating the surrounding darkness. The shadow scoffed coldly, "Humph, just you guys." The laughter of the shadow was like the screech of a night owl, sending chills down one's spine. With that, the shadow instantly unleashed a surge of powerful dark energy rushing toward the crowd. The energy surged like a black torrent, carrying the momentum of annihilation. "Watch out!" Tianjin Han shouted, prompting everyone to unleash their defensive techniques. Their auras erupted in an instant, intertwining various colors of light to form a solid barrier. The collision of energies erupted with tremendous force, causing surrounding buildings to suffer further damage, debris flying everywhere. Stones crashed to the ground with loud thuds, kicking up clouds of dust. "This guy is too strong," Krillin exclaimed. His voice was filled with fear, sweat pouring down his forehead like rain sliding down his cheeks and bringing a chill. Sun Wukong's gaze was resolute. "Everyone, don't be afraid, let's go all out." His voice seemed to possess a magical quality, reigniting the fighting spirit within everyone. They all charged toward the shadow, launching into a fierce battle. The air was thick with intense energy fluctuations, causing tingling sensations on their skin. The shadow's attacks were strange and vicious, each strike containing immense power. His movements were as swift as lightning, stirring up a whirlwind, the sound of wind howling in their ears. Vegeta was struck back by the shadow, crashing heavily against a wall. With a resounding crash, the wall collapsed, instantly kicking up a cloud of dust. "Damn it!" Vegeta roared, charging forward once more. His eyes were bloodshot wounds on his body, oozing blood, the metallic smell saturating the air. Gohan unleashed all his power, sending forth a potent energy wave, but the shadow merely waved his hand, dispersing the energy wave effortlessly. The dissipating wave crackled as if its energy was consumed. How can he be this strong? Gohan was utterly shocked. His breaths became rapid, each inhalation carrying a heavy burden. In the midst of battle, Sun Wukong continuously searched for a weakness in the shadow, and suddenly he noticed that the shadow's movements seemed restricted. "Everyone, focus your attacks on his left side," Sun Wukong shouted loudly. His voice rang clear amidst the chaotic battlefield, laced with urgency and hope. Hearing this, everyone redirected their attacks toward the shadow's left side. Various energy beams converged, resembling a dazzling rainbow yet carrying a lethal force. The shadow began to flail slightly, its defenses showing signs of vulnerability. Seizing the opportunity, Sun Wukong launched a powerful attack, striking directly at the shadow. In that instant, it felt as though time had stopped. Only the shadow's anguished howl could be heard. The shadow let out a blood-curdling scream, retreating a few steps. Black smoke billowed from his body, emitting a pungent odor. "Now's our chance, continue attacking," Vegeta shouted. His voice became slightly hoarse from excitement. Once again, everyone launched their attacks, gradually gaining the upper hand against the shadow. His aura became chaotic and his movements grew sluggish. Just when everyone thought victory was near, the shadow suddenly erupted into laughter. "Do you really think you can defeat me like this? Too naive." His laughter echoed in the air, filled with madness and despair. As he laughed, his body began to transform, becoming larger and more monstrous. His body swelled continuously, muscles bulging as if he were a mountain. What is this?" Krillin stepped back in fright. His voice trembled, legs weakening. The aura from the shadow's new form filled everyone with despair. It was as if a mountain was pressing down, making it hard to breathe. "No matter what, we cannot give up," Sun Wukong encouraged everyone. His voice, though weary, remained resolute. The battle reignited, everyone straining with all their might to combat the shadow. Each attack was imbued with their determination and courage, every defense filled with resilience and indomitable spirit. The air was thick with the scent of gunpowder and blood, each attack accompanied by explosions of energy and flashes of light. The brilliance was blinding, making it hard to open one's eyes. The sound of explosions was deafening, as if it could shatter one's very soul. Tianjin Han's Kamehameha, Vegeta's energy wave, Gohan's martial arts, Sun Wukong's golden staff, various attacks rained down upon the shadow. The shadow's body trembled continuously, yet it still stubbornly resisted. Although the shadow was powerful, under the relentless assault from everyone, it began to show signs of fatigue. Its movements slowed and its aura gradually weakened. "Let's push harder," Sun Wukong shouted, his voice hoarse from exertion. However, the shadow suddenly launched a massive attack, sending everyone flying. Their bodies resembled kites with severed strings arching through the air before crashing heavily to the ground. Everyone fell to the ground severely injured. Each person was covered in wounds, blood staining the ground. "Is there really no way out?" Gohan said reluctantly. His voice was filled with despair and helplessness, his eyes dimming. Just then Sun Wukong suddenly erupted with an unprecedented surge of power from within. That power was like a newborn sun, instantly illuminating the entire battlefield. This power. Sun Wukong himself was astonished. He could feel this power surging through his veins as if it wanted to break free from his body. His form was enveloped in golden light, his aura instantly rising to a new height. The brilliance was warm and powerful, blinding to behold. The shadow sensed this power, revealing a look of terror. "This is impossible!" the shadow exclaimed, his voice filled with disbelief and fear. Sun Wukong charged at the shadow, engaging in their final confrontation. The figures of the two clashed in the air, the collision of energies resulting in a massive explosion illuminating the entire city. When the light faded, the shadow was gone and Sun Wukong collapsed to the ground exhausted. His breaths were weak, his body trembling slightly. "Wukong!" Everyone rushed over, their voices filled with concern and worry. "I'm fine, just a bit tired," Sun Wukong said weakly. Though his voice was faint, it relieved everyone's worries. The earth returned to calm once more, but everyone knew that battles in the future would continue. After Sun Wukong defeated the shadow, everyone collapsed to the ground, utterly exhausted. The ruins of the city were shrouded in smoke and dust which swirled like a grey veil, causing coughs, while the air was thick with the scent of char and blood. This was indeed a perilous ordeal. Krillin panted, his body covered in scars and his clothes tattered. Each wound throbbed painfully, causing him to grimace. Vegeta gazed at the sky with a grave expression, saying, "But this is not over, we don't know what even stronger enemies may appear." His voice carried a hint of fatigue and his purple aura dimmed considerably. Gohan struggled to stand, declaring, "No matter what, we cannot give up." Though his voice was weak, it was filled with determination, his sweat streamed down his cheeks, dripping onto the rubble below. At that moment, Bulma arrived at the scene with a medical team. "Is everyone okay?" she asked anxiously. Her voice trembled with worry, her eyes filled with concern as she hurried towards them carrying various medical devices. Everyone shook their heads, indicating they could still hold on. Bulma immediately began treating their wounds, and the smell of the medicine filled the air, the pungent odor making everyone involuntarily wrinkle their noses. "The enemies this time were too powerful, we must find a way to enhance our strength," Tianjin Han said seriously, his expression grave as the medicine irritated his wounds, causing them to twitch. Sun Wukong sat on the ground deep in thought. "Perhaps we should look for more advanced cultivation methods." His gaze was somewhat confused, but it quickly transformed into resolve. Just as they were discussing, a mysterious light descended from the sky. The light, like a brilliant meteor, instantaneously illuminated the dark ruins, so bright that it was blinding. Once the light faded, a mysterious old man appeared. Dressed in a white robe with a beard as white as snow, his gaze was profound, emanating an aura that was both mysterious and ancient. The old man's deep eyes surveyed the group. "Children, I can help you." His voice was low and magnetic, as if it came from an ancient call. The group looked at the old man in surprise. "Who are you? Why do you want to help us?" Vegeta asked warily, his eyes filled with suspicion as his fists clenched unconsciously. The old man smiled gently. "I am a guardian from ancient times. Seeing your determination to protect Earth, I have decided to lend a hand." His benevolent smile instilled an involuntary sense of trust. Sun Wukong quickly got to his feet. "That's wonderful. Do you have any methods that can make us stronger?" His eyes gleamed with anticipation, though the movement pulled at his wounds, causing him pain. The old man slowly replied, "In a distant galaxy there exists a mysterious place for cultivation filled with powerful energy and unknown challenges. If you can succeed in cultivating there, your strengths will see tremendous growth." His voice echoed in the air, filled with temptation and hope. Upon hearing this, the eyes of the group ignited with sparks of hope. "However, be warned, it is fraught with danger and you must be mentally prepared." The old man cautioned, his expression becoming serious and his tone grew heavier. "We are not afraid," Gohan declared resolutely. His voice was clear and strong, burning with fighting spirit. Thus the group decided to follow the old man to the mysterious cultivation site. After a long journey, they finally reached their destination. This was a planet filled with strange energy, and the scenery around them was breathtaking. The air shimmered with colorful light, like a dreamlike aurora, flickering and ethereal. Strange plants grew on the ground, some as large as trees, while others were small like pearls, emitting an enchanting fragrance. "Is this the place for cultivation? It feels so magical," Krillin said curiously, his eyes wide with excitement and wonder. Vegeta, on the other hand, was eager to begin his training. "Stop wasting time, let's get started." His voice was filled with urgency and desire. The old man led them to a valley where a thick mist of energy enveloped the area. The mist was dense like milk, obscuring the path ahead. "This is the starting point of your cultivation. You must absorb the energy here to strengthen yourselves," the old man instructed, his voice sounding somewhat ethereal in the mist. As everyone stepped into the valley, they immediately felt a tremendous pressure. It was as if an invisible mountain was weighing down on them, making it hard to breathe. "This is unbearable." Krillin could not help but cry out, his voice echoing painfully in the valley. Sun Wukong gritted his teeth. "Hold on, everyone." His voice was firm and powerful, instilling a sense of courage and confidence in the group. Throughout the cultivation process, each person endured immense pain, yet none of them gave up. Gohan's body trembled from the energy surges, each shudder feeling like an electric shock, bringing him great pain, yet he still fought to control himself. Tianjin Han's forehead was dotted with beads of sweat rolling off like pearls, yet he remained focused on absorbing the energy. Vegeta meanwhile continuously roared in defiance against the pressure, his shouts echoing in the valley as if challenging fate. After some time of training, everyone gradually adapted to the environment. I feel like I've grown stronger, Krillin said excitedly, his voice filled with joy and pride. The old man appeared again. This is just the beginning, even tougher challenges await you. His voice was serious and solemn. After saying this, the old man led them to a towering mountain peak at steep cliffs, intimidating like they had been carved with a knife. Climbing this mountain will grant you new power, the old man declared, his voice echoing among the peaks, sounding particularly ethereal. The mountain was perilously steep, filled with dangers. Yet the group did not shrink back, they began their ascent. The howling wind screamed past their ears like a sharp whistle, stinging their faces. Be careful! Sun Wukong shouted to everyone, his voice being torn apart by the wind. Vegeta nearly slipped and fell. Hold on! Gohan reached out to grab him, his hand straining with veins popping and muscles tensed. Finally they reached the summit. At the top of the mountain a powerful force surged into their bodies. This energy flowed like a warm tide, instantly filling them, every cell rejoicing. Is this the new power? Tianjin Han felt the changes in his body, a surprised expression appearing on his face. However, at that moment a group of formidable enemies suddenly appeared in the sky. The silhouettes of the enemies loomed like black clouds blocking out the sun. It seems this is your trial, the old man said, his voice calm and steady. The group immediately prepared for battle. An intense fight was about to unfold. Faced with the suddenly emerging enemies, Sun Wukong and the others instantly entered a state of battle. The wind howled by their ears, carrying a chilling aura. Everyone be careful, these guys seem tough to deal with. Sun Wukong loudly warned the group. His voice trembled slightly in the howling wind, yet it was filled with unwavering determination. The enemies were numerous and each one was powerful, swiftly surrounding Sun Wukong and the others. The evil aura emanating from the enemies was like the cold hiss of a snake, sending shivers down their spines. Vegeta scoffed, who cares, bring it on. Saying this, he charged forward first. His purple ki surged explosively, resembling a burning purple flame. In an instant the sounds of energy collisions echoed through the sky, radiating brilliant light. That light was like dazzling fireworks illuminating the entire sky, yet it carried an air of destruction. The explosive sounds of bang and boom made everyone's ears ring. Gohan gritted his teeth, tightly straining to fend off the attacks of the enemies. Ah, he shouted, pushing one enemy back. The veins on his forehead bulged and sweat poured down like rain, each drop embodying his persistence and resolve. Krillin appeared to be struggling in battle. Wukong, I can barely hold on, he shouted, his voice tinged with despair and fear, breathing heavily and labored. While dealing with the enemies, Sun Wukong shouted, hang in there, Krillin. His gaze was sharp and resolute, every attack infused with an unstoppable momentum. Tianjin Fan unleashed his ultimate technique, the Kikaho, with astonishing power, but the enemies were equally unyielding, launching their strong attacks in retaliation. The sound of air being torn apart hissed ominously, sending chills through everyone. The battle grew fiercer and the group bore many more wounds. The smell of blood pervaded the air, stimulating everyone's nerves. This won't do, we must find their weaknesses. Sun Wukong exclaimed. His voice carried a hint of urgency, the wounds on his body causing sharp pain. However, the enemy's attacks became increasingly ferocious, leaving no opportunity for them to breathe. The fierce wind mixed with the enemy's energy waves stung their faces. Just as everyone found themselves in a dire situation, Sun Wukong suddenly felt a powerful force surging within him. That force was like a slumbering giant about to awaken. This is... Sun Wukong was taken aback. He could feel that force coursing through his veins as if it were about to break free. Wukong, what's wrong? Vegeta noticed Sun Wukong's unusual state. His eyes were filled with confusion and concern. Sun Wukong closed his eyes tightly, concentrating on sensing that power. The sounds of shouting and energy explosions seemed to fade away, leaving only that mysterious and powerful force in his world. I feel like I'm about to break through. Sun Wukong exclaimed, his voice filled with excitement and anticipation. Upon hearing this, everyone's spirits were lifted. Sun Wukong's aura began to rise sharply, the golden light becoming increasingly brilliant. That light was like the rising sun, dispelling the darkness. The enemies sensed Sun Wukong's change and tried to stop him. No way. Gohan and Vegeta fought valiantly to shield Sun Wukong from the enemy's attacks. They were covered in the enemy's blood, the stench of it becoming even more intense. Finally, Sun Wukong successfully broke through, gaining a tremendous boost in power. His body was enveloped in golden light, resembling a war god. Haha, let you see my new power. Sun Wukong laughed as he charged towards the enemies. His laughter reverberated across the battlefield, filled with unmatched confidence and heroism. Each of his attacks carried the power to devastate, pushing the enemies back. The fluctuations of energy distorted the surrounding space, with the sounds of crackling filling the air. Great job, Wukong. Krillin shouted with excitement, his voice hoarse with emotion, and a long-lost smile appeared on his face. Under Sun Wukon's leadership, everyone reignited their fighting spirit and counterattacked. Tianjin Fan seized the opportunity, landing a kikaho that struck right at the enemy's vital spot. The light of the kikaho burst forth like white lightning, instantly piercing through the enemy's defenses. Vegito was equally unyielding, unleashing his strongest power, leaving the enemies before him in disarray. Each of his attacks was filled with anger and defiance, as if he wanted to vent all his fury on the enemies. Gohan erupted with astonishing power, forcing the enemies to retreat in disarray. His figure was like a specter, making it difficult for the enemies to grasp. After an intense battle, the enemies finally began to crumble. Their figures appeared small and disheveled in the "Don't let them escape!" Vegeta shouted, his voice filled with murderous intent. The group pressed their advantage, thoroughly annihilating the enemies. The battlefield was filled with the stench of gunpowder and blood, making one feel nauseous. After the battle, everyone collapsed to the ground, utterly exhausted. "That was really close," Krillin gasped, his voice weak and weary, looking up at the sky, his eyes filled with the relief of surviving a calamity. Sun Wukong smiled and said, "But we still won." His smile carried a hint of satisfaction and pride, though the wounds on his body still throbbed with pain. At that moment, the mysterious old man appeared again. His figure was like a phantom, silent and elusive. "Children, you did well," the old man praised. His voice was gentle and kind, as if a spring breeze had brushed through everyone's hearts. "Thanks to your help," Gohan said, filled with gratitude, looking at the old man with respect. The old man waved his hand. "This is the result of your own efforts. Next, even more arduous challenges await you." His eyes were deep and distant, making it hard to decipher what he was thinking. The group exchanged glances, their eyes filled with determination. They understood that no matter how tough the road ahead might be, they would not back down, for they were the guardians of the earth, the embodiment of hope. After triumphing over their foes, Sun Wukong and his companions pressed onward into this wondrous realm, guided by the enigmatic elder. The surrounding landscape exuded an aura both mystic and unfathomable, arousing exhilaration laced with tension. Ahead lies a series of trials. Only by surmounting them may you truly master formidable power. The elder's voice resonated across the vast silent valley, imbued with an ancient gravity. The group exchanged glances, eyes alight with anticipation yet shadowed by quiet apprehension. "First you must traverse this mistwood forest," the elder said, gesturing toward a distant expanse shrouded in dense swirling fog. That forest loomed like an immense enigma, awaiting their resolve to unravel it. As they stepped beneath its boughs, thick mist enveloped them instantly. Damp air clung to their lungs, each breath heavy with moisture, as if threatening to swell their very organs. Their vision narrowed to a blinding white void, obscuring all but the nearest contours. "Stay close, do not stray," Sun Wukong cautioned. His voice, muffled by the fog, carried a tinge of unease. "This mist is impenetrable, nothing can be seen." "Ugh, this is unbearable," Krillin grumbled, waving his hand before his face only to glimpse its blurred silhouette. Suddenly a chilling wind swept past, a cold serpentine breath that slithered across their skin, drawing involuntary shivers. It coiled like frozen venom, raising gooseflesh and tightening every nerve. "Ah!" Goten cried out. "What is it, Goten?" Vegeta demanded, voice sharp with urgency, as violet ki flared instinctively around him. "I sense something approaching," Goten whispered, eyes scanning the fog, his heartbeat thundering in the hush. Before the words faded, grotesque creatures erupted from the mist, launching a frenzied assault. Their shrieks pierced the air like nails dragged across glass, making spines prickle and scalps crawl. The group sprang into action, bursts of radiant energy flickered through the haze, illuminating jagged features and twisted visages in fleeting ghastly flashes. "These things move too fast," Tien Shinhan shouted, unleashing a kikaho blast that scattered only a handful of the beasts. After a fierce, grueling clash, they drove back the attackers. Sweat drenched their clothes, mingling with mist to cling clammy and suffocating against their skin. Emerging from the mistwood, they staggered forth, utterly spent. Though fresh air rushed upon them, it could not dispel the weight of dread settling deep within their chests. This was merely the first trial, and already so arduous, Krillin gasped, collapsing onto the ground and gulping air, his face etched with exhaustion and resignation. "Cease your lamenting, the path ahead holds unknown perils," Vegeta retorted, gaze unyielding despite the sting of fresh wounds. Next they arrived at the flaming mountain, a seething peak wreathed in roaring fire, its heat radiating outward like a physical blow, threatening to melt flesh from bone. Scorching waves blistered exposed skin, even hair seemed poised to curl and blacken. "How shall we cross this?" Goten murmured, brow furrowed in grim contemplation. Beads of sweat bloomed on his forehead, only to vanish instantly in vapor. Sun Wukong paused in thought. "We must shield ourselves with ki barriers, and push through." Determination burned in his eyes, golden ki shimmered faintly about his form. One by one they raised luminous barriers and stepped cautiously onto the infernal slope. Intense heat vaporized sweat before it could fall, each footfall scorched the soles of their boots, the earth itself searing beneath them. "Hold fast," Sun Wukong roared, his voice nearly swallowed by the mountain's roar, yet carrying indomitable strength to the others. Just as they struggled forward, colossal fireballs tumbled down the mountainside, roiling with smoke, howling as they plummeted. "Watch out!" Vegeta lunged, deflecting one fireball with a thunderous strike. It detonated midair, erupting into a shower of incandescent sparks. Through sheer grit they finally crossed the flaming mountain. Their garments hung in tattered ruins, charred welts marred their bodies like cruel inscriptions. "This is pure torment," Krillin groaned, dropping heavily to the ground, face streaked with ash, lips cracked, eyes hollow with despair. Before they could catch their breath, the third trial loomed, a vast expanse crackling with lightning. Storm clouds boiled overhead, splitting open with deafening thunderclaps. Silver serpents of lightning coiled through the churning heavens, striking the earth with cataclysmic force, each impact echoing like the world's own death knell. Gah! Tien Shinhan sucked in a sharp breath, knees trembling as he stared into that electric abyss. No matter what, it must be crossed. Sun Wukong clenched his jaw, resolve hardening like tempered steel. Without hesitation the group steeled themselves and marched into the storm. Bolts rained down relentlessly, forcing desperate evasions. Each strike struck with titanic force, erupting in showers of sparks and gouging blackened craters into the earth. Krillin! A lightning bolt struck him full force, he convulsed violently, limbs jerking, hair standing rigid as if electrified. Krillin! Sun Wukong cried, racing to his side and throwing up a shimmering key barrier just as another bolt through mutual support and unbroken will they endured every trial. By the end their bodies bore the brutal tally of battle, bruised, burned and utterly drained. Their limbs trembled under their own weight, even standing upright felt like defiance. "You have done well," the elder appeared before them. "Now awaits your final trial." They met each other's gazes, silent, resolute. They knew without doubt that no trial, however harrowing, would make them yield. After a series of arduous trials, Sun Wukong and his companions stood before the elder, weary yet resolute, ready to face the final challenge. Their clothes were tattered, wounds still ached, yet the fire of indomitable spirit burned in their eyes. The elder gazed at them with profound eyes and slowly spoke, "This final trial will be the ultimate challenge of your bodies and minds. In the valley of illusions ahead you will confront the deepest fears and desires of your hearts. Only by conquering them can you pass the trial." The elder's voice seemed to echo from ancient times, imbued with a mysterious power. Upon hearing this their hearts tightened, yet their eyes remained filled with determination. They stepped into the valley of illusions, where an otherworldly glow permeated the air, surreal and dreamlike. The light was at times gentle like a soft veil brushing their faces, and at other times intense, blinding like the scorching sun. A strange fragrance filled the air, intoxicating yet disorienting. As Sun Wukong entered the valley, the scene before him instantly transformed. He found himself back in his childhood, witnessing the agonized faces of his companions killed by Frieza. The screams of his friends echoed in his ears, each sound like a dagger piercing his soul. "No!" Sun Wukong roared, filled with anguish and fury. He could feel his heart pounding like a drum, each beat laden with profound sorrow and resentment. Vegeta, on the other hand, saw a vision of himself forever unable to surpass Sun Wukong, the deep sense of defeat nearly shattering him. He clenched his fists, nails digging into his palms, yet he felt no pain, for the agony within was far greater. Gohan saw the disappointed gaze of Chi-Chi, blaming him for not protecting the family. Chi-Chi's voice was sharp and piercing, causing Gohan's heart to plummet. Krillin saw himself once again rendered powerless before the enemy. The mocking laughter of the enemies echoed in his ears like a curse that paralyzed him. Tien Shinhan witnessed the scene of Kaiotsu sacrificing himself to protect him. Kaiotsu's blood stained his vision, the metallic scent almost suffocating him. Each person was deeply trapped in their own most fearful scenarios, struggling in agony. "This is all an illusion, I cannot be defeated." Sun Wukong fought to awaken himself, unleashing all his strength in an attempt to break free from this terrifying illusion. His voice echoed through the illusion, filled with unyielding resolve. Vegeta gritted his teeth, roaring in his heart, "I will not concede, I must surpass." His eyes were bloodshot and the purple aura around him flickered wildly. Gohan cried out through his tears, "Mom, I will not let you down." Tears streamed down his cheeks, splattering on the ground where one could almost hear the faint sound of their descent. Krillin clenched his fists, declaring, "I will no longer be weak, I will grow stronger." His breath was rapid, as if he were expelling all his fears. Tien Shinhan shouted in anguish, "Kaiotsu, I will not let your sacrifice be in vain." His voice was hoarse, laden with endless regret and determination. In this painful struggle their hearts gradually grew unwavering, starting to break free from the constraints of the illusion. Sun Wukong finally broke through the illusion and the scene before him returned to normal. He immediately rushed to help the others, using his strength and conviction to awaken them. His hands radiated a warm glow like a spring breeze, sweeping away the shadows in their hearts. One by one they began to break free from the illusion. They gasped for air, sweat pouring down like rain pooling on the ground. However, before they could catch their breath, a more formidable challenge approached. Countless powerful phantoms suddenly appeared in the valley, each possessing the strength and techniques of their familiar enemies. The phantoms flickered in the strange light, evoking a chilling sense of dread. "Come on, whatever it is, we aren't afraid." Sun Wukong led the charge toward the phantoms. His figure shot forward like a bolt of lightning, vanishing from sight. A fierce battle erupted once more, with each attack and defense exhausting their utmost strength. Vegeta's energy wave exploded amidst the phantoms. "Humph, these guys won't stop me." The brilliance of the energy wave illuminated the entire valley, the intense light blinding to the eyes. Gohan's Kamehameha streaked through like a meteor, "I will not back down." The Kamehameha whistled through the air, producing a sharp sound. Krillin and Tien Shinhan also unleashed their utmost power, fighting desperately against the phantoms. The battle raged on for a long time, with everyone's stamina and energy rapidly depleting. Their movements grew sluggish, breaths became heavy, yet the fighting spirit in their eyes remained undiminished. "Everyone hold on!" Sun Wukong shouted. His voice had grown hoarse from exhaustion, yet it still brimmed with strength. Just as they were about to falter, a powerful belief surged within their hearts, reigniting their strength. At last all the phantoms were vanquished and the Valley of Illusions returned to tranquility. They collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath. Every breath came with profound fatigue, as if they were emptying their very beings. "We did it!" Gohan uttered weakly. His voice was so faint it was almost inaudible, yet it was filled with joy. At that moment the elder appeared before them, smiling and nodding. "You have passed the trial. From now on you will possess greater strength." The elder's voice was like a celestial melody, providing a touch of solace to their weary bodies and minds. The faces of the group broke into smiles of relief. They knew that in the battles to come they would face them with newfound confidence. Sun Wukong and the others successfully passed the ultimate trial. Under the guidance of the old man, they began to comprehend the powerful new abilities they had acquired. The surrounding environment was tranquil and harmonious, with a gentle breeze bringing a refreshing coolness. "Children, this power must be felt and mastered with your hearts. Only then can it exert its utmost effect at critical moments." The old man's words echoed in their ears, his voice gentle and rich, seemingly imbued with a mysterious magic. Everyone closed their eyes, immersed in the exploration of their newfound strength. Sun Wukong felt a warm and powerful energy flowing within him, as if merging with every cell in his body. The energy flowed through his meridians like a clear spring, bringing a comfortable and fulfilling sensation, allowing him to distinctly hear the steady and powerful beat of his heart. Vegeta focused on enhancing the purity of his energy, striving to make each attack more lethal. He clenched his teeth tightly, beads of sweat forming on his forehead, trickling down his cheeks, bringing a slight itching sensation, yet he remained oblivious. Gohan was determined to combine his strength with his intellect, pondering how to apply it more flexibly in battle. His gaze was focused and profound, with steady and long breaths, as if engaging in a silent dialogue with this power. Krillin and Tenshinhan were also searching for their own ways to utilize their strengths. Krillin could feel his body trembling slightly, a sign of the power stirring within him. He was both excited and anxious. Tenshinhan attentively sensed every subtle change in the energy, the air thick with his serious aura. After some time of cultivation, they gradually grasped the essence of their new powers. "I feel like I'm much stronger than before," Krillin exclaimed excitedly. His voice trembled with excitement and a joyful smile lit up his face. "But that's not enough. We don't know what kind of enemies we will face in the future." Vegeta remained calm. His gaze was deep as he stared into the distance, as if he could see the challenges approaching. At that moment an urgent call suddenly came from Earth. "Goku, trouble. A mysterious force is approaching Earth." Bulma's anxious voice came through, crackling with tension. Sun Wukong and the others' expressions changed. "We need to get back now." They quickly embarked on their return journey, filled with concern. The spaceship sped through the cosmos, the stars outside rapidly retreating, creating a strong sense of acceleration. Upon returning to Earth, they saw a massive spaceship looming in the sky, exuding a terrifying aura. Its metallic exterior reflected a cold light, sending chills down their spines. "What on earth is that?" Gohan furrowed his brow, his voice filled with confusion and vigilance, his eyes fixed tightly on the spaceship. The spaceship opened and a group of peculiar-looking beings emerged. These creatures emitted a pungent odor, a mix of blood and decay. "Earthlings, surrender obediently or we will annihilate you all," the leader of the beings shouted loudly. His voice was sharp and grating like glass scraping against metal, causing discomfort to the ears. Sun Wukong stepped forward. "If you want us to surrender, you're dreaming." His voice was firm and powerful, and a golden aura surged around him. The battle erupted in an instant, with Sun Wukong and the others unleashing their newly mastered powers, engaging in fierce clashes with the enemies. The sound of energy colliding was deafening, like thunder exploding in their ears. The enemies' attacks were strange and powerful, and for a moment both sides were locked in a stalemate. Every strike created a gust of wind, rustling the clothes of everyone present. "Everyone be cautious of their ultimate moves," Tenshinhan reminded urgently. Vegeta roared angrily, "Stop talking nonsense and just take them down." His eyes were bloodshot and his purple aura flickered wildly. Sun Wukong moved like lightning, weaving between the enemies, each attack packed with immense power. His movements were so swift that they were nearly invisible, leaving behind trails of golden afterimages. The air was torn apart by his speed, producing a sharp whistling sound. Gohan was equally unyielding, tapping into his own potential. A powerful aura radiated from him, and each of his attacks surged with an unstoppable momentum. Although Krillin's power was relatively weaker, his agile movements still caused significant trouble for the enemies. He nimbly jumped and dodged among them, sweat pouring down like rain. In the heat of battle, Sun Wukong discovered the enemy's weakness. "Attack their backs," he shouted loudly. His voice rang out clearly amidst the chaos of the battlefield. Hearing this, everyone concentrated their strength to strike at the enemy's backs. The brilliance of the energy illuminated the entire battlefield, blinding them. The enemy's formation fell into disarray, gradually gaining the upper hand. Now's the time, let's wipe them out. Vegeta shouted, his voice filled with excitement and a desire to kill. After a fierce battle, they finally defeated this batch of enemies. The battlefield was thick with the smell of smoke and blood, making one feel nauseous. However, before they could catch their breath, a new crisis emerged. Having just defeated the mysterious creature, Sun Wukong and the others felt a deeper, more sinister power surging quietly on Earth. That power was like an invisible giant hand tightly gripping everyone's throat, making it hard to breathe. Something's not right. Sun Wukong furrowed his brow, scanning the surroundings with a vigilant gaze filled with confusion and concern as he tried to catch the source of this power. Vegeta also sensed the anomaly, his expression darkening as he instinctively clenched his fists, saying, "It seems things are not that simple." His voice was low and suppressed, like the rumble of thunder before a storm. Gohan said anxiously, "Could there be a more powerful enemy manipulating things from behind?" His voice trembled slightly and the ground beneath him seemed to quiver with his unease. Just then Bulma rushed over holding a device, her expression frantic. Her hair was disheveled, beads of sweat covered her forehead, trickling down her cheeks and dripping onto the ground. "I just detected that the source of this power seems to be deep within the earth." Her voice was urgent and tense, with the device's indicator lights flashing rapidly, making a ticking sound. Deep within the earth. Tianjin Fan widened his eyes in surprise, his mouth agape as if he could fit an egg inside. Krillin wiped the sweat from his forehead, the salty taste making him frown as he said, "Then we need to hurry and investigate." His voice was filled with determination. Despite being exhausted, his eyes still burned with fighting spirit. Thus they decided to venture underground to uncover the source of this evil power. They progressed down a hidden passage, the surrounding walls emanating a dampness that wrapped around their bodies like chilly mist, causing a shiver on their skin. The ground beneath their feet was muddy, each step making a squelching sound, their shoes caked with thick mud. "Be careful, it feels eerie here," Gohan warned. His voice echoed in the narrow passage, laced with a hint of fear. The deeper they went, the colder it became, a frigid current hitting them like icy blades, stinging their cheeks. They couldn't help but shiver, their teeth starting to chatter. "What is this place?" Vegeta said impatiently. His voice brimmed with anger, a purple aura flickering around him as he tried to dispel the chill. Suddenly a massive stone door appeared ahead, covered in strange symbols. The symbols flickered with an eerie glow, dazzling to the eye. Sun Wukong stepped forward, attempting to push the stone door open, saying, "Let me give it a try." His hands pressed firmly against the stone door, muscles tensed, producing a creaking sound. Using all his strength, the door began to slowly shift, releasing a strong stench. The smell was akin to decaying corpses, nauseating and overwhelming, making their stomachs churn. They covered their mouths and noses as they entered. Inside a massive cavern there lay a gigantic black crystal ball surrounded by swirling black mist. The mist floated like a ghost, sending shivers down their spines. "What is this thing?" Krillin approached curiously, his footsteps hesitant, the sound of his heartbeat echoing clearly in the silent cave. "Don't move!" Tianjin Fan shouted, his voice filled with tension as beads of sweat dripped down his forehead. Just then a vague figure appeared on the crystal ball, saying, "Haha, you finally arrived." The voice seemed to come from hell, filled with endless mockery and malice. "Who are you?" Sun Wukong demanded loudly, his voice resonating in the cave with anger and authority. "I am the ruler of darkness, your doom has arrived." The figure let out a maniacal laugh, shaking the stones in the cave, causing them to fall with a crackling sound. Vegeta shouted angrily, "Stop pretending to be a ghost here." His voice brimmed with disdain and his aura surged dramatically. Gohan said, "No matter what your scheme is, we will not let you succeed." His voice was firm and powerful, his eyes gleaming with unyielding light. "Is that so? Then give it a try," the figure said, and the crystal ball suddenly unleashed a powerful wave of energy, knocking everyone back. The energy wave surged like a roaring sea, carrying the power to annihilate everything. "Everyone be careful!" Sun Wukong shouted, his voice nearly drowned out by the roar of the energy wave. Everyone unleashed their ultimate moves to counter the energy wave released by the crystal ball. In an instant the cave was filled with flashes of light as the collision of energy caused intense tremors, rocks falling from above. The deafening sound echoed as if the entire cave was about to collapse. "This isn't going to work," Tianjin Fan shouted. His voice became hoarse from exertion, his hair soaked with sweat sticking to his scalp. Sun Wukong thought for a moment and said, "We need to find a way to shut down this energy." His gaze quickly searched the cave, missing no detail. They began to look for clues within the cave, not overlooking the runes on the walls or the patterns on the ground. The runes on the walls were uneven, rough to the touch, while the intricate patterns on the ground dazzled the eyes. Just when everyone was anxious, Bulma discovered a hidden mechanism. Covered in a thin layer of dust, she gently blew it away, revealing a button. "Maybe this will help," Bulma shouted, her voice filled with anticipation and tension. Sun Wukong hurried over and pressed the mechanism. The light from the crystal ball suddenly dimmed and the figure roared in anger, "You wretched bunch!" The voice was filled with resentment and despair. Taking advantage of this opportunity, everyone concentrated their power and launched a final attack on the crystal ball. Various beams of energy converged, forming a dazzling column of light that surged towards the crystal ball. With a loud explosion, the crystal ball shattered and the dark power dissipated. The sound was like thunder making their ears ring. Finally dealt with it, Krillin sighed in relief, sitting down heavily on the ground, panting heavily as sweat soaked his clothes. However, before they could celebrate, a low growl echoed from deep within the cave. At the sound of that deep guttural roar, Sun Wukong and the others tensed once more, every nerve drawn taut. The roar seemed to rise from the very depths of hell itself, thick with boundless fury and resentment, chilling the blood and freezing the breath. What in the world is that? Krillin's voice trembled as he instinctively took several steps backward. His face paled, his breath came in ragged gasps, and the thunderous pounding of his own heart echoed clearly in his ears. Vegeta snorted coldly, "Doesn't matter what it is, we crush each one that comes." Disdain and unshakable confidence rang in his voice as violet aura erupted violently around him, heating the very air until it shimmered with searing intensity. Gohan drew a slow deep breath. "Everyone stay vigilant, this sound is no ordinary omen." His gaze was grave, beads of sweat glistening on his brow before tracing cool glistening paths down his cheeks. Cautiously they advanced toward the source of the sound, the suffocating darkness of the cavern seeming to writhe, eager to swallow them whole. Each step sank slightly into damp earth, releasing a rancid, decayed stench so vile it churned the stomach. Suddenly two colossal crimson eyes flared open ahead, glowing with eerie unnatural light in the abyssal dark. Their radiance burned like living fire, so fierce it seared the eyes. "Ah!" Bulma shrieked, her shrill piercing cry shattering the cavern's silence with jarring abruptness. Sun Wukong gently reassured her, "Don't be afraid, Bulma, I'm here." His voice, warm yet unwavering, carried an instinctive anchoring calm. As the eyes drew nearer, a monstrous behemoth emerged, a mountain of sinew and scale. Its hide was armored in overlapping plates, each gleaming with a lethal razor-edged luster. A nauseating acrid stench rolled off its body, twisting the gut with visceral revulsion. "This one won't go down easily," Tien Shinhan observed, his voice edged with tension as his eyes remained locked unblinking upon the beast. The monster yawned wide, a maw of dripping fangs, and unleashed a torrent of black flame. That fire burned with apocalyptic heat, threatening to reduce all to ash in an instant. "Scatter, now!" Sun Wukong bellowed, his voice urgent, cutting sharply through the infernal howl of the flames. They dispersed in a flash, just as the black fire struck melting stone into bubbling slag. A violent hiss filled the air, thick smoke billowing forth acrid and choking, stealing breath from lungs. Vegeta roared in fury, how dare it act so arrogantly. In an instant he ascended, golden aura blazing, as Super Saiyan then shot forward like a bolt of lightning, trailing a vortex of wind that shrieked through the cavern. Sun Wukong surged after him, golden aura roaring like a solar storm. Each movement rippled with raw palpable energy, superheating the air until it shimmered and warped. Gohan, Tien Shinhan and Krillin refused to yield, each unleashing their most devastating techniques. Bursts of radiant energy flared across the cavern, piercing the shadows and illuminating forgotten corners. The monster swung its titanic claws, meeting them in furious, brutal combat. Each sweep carved a crushing pressure wave, slapping skin raw, stinging like shards of ice. Crack! Boom! The cavern reverberated with concussive force, battering eardrums. The entire chamber trembled, dust and pebbles rained steadily from the ceiling, striking the floor with sharp, brittle pops. "It's too strong!" Krillin cried out, just before a single blow sent him hurtling backward through the air. His body arced high, then crashed hard onto the stone, sending up a plume of gray dust. "Hold on!" Gohan lunged forward and caught him mid-fall. His arms numbed instantly under the impact, but he held fast, cradling Krillin with unwavering strength. Sun Wukong spotted the creature's vulnerability, its exposed abdomen, and shouted, voice trembling not with fear but fierce exhilaration, "Strike its belly." They focused their power as one, beams of energy converging into a blinding unified column that lanced straight for the monster's underbelly. The beast roared in agony, then retaliated with savage, frenzied violence. Its tail lashed out like a colossal whip, cleaving the air with a deafening hurricane force gust. Vegeta was struck full force, hurled sideways into the cavern wall with bone-jarring force. Rock splintered and collapsed in jagged shards. "Vegeta!" Sun Wukong cried out, voice thick with concern. Vegeta staggered upright, jaw clenched, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, yet his eyes burned with unbroken resolve. Through relentless united effort the monster finally collapsed, its massive frame crashing to the ground with a thunderous earth-shaking impact. "We've done it!" Tien Shinhan gasped, chest heaving, sweat drenching his clothes. But before relief could settle deeper within the cavern, a new wave of roars erupted, sharper, denser, multiplying like a rising tide. The cries overlapped, echoing from every direction, as if legions of beasts were converging upon them at once. "Are there more?" Bulma whispered, voice hollow with dread, fingers gripping Sun Wukong's arm like iron. "No matter how many, we will not retreat." Sun Wukong declared, his gaze alight with indomitable fire, golden aura surging anew around him. At that moment the cavern convulsed violently, rockfall intensifying, stones tumbling faster, larger, striking the ground with booming percussive thuds. "Danger, this place is collapsing." Gohan shouted, urgency sharpening his tone. They sprinted toward the exit, footsteps echoing wildly, breaths ragged and shallow. Amid the chaos Sun Wukong spotted a narrow side passage. "This way." His voice cut through the din, clear, commanding, unmistakable. They plunged into the corridor and found themselves before a towering stone door etched with arcane spiraling glyphs that hummed with ancient enigmatic power. "Push it open," Vegeta ordered. With combined might they forced the massive door inward, revealing a vast vaulted chamber silent and dust-choked at whose center rested a single weathered tome. Its cover was yellowed with age, exuding the dry solemn scent of centuries. "What is this?" Krillin asked, curiosity softening his weariness. Sun Wukong lifted the book and opened it, the pages revealing the truth behind the encroaching darkness, its origin, its nature, its terrible design. "So that is how it is," Sun Wukong murmured, just as shadowy figures poured in from every archway, converging with silent, relentless hunger. The dark creatures surged into the chamber like a tide, each one varying in form, some bore sharp fangs glinting with a chilling light seemingly capable of severing steel in an instant, others brandished sharp claws that sliced through the air with a whistling sound, still others were covered in hard shells clattering against the ground with a sharp crack. "Prepare for battle, everyone," Sun Wukong shouted, his voice brimming with fighting spirit. His gaze was resolute and the golden flames surrounding him blazed fiercely, radiating a warmth that brought immense comfort and reassurance. Vegeta charged directly into the throng of dark creatures without a second thought, his energy wave instantly toppling a swath of them. The energy wave sliced through the air, emitting a sizzling sound mingling with the creatures' anguished cries as the stench of blood pervaded the atmosphere. Gohan and Tien also refused to hold back, each unleashing their ultimate techniques. Gohan's Kamehameha streaked across like a meteor, whistling through the air and illuminating the dark corners. Tien's tri-beam shot forth like a bolt of white lightning, instantly shattering the creatures before him. Krillin assisted from the side, though his power was relatively weaker. He relied on his agility to evade attacks. His breath came in quick gasps, each dodge sent his heart racing, sweat soaking his back and his clothes clinging tightly to him. Bulma nervously hid in a corner, gripping her device tightly, her eyes never leaving the battlefield. Her heartbeat rang out starkly in the silence, thump-thump as if it might leap from her throat. The dark creatures came flooding in, endlessly, seemingly impossible to eradicate. Their footsteps sounded like a relentless drumming, causing great agitation. "This can't go on, we must find their leader," Sun Wukong said amidst the fight. His voice was a bit hoarse from fatigue, yet still brimming with determination. "I'll clear the way, everyone follow me." Vegeta roared, his immense power keeping the dark creatures at bay. His purple aura blazed even more fiercely, as if intending to incinerate everything around him. Under Vegeta's lead, the group gradually delved deeper into the mass of creatures. With every step they felt a powerful resistance from the frenzied attacks of the beasts. Suddenly a massive dark creature appeared before them, emanating a formidable aura. That aura exuded an invisible pressure, making it hard to breathe, while a nauseating stench filled the air. "This must be the leader," Gohan shouted, a hint of tension and excitement in his voice. Without hesitation, Sun Wukong charged forward, engaging in a fierce battle with the leader. Each of the leader's attacks carried a weighty force. With a resounding bang, it struck Sun Wukong, sending a jolt of searing pain through him. "Wukong, be careful," Krillin shouted loudly. His voice, sharp with tension, seemed ready to tear through the dark space. Sun Wukong nimbly evaded the leader's strikes while searching for its weaknesses. His figure darted like a specter under the leader's onslaught, each movement stirring a gentle breeze. Vegeta, Gohan and the others also launched attacks at the leader, attempting to divert its attention. The clash of energy emitted dazzling light, blinding to the eyes. A tremendous roar rang in their ears, as if threatening to rupture their eardrum. With everyone's cooperation, Sun Wukong finally discovered the leader's weakness and struck it down in one blow. As the leader fell, it let out a defiant roar, causing the entire chamber to tremble. As the leader collapsed, the dark creatures began to panic and flee in all directions. Their footsteps turned chaotic, mingled with terrified cries. "We finally won," Tien sighed in relief, collapsing onto the ground, gasping for breath as sweat poured down him like a stream. However, before they could rest, the chamber began to shake violently as if it were about to collapse. Rocks fell from above, crashing down with a series of crackling sounds, raising clouds of dust. "Not good, run," Sun Wukong shouted, his voice urgent and tense. The group hurried towards the exit. Their footsteps echoed in the trembling chamber, their breaths growing heavier. In the midst of their escape, Sun Wukong noticed Bulma lagging behind. "Bulma, hurry up," he called out. His voice rang clear amidst the chaos tinged with anxiety. Bulma ran with all her might, but her stamina was nearly depleted. Her legs felt as heavy as lead, each step a struggle. Just then a massive rock fell from above, about to crush Bulma. Sun Wukong instantly moved beside her, pushing her aside. The rock struck Sun Wukong and he let out a pained cry that pierced the hearts of everyone present. "Wukong!" they exclaimed in shock. Their voices were filled with worry and fear. Vegeta rushed over, lifting the rock and rescuing Sun Wukong. "I'm fine, just go," Sun Wukong gritted his teeth and said. His face was contorted in pain, yet his gaze remained resolute. The group finally escaped the chamber just as it collapsed behind them. A tremendous roar echoed behind them and the swirling dust rushed in like a sandstorm. "That was truly dangerous," Krillin said, still shaken. His voice trembled and his legs continued to quiver. "But we made it through," Gohan said, his voice filled with pride and relief. Sun Wukong looked at everyone and smiled, saying, as long as we stand united there's no challenge we cannot overcome. His smile was warm like sunlight, dispelling the shadows in everyone's hearts. They exchanged determined glances, and just then a strange light appeared in the sky. The strange light in the sky grew brighter, resembling a newly born sun, dazzling and radiant, drawing the attention of all who instinctively looked up in awe. The brilliance was so intense that it was almost blinding, seemingly containing endless mysteries. What is this? It feels unusual, said Vegeta with a furrowed brow. His voice carried a hint of doubt and vigilance, his purple eyes narrowing slightly in the strong light. Goku squinted, trying to discern the source of the light. I don't know, but something definitely is about to happen. His heartbeat quickened uncontrollably, each thump echoing his inner anticipation and unease. The light gradually coalesced into a massive orb, slowly descending. The orb emanated a gentle and warm aura reminiscent of a spring breeze, bringing immense comfort. As the orb neared the ground, the crowd felt a powerful yet gentle wave of energy. The energy rippled outward, brushing against their skin, inducing a slight tingling sensation. As the orb dispersed, a mysterious figure appeared before the crowd. This figure was shrouded in a soft glow, obscuring their features. The light around the figure danced like a gossamer fabric, dreamlike and surreal. Greetings, brave warriors, the mysterious voice resonated as if echoing from a distant horizon, ethereal yet filled with power. That voice was like a celestial melody reverberating in the ears of the crowd, stirring their souls. Who are you? Gohan asked cautiously. His gaze was fixed on the mysterious figure, his aura subtly shifting as he prepared himself for battle. The mysterious figure smiled gently. I am a guardian from a distant planet, sensing the crisis here I have come to assist you. His smile carried a reassuring power like a gentle spring breeze. Krillin expressed some skepticism. Really? How can you prove it? His voice was tinged with tension, his hands unconsciously clenching into fists. The mysterious figure raised a hand, a beam of light shooting towards a distant mountain peak which instantly crumbled to dust. In that moment a thunderous boom echoed and the mountain vanished without a trace, the dust rising like a massive mushroom cloud spreading across the sky. The air was thick with the taste of dust, making everyone cough. The crowd was stunned by this immense power. Do you believe now? The mysterious figure asked. His voice remained calm and gentle. Goku stepped forward. Since you are here to help, that's wonderful. A sincere smile appeared on his face, the golden aura around him flickering slightly, revealing his excitement. The mysterious figure nodded. However, before that I must help you enhance your strength first. His voice brimmed with confidence and mystery. As he spoke, the mysterious figure formed seals with his hands, enveloping the crowd in a powerful energy. The crowd felt their bodies wrapped in a warm force akin to the soothing waters of a hot spring, inducing unparalleled comfort and relaxation. The pain in their bodies rapidly faded, their strength continually surging. Every cell was rejoicing as if welcoming a new life. This is amazing! Tianjin Han exclaimed. His eyes widened in surprise, his face radiating disbelief and joy. When the energy dissipated, everyone felt rejuvenated. Their bodies became light yet powerful, their breaths steadier and stronger. Next we will face the greater crisis that is approaching together, the mysterious figure declared. His tone was serious and solemn, causing the mood among the crowd to grow heavy. Just then the ground began to tremble violently and a group of formidable enemies appeared in the distance. The enemies' footsteps sounded like rolling thunder, resonating ominously and causing the hearts of the crowd to tremble. Prepare for battle, shouted Vegeta. His voice brimmed with fighting spirit, the purple aura around him surging instantly. The crowd immediately fell into a battle-ready stance, their eyes filled with determination and resolve. Goku charged first towards the enemies, engaging in fierce combat. Each of his attacks bore immense strength, the air tearing apart as his fists struck, producing hissing sounds. Gohan and Tianjin Han were equally unyielding, unleashing powerful techniques. Gohan's Kamehameha streaked across the sky like a meteor, while Tianjin Han's Kamehameha boomed like thunder. The mysterious figure observed the battle from the side, intervening from time to time to assist. Each of his interventions was perfectly timed, causing great disruption to the enemies. The enemies were incredibly powerful and the crowd began to feel the strain. Each attack required immense energy, sweat pouring down like rain, breaths growing rapid and heavy. This isn't going to work. Krillin shouted, his voice tinged with urgency and fatigue. The mysterious figure, observing the situation, unleashed a powerful spell, further disrupting the enemies. With a flash of light, the enemies' movements became sluggish. With the mysterious figure's assistance, the crowd gradually gained the upper hand. After a fierce battle, they finally defeated all the enemies. The battlefield was thick with the scent of gunpowder and blood, inducing a wave of nausea. Thanks to you this time, Goku said to the mysterious figure. His voice was filled with gratitude, the golden aura around him gradually subsiding. The mysterious figure smiled and said, this is just the beginning, greater challenges lie ahead. His gaze looked towards the distance as if he could see the looming crises of the future. The crowd looked at the mysterious figure, their hearts filled with anticipation and unease. After defeating the enemies, Sun Wukong and the others under the guidance of the mysterious figure arrived at a tranquil valley to rest. A gentle breeze caressed the valley, carrying the refreshing scent of grass and trees, instilling a sense of comfort. The mysterious figure spoke with a grave expression. Next we may face an unprecedentedly powerful enemy. His voice echoed in the valley laced with concern. Vegeta snorted dismissively saying, no matter how strong they are I will not back down. With his arms crossed the purple aura flickered slightly revealing his unwavering determination. Sun Wukong patted Vegeta on the shoulder saying, but we must also be fully prepared. His eyes were filled with seriousness and a golden aura faintly shimmered around him. Gohan sat nearby deep in thought. I wonder what makes this enemy so formidable. He picked up a stone running his fingers over it gently, his brow furrowed. Krillin appeared somewhat worried saying, I hope we can handle this. He gazed at the sky letting out a deep sigh as the breeze brushed against his face bringing a slight chill. The mysterious figure looked at everyone and slowly said, as far as I know they possess a mysterious power to manipulate time and space. His voice was deep and serious as if narrating a horrifying nightmare. What? Manipulating time and space? Tianjin Fan exclaimed in shock. His eyes widened in disbelief as he looked at the mysterious figure. How can we possibly defeat them? Krillin's voice carried a hint of despair. His voice trembled as if he could already see the outcome of failure. Yet Sun Wukong remained resolute. No matter how difficult it is, we cannot give up. He suddenly stood up, his aura erupting in an instant, causing the surrounding flowers and grass to rustle. The mysterious figure nodded. I will do my best to help you, but ultimately it depends on your own strength and courage. His gaze swept over the crowd filled with encouragement and expectation. Everyone fell into deep thought, the atmosphere growing heavy. Even the birds in the valley ceased their chirping as if sensing the oppressive tension. At that moment Bulma contacted them through the communicator. Wukong, I just developed a new piece of equipment that might help you. Bulma said excitedly, her voice filled with anticipation and pride. That's great, Bulma. Sun Wukong smiled widely. That smile was as radiant as sunshine, instantly breaking the gloomy atmosphere. Soon Bulma arrived with the new equipment. This is an energy amplifier that can temporarily boost your strength. Bulma explained. Beads of sweat dotted her forehead, her hair slightly disheveled, but her eyes sparkled with hope. Everyone eagerly donned the equipment, feeling the surge of power. The equipment fit snugly, sending a slight vibration and warmth through their bodies. It feels good. Vegeta flexed his muscles. His movements stirred the air and the enhancement of his power filled him with confidence. The mysterious figure remarked, with this equipment our chances of victory will improve, but we must not let our guard down. His voice was particularly clear in the quiet valley. After resting they set off on their journey once again. The ground beneath their feet was solid and rugged and each step resonated with the power of the earth. Along the way everyone remained highly vigilant. The wind howled past their ears carrying a hint of tension. Suddenly a massive vortex appeared ahead, distorting the surrounding space. The vortex emitted a buzzing sound as if a colossal beast was roaring. Is this the enemy's trap? Gohan asked. His voice was laced with caution, his eyes fixed intently on the vortex. The mysterious figure frowned. Be careful, this could be their means of manipulating space. His tone was filled with caution. Sun Wukong flew toward the vortex without hesitation, saying, no matter. Let's go take a look. His voice was firm and decisive and his golden figure instantly vanished into the vortex. The others followed closely behind, entering the vortex. After a dizzying spin they found themselves in an unfamiliar space. It was shrouded in darkness with only faint glimmers of light flickering. The air was thick with a musty, decayed odor, creating a sense of oppression. Everyone be careful. Tianjin Fan warned. His voice resonated clearly in the darkness. Just then a group of figures appeared before them. The silhouettes were indistinct, emanating an aura of malevolence. Finally you've arrived, you arrogant fools. A cold voice rang out. It sounded as if it came from the depths of an abyss, sending chills down their spines. Sun Wukong shouted, no matter what tricks you have we will not be afraid. His voice echoed in the darkness, filled with fearlessness and courage. A fierce battle was about to unfold. As Sun Wukong and his companions entered this unfamiliar dark space, the surrounding darkness seemed to possess a life of its own, pressing in on them tightly. A cold, damp aura permeated the air, causing shivers to run down their spines. How dare you challenge our power, sneered one of the figures, their voice echoing in the darkness laced with deep mockery. The voice pierced like a sharp ice shard, stinging everyone's eardrums. Sun Wukong, unfazed, felt a golden aura ignite around him, the blazing light illuminating a small area. Enough talk, bring it on, he shouted loudly, his voice filled with fighting spirit. In an instant the battle erupted, the clash of energies causing the entire space to tremble. The light flickered like brilliant fireworks, yet carried a deadly danger. Each collision erupted with loud bangs and booms ringing in their ears. Vegeta charged at the enemies with a furious roar, the purple energy illuminating the surroundings. His eyes were filled with anger and murderous intent, each movement accompanied by a fierce wind. Gohan concentrated, unleashing a powerful Kamehameha wave. The energy wave cut through the darkness, carrying a howling airflow that seemed to tear the very air apart. Krillin and Tien Shinhan were also giving their all, engaging in a desperate battle with the enemies. A mysterious figure observed the situation from the side, occasionally stepping in to assist. With each strike he emitted a mysterious glow, instantly repelling the enemies. Ah! Krillin was knocked back by one of the foes, crashing heavily against the wall. The cold hardness of the wall caused him intense pain, making him involuntarily cry out. Krillin! Sun Wukong exclaimed anxiously, teleporting over and repelling the enemy attacking Krillin. His movements were as swift as lightning, stirring up a wave of scorching airflow. Fine Wukong. Krillin grit his teeth and stood up. His face was covered in sweat and dirt, with a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth, the taste of blood lingering in his mouth. The enemy's attacks grew increasingly fierce, as if they could manipulate space, causing Sun Wukong and the other strikes to miss repeatedly. Each attack felt like striking cotton, leaving them with an overwhelming sense of powerlessness and frustration. What on earth is this bizarre ability? Vegeta roared angrily. His voice echoed in the darkness, filled with unwillingness and rage. Just as everyone found themselves in a predicament, the mysterious figure shouted, "Concentrate your power and break the shackles of this space." His voice was firm and powerful, like a beacon of light in the darkness. Upon hearing this, Sun Wukong and the others gathered their strength. A powerful glow illuminated the dark space, resembling the dawn's first light. The light carried a scorching warmth, instilling a sense of warmth and hope. Break for me! Sun Wukong yelled as everyone's power merged into one, charging towards the twisted space. That immense power surged like a torrential flood, carrying an unstoppable momentum. After a violent explosion, the space began to collapse. Stones fell in a cascade, creating a cracking sound. The powerful shockwave caused everyone's bodies to involuntarily fly backward. Run! The mysterious figure shouted, his voice urgent and tense. Seizing the opportunity, everyone fled the dark space. However, they had not escaped danger. Before them appeared a massive temporal vortex, its powerful suction making it hard to escape. The vortex emitted a loud whoosh, as if it were about to swallow everything. This is bad. If this continues, we'll all be sucked in. Gohan shouted, his voice trembling with fear, his heartbeat racing in his ears. Sun Wukong furrowed his brows, contemplating a countermeasure. His eyes flashed quickly, his brain racing. At that moment, Bulma spoke through the communicator. Wukong, I found the weakness of this vortex at its center. Her voice carried a hint of urgency and hope. All right, everyone charge together. Sun Wukong shouted, his voice filled with determination and courage. Everyone, braving the powerful suction, struggled toward the center of the vortex. Each step forward required immense effort, as if their bodies were being pulled by countless hands. Keep going. Tien Shinhan yelled, his voice hoarse from the strain. Sweat dripped continuously from his forehead, stinging his eyes. Finally, they reached the vortex's center. Sun Wukong summoned all his strength and punched towards the center. In the instant his fist made contact with the vortex, a blinding light erupted, accompanied by a deafening bang. With a loud crash, the temporal vortex vanished. The powerful backlash sent everyone flying far away, landing heavily on the ground. They all sighed in relief, collapsing onto the ground. The cold and hard ground caused them pain, but they could not afford to care at that moment. That was too close, Krillin panted. His breathing was rapid and heavy, as if he were blowing into a bellows. Vegeta stood up. It's not over yet. The enemies won't let this go so easily. His eyes remained resolute, the wounds on his body throbbing with pain. Sure enough, a group of enemies appeared not far away. Prepare for battle. Sun Wukong stood up again, his aura reigniting. There was no hint of retreat in his eyes, only boundless fighting spirit. A new battle was about to unfold. The newly emerged enemy exuded an even more powerful and malevolent aura, a thick inky presence that spread through the air, causing Sun Wukong and the others to feel a tightening in their chests. Their figures flickered in the darkness, resembling demons from the abyss. It seems this will be a tough battle, Sun Wukong stated solemnly, his gaze fixed on the enemy. A determined light flickered in his eyes, and the golden flames around him danced slightly, the air growing scorching due to his presence. Vegeta snorted coldly, saying, so what if they are strong? We will not back down. His arms crossed over his chest, purple flames roared around him, each breath filled with intense fighting spirit. Gohan took a deep breath, steadying himself. Everyone be careful. His voice was steady and powerful, revealing calmness and decisiveness. The battle erupted in an instant, the enemy's attacks coming like a torrential storm. Energy waves sliced through the air, emitting a sizzling sound, carrying the force to obliterate everything. Their moves were bizarre yet immensely powerful, leaving Sun Wukong and the others to defend with all their might. Each block was accompanied by a tremendous impact, causing their arms to tingle. Ah! Krillin was struck by an energy wave flying far away. His body traced an arc in the air before crashing down heavily, stirring up a cloud of dust. The dust choked him, causing him to cough, his mouth filled with the bitter taste of dirt. Krillin! Tianjin Fan rushed over to check on his injuries. His footsteps were hurried, creating a gust of wind, his heartbeat racing in his ears. Don't worry about me, keep fighting. Krillin gritted his teeth and shouted. His voice trembled with pain, yet his eyes remained resolute. Sun Wukong charged angrily at the enemy, shouting, you guys. His roar echoed in the space filled with endless rage and defiance. However, the enemy's strength far exceeded their expectations and Sun Wukong and the others gradually fell into despair. Every attack felt so powerless, their wounds increasing, the metallic scent of blood permeating the air. This isn't a solution. Gohan gasped for breath, his body covered in wounds. Sweat mixed with blood trickled down his cheeks, dripping onto the ground with a drip-drop sound. A glimmer of despair flickered in Vegeta's eyes. Are we really going to be defeated here? His voice carried a hint of unwillingness, his fists clenched tightly, nails digging into his palms unnoticed. At that moment, the mysterious figure suddenly joined his hands in prayer, chanting incantations. A mysterious light emanated from him, warm like sunlight, dispelling the darkness and enveloping Sun Wukong and the others. Wherever the light reached, it brought a gentle warmth, providing a moment of solace to their weary bodies and minds. This is. Sun Wukong felt a powerful force surge into his body. That force flowed like a clear spring, nourishing his parched meridians, instantly revitalizing him. The mysterious figure shouted, "This is the final hope. Use this power to defeat them." His voice grew hoarse from overexertion but remained firm. Everyone's spirits lifted, their fighting spirit reignited. Sun Wukong once again charged at the enemy, this time his attacks carrying significantly greater power. Each punch brought a whistling wind, the air tearing apart under his fists with a hissing sound. Vegeta, not to be outdone, unleashed power beyond limits. His energy waves grew thicker, the light more dazzling, roaring towards the enemy like a purple dragon. Gohan, Krillin and Tanjin Fan also unleashed their strongest techniques. Kamehameha waves and energy blasts intertwined, forming a brilliant glow that illuminated the entire dark space. The enemy was caught off guard by their sudden counterattack. Now is the time. Let's eliminate them in one go. Sun Wukong shouted loudly. His voice rang like a war drum, inspiring everyone. They concentrated their energy for a final assault on the enemy. The collision of energy distorted the entire space, emitting crackling explosion sounds, the intense light blinding their eyes. In the midst of the fierce battle, Sun Wukong discovered the enemy's fatal weakness. Attack there, he directed everyone, his voice trembling with excitement. Everyone gathered their strength at one point, launching a full-force attack towards the weak spot. That power struck like a comet, hitting the earth, carrying an unstoppable momentum. With a tremendous roar, the enemy was finally defeated. The powerful shockwave sent everyone flying backward, uncontrollably crashing heavily to the ground. We won! Everyone cheered. The cheers echoed in the space filled with endless joy and excitement. Yet before they could celebrate, the mysterious figure suddenly collapsed. What happened? Sun Wukong hurried over to catch him. His movements were swift, creating a gust of wind. The mysterious figure weakly said, "I used a forbidden technique, my life is about to fade." His voice was so faint it was barely audible and his breath became extremely weak. Everyone fell into sadness. The air seemed to freeze, filled only with heavy breaths and suppressed sobs. But to see you all defeat the enemy, I have no regrets. The mysterious figure's voice grew weaker, like a candle flickering in the wind. Sun Wukong tightly grasped his hand, saying, "Thank you, we will never forget you." His voice was filled with deep gratitude and reluctance, tears shimmering in his eyes. The mysterious figure smiled faintly, slowly closing his eyes. The departure of the mysterious figure plunged Sun Wukong and the others into deep sorrow, as if the air itself was suffused with a melancholic atmosphere that pressed down upon them. With heavy hearts, they began to explore this unknown realm in search of a way back. Each step was taken with utmost caution, the ground beneath their feet hard and cold, sending waves of chill through their souls. We cannot let the sacrifice of the mysterious figure be in vain, Sun Wukong declared, his gaze resolute and determined. His voice echoed in the vast space, carrying a hint of resolve. Vegeta nodded slightly. Indeed, we must find a way out. His brow furrowed, the purple aura surrounding him flickered, revealing his inner turmoil and determination. Gohan surveyed the darkness around them, filled with worry, but it seems we have no clues here. The darkness felt thick like viscous ink, leaving him in a state of confusion. Each breath seemed to carry a heavy, oppressive scent. As they proceeded carefully, a sudden, overwhelming sense of pressure enveloped them. It felt as if Mount Tai were pressing down, causing their steps to feel heavy. What is this? Krillin exclaimed, his voice sharp with fear, standing out starkly in the silence. Ahead loomed a gigantic shadow, slowly advancing towards them. The shadow grew larger, as if it intended to swallow them whole. As the shadow drew nearer, they finally discerned that it was an unprecedented colossal monster. Its body towered like a mountain, covered in rough scales that shimmered with an eerie glow. Its eyes burned like fireballs, exuding a terrifying aura that sent shivers down their spines. The stench that accompanied its presence was pungent, making their stomachs churn. "This creature looks formidable," Tien Shinhan remarked, his voice trembling slightly. Beads of sweat formed on his forehead, rolling down his cheeks, itching him, but he had no time to attend to it. Sun Wukong gritted his teeth. "There's no time for hesitation, let's go." His voice was filled with fighting spirit and a golden aura surged around him. Everyone unleashed their ultimate techniques, launching an attack against the monster. The brilliance of their energies illuminated the dark space like dazzling fireworks. However, the monster's body was incredibly tough and their attacks seemed ineffective. Each strike against it produced a dull thud akin to fists hitting an iron plate, sending tremors through their arms. How can this be? Vegeta exclaimed, his eyes wide in disbelief. His breathing quickened, the sound of his heartbeat echoed in his ears like a drum. The monster let out a roar that reverberated painfully in their ears. Its roar was like thunder, causing their heads to buzz and momentarily blurring their vision. Everyone be careful. Gohan shouted, his voice hoarse from anxiety. The monster swung its massive claws toward them. The claws sliced through the air, stirring up a fierce wind that howled, stinging their faces. Sun Wukong instantly teleported, evading the attack. His figure vanished in an instant, leaving only a golden afterimage. Vegeta, however, was grazed by the claw and sent flying. His body arced through the air, crashing heavily against a distant wall. The wall instantly cracked in countless places, with debris cascading down. Vegeta! Krillin shouted, his voice filled with concern and urgency. Gohan seized the opportunity to launch a Kamehameha, striking the monster's eye. The Kamehameha surged like a bolt of blue lightning, hitting its target instantly. The monster howled in pain, becoming even more frenzied in its attacks. Its movements grew swifter, each strike imbued with the power to obliterate. In a moment they found themselves in a fierce battle. Sweat fell like rain, hitting the ground and evaporating instantly. Their breathing became increasingly labored, each gasp akin to pulling a bellows. This isn't working, we must find its weakness, Sun Wukong stated. His voice was hoarse from exhaustion, yet his gaze remained steadfast. While dodging the monster's attacks, they searched for its weak point. I found it, it's in its belly. Tien Shinhan shouted. His voice held a hint of excitement and tension. Without hesitation, Sun Wukong charged towards the monster's belly. The monster sensed his intent and tried to intervene. Yet with his agile movements, Sun Wukong finally approached the monster's belly. He could feel the heat radiating from the monster's body, which scorched his skin. Watch this. He delivered a powerful strike to the monster's weak point. This blow carried all his strength and the air crackled with explosive sounds. The monster howled in agony and fell to the ground. Its body crashed heavily, producing a muffled thud that shook the very ground. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Finally dealt with, Krillin slumped to the ground. His body was utterly exhausted, muscles aching intensely, every cell screaming for rest. But before they could rest, numerous smaller monsters appeared around them. Gohan was left speechless in shock. A new battle was about to unfold. Faced with the sudden appearance of numerous small monsters, Sun Wukong and the others instantly felt a surge of tension. A strong fishy odor permeated the air, the scent so pungent it nearly induced nausea. This is never-ending. Vegeta roared, his aura flaring up once more. The purple light shone exceptionally brightly in the dim space, and the surrounding temperature seemed to rise with his anger, making sweat bead on their foreheads. Sun Wukong looked steadfastly at the monsters. Don't be afraid, everyone. Let's go together. His voice was loud and powerful, as if injecting a surge of courage into everyone. Everyone immediately plunged into battle. These small monsters were incredibly fast, and numerous, surging toward them like a tide. Their claws scraped against the ground, producing a sharp swish sound that made one's scalp tingle. Gohan unleashed a Kamehameha, knocking down a swarm of monsters, but quickly more monsters filled the gaps. The brilliance of the Kamehameha illuminated the surrounding darkness but could not dispel the relentless threat. This won't work, we need a strategy. Tien Shinhan shouted loudly. His voice was somewhat hoarse from tension, and beads of sweat continuously rolled down his forehead, dropping to the ground, instantly drowned out by the sound of the monster's footsteps. Krillin fought fiercely while responding. What can we do? We can only fight. His breaths were ragged and heavy, and every punch consumed all his strength, his arms aching to the point of numbness. Sun Wukong dashed through the horde of monsters, each punch delivering a powerful blow. Yeah, he roared, sending several monsters flying. The moment his fist made contact with a monster, a dull thud reverberated as if striking hard rock. Vegeta concentrated his power, unleashing a powerful energy wave that cleared a space within the monster horde. The brilliance of the energy wave instantly lit up the entire battlefield, accompanied by a thunderous boom as the monster's severed limbs and body parts flew in all directions. However, the monsters seemed unfazed, continuing their frenzied assault. Their roars, footsteps, and the sounds of attacks intertwined, creating a cacophony of hellish noise. Damn it! Vegeta gasped for breath, sweat soaking his forehead. Sweat streamed into his eyes, stinging painfully, but he had no time to wipe it away. At that moment, a monster took advantage of Sun Wukong's inattention and bit into his arm. The sharp teeth pierced his skin, and an excruciating pain surged through him. Wukong! Gohan exclaimed, his voice filled with concern and worry, his heart racing as if about to leap from his throat. Sun Wukong gritted his teeth, shaking off the monster. Fine, keep fighting. His voice remained resolute, as if this minor pain meant nothing to him. The battle continued, and everyone gradually exhausted their strength. Each attack grew heavier, and each dodge became increasingly difficult. Running out of energy, Krillin's movements became slower. His legs felt as heavy as lead, and each step required tremendous effort. Tien Shinhan was also gasping heavily. We can't give up, we must hold on. His voice trembled yet his eyes still sparkled with unyielding determination. Gohan gritted his teeth and launched a powerful attack once more. The Kamehameha gathered in his hands, its light flickering, illuminating his face filled with determination. Suddenly Sun Wukong noticed a pattern in the monster's movements. "Everyone follow my lead," he shouted. His voice was filled with confidence and decisiveness. Everyone adjusted their fighting strategy according to Sun Wukong's instructions. Indeed, the situation began to improve and the monster's attacks became less ferocious. "Just a bit more effort and we can eliminate them," Sun Wukong encouraged everyone. His voice was filled with strength, reigniting hope in the weary hearts and bodies of the group. Just when they thought victory was in sight, a gigantic monster leader appeared. Its body was as massive as a mountain and each step made the ground tremble. "What is this?" Vegeta exclaimed, his eyes wide. His gaze was filled with shock and wariness and his heart suddenly constricted. The monster leader let out a roar that thundered like a storm, commanding the smaller monsters to attack even more frantically. The powerful sound waves assaulted everyone's eardrums, making their heads spin. Everyone fell into another predicament. The appearance of the monster leader intensified the situation. Its enormous body loomed like a towering mountain, exuding an oppressive pressure that was suffocating. This pressure felt almost tangible, weighing heavily on everyone's hearts, making it nearly impossible for them to breathe. "This guy looks tough to deal with." Klin gazed at the monster leader, his voice trembling slightly. His legs involuntarily shook, his throat felt dry and each breath seemed particularly arduous. Sun Wukong clenched his teeth. "No matter how difficult it is, we must defeat it." His gaze was unwavering and the golden aura around him blazed fiercely, the searing heat making the surrounding air feel scorching. Vegeta snorted coldly. "What are we afraid of? We can just fight it out." His purple aura flickered wildly, seemingly expressing his rage and unwillingness. Gohan tightly clenched his fists. "We can definitely do this." His voice was filled with determination, veins bulging on his forehead as sweat streamed down his cheeks, the salty droplets stinging his eyes. The monster leader roared and launched the first attack. Its massive claws swung toward the crowd, stirring up a fierce wind. The howling wind whipped around, causing everyone's clothes to flap loudly while sand and pebbles struck their faces painfully. Sun Wukong instantly teleported, evading the attack. However, the wind stung his cheeks as if countless small knives were slicing through. "Everyone be careful," Tianjin Fan shouted. His voice turned sharp with tension, his heartbeat pounding in his ears like a drum. Vegeta charged forward, unleashing a barrage of energy waves at the monster leader. The energy waves sliced through the air with a sizzling sound, carrying the power to obliterate everything. Yet these attacks seemingly inflicted little harm on the monster leader. "This guy has tough skin," Vegeta exclaimed angrily. His voice was filled with frustration, his hands trembling slightly from exertion. At that moment, the monster leader launched another attack. It opened its massive mouth and spewed forth a torrent of black flames. The flames hissed as they burned, waves of heat crashing over them, making it feel as if they were inside an oven. "Get out of the way," Gohan shouted loudly. His voice was drowned out by the roaring flames, nearly inaudible. The crowd hurriedly dodged as the flames scorched the ground around them, releasing a pungent burnt smell. The acrid smell invaded their nostrils, prompting involuntary coughs. "This isn't going to work, we need to find its weakness," Sun Wukong said. His eyes quickly scanned the monster leader, his mind racing. Everyone was dodging the monster leader's attacks while observing its every move. Each attack carried a strong wind pressure that made their ears buzz. Suddenly Klin noticed something unusual about the monster leader's eyes. "Maybe its eyes are the weakness," Klin shouted. His voice trembled with excitement, his heartbeat quickening. Upon hearing this, Sun Wukong immediately dashed toward the monster leader's eyes. His figure moved like lightning, creating a gust of wind. The monster leader sensed Sun Wukong's intention and desperately tried to block him. Its movements created a tremendous noise, causing the ground to tremble beneath its feet. "Vegeta, Gohan, hold it down for me," Sun Wukong shouted. His voice was filled with urgency and anticipation. Vegeta and Gohan did not hesitate to attack, drawing the monster leader's attention. The collision of energies emitted dazzling light, illuminating the entire battlefield, the brilliance making it hard to keep one's eyes open. Sun Wukong seized the opportunity to approach the monster leader's eyes, preparing to launch a fatal strike. At that moment, the monster leader violently shook its head, flinging Sun Wukong away. "Wukong!" the crowd gasped. Their voices were filled with worry and fear, their hearts racing. Sun Wukong crashed heavily to the ground, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. The metallic scent of blood permeated the air, sending shivers down everyone's spine. "I'm fine, keep going." Sun Wukong wiped the blood from his lips and charged forward again. His voice was firm and strong, as if injury meant nothing to him. This time he finally succeeded in reaching the monster leader's eyes and unleashed his full power in an attack. His fist carried an unstoppable momentum, tearing through the air with a hissing sound. The monster leader let out a painful roar, rolling on the ground in agony. Its cries caused everyone's ears to ache, a brief dizziness flashing before their eyes. "Now's our chance, everyone attack together," Sun Wukong shouted. His voice brimmed with the desire for victory. The group unleashed their strongest attacks, the lights of their energies intertwining into a magnificent curtain. The monster leader finally fell still. Its body gradually turned cold and the oppressive atmosphere around them dissipated. We did it! Clint exclaimed excitedly. His voice turned hoarse with emotion, tears welling in his eyes. Everyone collapsed to the ground, panting heavily. Each breath was laden with profound exhaustion, their muscles aching to the point of immobility. Just then the surrounding space began to change, a beam of light appearing. The light was gentle and warm like the first ray of morning sun, dispelling darkness and fatigue. The light grew stronger, enveloping everyone within its glow. The light was like a warm tide gently wrapping around their bodies. Sun Wukong and the others felt a warm and gentle force permeating through them, instantly alleviating their fatigue. The light was bright yet not blinding, carrying a power that provided a sense of reassurance. What is happening? Vegeta questioned, puzzled as he looked at the source of the light. His voice sounded somewhat ethereal amidst the light, filled with confusion in his violet eyes. Sun Wukong stood up, his gaze sparkling with anticipation. Perhaps this is our chance to leave this place. The golden aura around him flickered as if responding to the light. Gohan also stood up, feeling this mysterious power. No matter what, it feels like a good sign. A slight smile appeared on his face, his tense nerves finally experiencing a moment of relief. As the light gradually receded, a mysterious figure emerged before them. The light around the figure swayed like a delicate veil, dreamlike and ethereal. Did you bring this light? Tian Jin Han asked warily. His voice carried a hint of caution as he leaned slightly forward, ready for battle. The mysterious person smiled faintly. Indeed, warriors, you have successfully passed the test. His voice was gentle and rich, as if it could soothe the anxiety within everyone. Krillin scratched his head in confusion. Test? Everything was a test. His voice was filled with surprise, sweat trickling down his forehead and dripping onto the ground. The mysterious person nodded. This enigmatic realm requires true, strong and brave guardians. I am quite pleased with your performance. His gaze swept over the crowd, filled with approval and recognition. Vegeta scoffed. So can we leave now? His tone was urgent, eager to escape this place. The mysterious person waved his hands and a portal appeared before them. The portal shimmered with strange lights, resembling a dazzling starry sky. Through this door you can return to your world. Sun Wukong was the first to step into the portal, with the others following closely behind. The energy within the portal caused a slight tingling sensation on their skin, accompanied by a faint buzzing sound in their ears. After a flash of light, they finally returned to their familiar earth. The fresh air greeted them, filled with the fragrance of flowers and the scent of soil. We are finally back! Krillin shouted excitedly. His voice echoed in the open space, his joy overflowing. Bulma, Chi-Chi and the others had been waiting for a long time. Bulma's hair fluttered gently in the breeze, her face radiating an excited smile. Chi-Chi's eyes were filled with worry and anticipation. You finally made it back. Bulma ran over, tears of joy glistening in her eyes. Her footsteps were hurried and strong, kicking up a cloud of dust. Chi-Chi embraced Gohan tightly, repeatedly saying, I was so worried. Her voice was choked with emotion, her hands gripping Gohan closely. Sun Wukong watched everyone, a contented smile appearing on his face. He could hear the joyful songs of birds, feeling the warm sunlight pouring over him. However, before they could fully enjoy the joy of reunion, a new crisis emerged on Earth. In the distance, a dark energy was rampaging. The energy carried a nauseating odor, bringing feelings of disgust and oppression. Damn it, just back and there's trouble again. Vegeta frowned. His voice was filled with helplessness and anger. Sun Wukong looked at everyone, prepared to fight again. His voice was firm and powerful, instantly igniting everyone's fighting spirit. Without a moment's hesitation, they immediately flew towards the city. The wind howled in their ears as their heartbeats quickened. Upon reaching the city, they saw a gigantic dark creature wreaking havoc. The deafening roar of collapsing buildings echoed as bricks and stones flew everywhere. People were fleeing in all directions, their cries blending into a cacophony. The cries pierced their hearts, filling them with rage. Stop it! Sun Wukong shouted loudly. His voice rang out like a bell, reverberating in the air. The dark creature turned its head, looking at them with a low growl. The growl rumbled like distant thunder, causing their hearts to tremble. Gohan said, this guy looks tough to deal with. His voice carried a hint of tension, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Tian Jin Han clenched his fists. Who cares, let's go. His voice was filled with determination and his aura erupted instantly. Everyone unleashed their ultimate moves, engaging in fierce combat with the dark creature. The collisions of energy emitted dazzling lights, illuminating the entire city. Every attack generated a powerful gust of wind, sending debris flying around. The dark creature's strength was formidable, with each attack carrying immense destructive power. Its claws scraped the ground, leaving deep marks as stones and dust flew into the air. This won't work! Krillin shouted. His voice sharpened with urgency, his breathing becoming rapid. While fighting, Sun Wukong contemplated a strategy. His eyes quickly scanned the dark creature, searching for its weaknesses. At that moment Sun Wukong suddenly discovered the dark creature's weakness. Attack its back! Sun Wukong shouted. His voice was filled with decisiveness and confidence. Everyone concentrated their power and launched an attack on the dark creature's back. The light converged, forming a powerful pillar of energy. The dark creature howled in pain, collapsing onto the ground. Its body crashed heavily onto the earth, producing a muffled thud that shook the ground. The people in the city cheered. The cheers surged like waves, rising and falling. Great! We won! Gohan said excitedly. His voice was filled with joy and pride. However, the situation was not over. A powerful energy suddenly erupted from the dark creature's body, shooting into the sky. The energy carried a tremendous impact, making the surrounding air feel scorching. What is this? Vegeta exclaimed in surprise. His voice was filled with shock and confusion. A massive black hole appeared in the sky, drawing in everything with a powerful suction. Objects around began to be sucked into the black hole, emitting a whooshing sound. Not good, everyone, be careful! Sun Wukong shouted. His voice was urgent and tense. Everyone struggled against the suction. Their bodies trembled slightly under the suction, muscles tensed. At that moment the mysterious person appeared again. This is the last struggle of dark power, you must seal it together. The mysterious person said. His voice was serious and solemn. Sun Wukong and the others nodded, concentrating all their strength to finally seal the black hole together with the mysterious person. The light gradually faded and everything returned to calm. Earth regained its peace and tranquility. After Earth regained peace and tranquility, Sun Wukong and his companions became the heroes in the hearts of the people. Yet they did not become arrogant, instead they worked even harder to cultivate, preparing for potential new threats in the future. As days passed, Earth enjoyed a relatively calm period. People rebuilt their homes and life gradually returned to its former prosperity. However, deep within the universe a hidden dark force was quietly rising. The master of this force was an evil entity known as the Shadow Demon Lord, possessing immense power and unfathomable schemes. One day while cultivating, Sun Wukong suddenly sensed an unusually powerful evil aura. This is bad, a new crisis has emerged. Sun Wukong immediately summoned his companions. They gathered together, their expressions solemn. This force is extremely powerful, we must be fully prepared. Vegeta declared. Gohan nodded, saying this might be an unprecedented battle. The group decided to venture deep into the universe to uncover the source of this evil power and eliminate it in its infancy. They set off in a new type of spaceship developed by Bulma, heading towards the unknown realms. During their long journey they encountered various hardships and obstacles, but they overcame them all through their tenacious will and formidable strength. Finally they arrived at the planet where the Shadow Demon Lord resided. This planet was shrouded in darkness, emanating a terrifying aura. Everyone be careful! Sun Wukong reminded them. They cautiously stepped onto the planet. The Shadow Demon Lord appeared before them, his figure towering and twisted, radiating boundless evil power. You ants dare to challenge my authority, the Shadow Demon Lord sneered. Enough talk, today is your end. Vegeta roared as he charged forward. An intense battle erupted. The Shadow Demon Lord's strength was beyond imagination, and Sun Wukong and the others found themselves in a tough fight. We cannot lose. Gohan gritted his teeth, unleashing power beyond his limits. Krillin and Tien also gave their all, engaging in a desperate struggle against the enemy. At a crucial moment in the battle, Sun Wukong suddenly comprehended a new power. Watch the Super Saiyan. Sun Wukong's body radiated a dazzling light and his power surged instantly. His attack made the Shadow Demon Lord feel threatened. How is this possible? The Shadow Demon Lord exclaimed in astonishment. Under Sun Wukong's leadership the group worked together and finally defeated the Shadow Demon Lord. We have won! Everyone cheered. But they knew that the peace of the universe required eternal guardianship. Upon returning to Earth, Sun Wukong and his companions continued to silently protect this world. They passed on their cultivation insights to the next generation, nurturing new warriors. Years later, Sun Wukong and Chi-Chi, Vegeta and Bulma all lived happy lives. Gohan became an outstanding scholar and a powerful warrior. Krillin also found his true love and enjoyed a peaceful life. Meanwhile, Tien opened a martial arts school teaching the art of combat. Under their protection, Earth continued to maintain peace and prosperity. People forever remembered the achievements of these heroes, and their stories became legends passed down through generations. On a sunny day, Sun Wukong and his companions gathered once more. Looking at this beautiful world, our efforts were not in vain, Sun Wukong said with emotion. They exchanged smiles, their eyes filled with satisfaction and pride. They knew that as long as evil existed they would stand up to protect this land they loved forever. The end.